Hello and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are in the world, and welcome to another day of the LPL Unofficial English broadcast, bringing you another broadcast full of banger series. My name is Rafa. I'm joined once again by the one and only Super K-Man Rocks. If you haven't seen his YouTube content, you got to go check it out. Search that. This guy does his homework on pretty much every single pro league, not just in tier 1 but all in tier 2 as well. Like, you're watching leagues that I didn't even know existed, so that just blows my mind. Before we get into today's series, how you doing, man? What's the checkup? What's the status like?
I'm doing phenomenal. I'm so excited for
yeah.
tonight's games. We got some awesome games tonight, and you just said it. I'm a sicko. I love League of Legends. I love watching these games, and you know, tonight's for the sickos. We got some really fun games, so I couldn't be doing better.
Tonight's for this. I mean, I think that was OMG Ultra Prime. That was for the sickos,
Yeah,
you know, for
that's
anyone
true.
tuned in.
That's a good point.
But you know what? That, you know, tonight's series, I think, definitely deserves a little bit more merit. But of course, before we get into the entire, you know, meat and potatoes of the show, we got to go down our format explainer just to remind everyone how this split has evolved so far. We are halfway through the Rumble stage, which is currently the second phase of Split 2, where tonight's series are looking at four teams total from Group Ascend. Remember, at the end of the Rumble stage, we're going to send our top 4 teams from Group Ascend in the standings to playoffs. Bottom 6 will join our top 2 teams from Group Nirvana in the play-in stage. And then, of course, Group Nirvana, we have our 3rd and 4th teams eliminated for the split, whereas the bottom 2 are eliminated for the entire year, and we will not get a chance to see until 2026. And here are the standings.
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about when it comes to the standings here. Obviously, Group Ascend is what we're focusing on here today. That big cluster right in the middle of the standings here. You know, top 2 have separated themselves a little bit, but everything else is still up for grabs, and that definitely impacts every single team left. So still a lot to play for, especially with this double round robin.
Yeah, and we're pretty much in the second half of the double round robin, where teams are starting to play each other for the second time, if not having already, you know, played each other the second time. Literally, BLG and Weibo had their both rounds in the same week last week, which was kind of crazy and pretty historical, because the first time it was with Wei, the second time it was with Beichuan. So that really led to quite a contrasting results there. But of course, we got to get into our first series of the day. Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Weibo Gaming. To remind everyone at home who's on the roster on the blue side, it is NiP. The guys rocking the Monster Energy drink colors. We got Solo Kill in the top lane, Aki in the jungle, Doinby in mid lane, leaving PP God at that bot lane duo. And Solo Kill, this will be his second series so far with the NiP squad.
Yeah, the new addition here for Ninjas in Pajamas, the one that they're hoping can really salvage a lot of the rest of this split for them. He looked pretty good in their first series, despite what the team result ended up being. There were a lot of moments to be encouraged by, I think, overall, but this is going to be a much bigger test today. You know, we talk about them going up against a team like WE and really struggling already. You know, Weibo Gaming's an even higher level than that, and they've got some really talented players. It's really going to be up to Solo Kill whether or not he can, you know, sink or swim in a big environment like this. Yeah,
for anyone who is tuning in kind of, you know, casually and catching NiP and seeing their standings record and going, hey, they looked good in Split 1. What happened? Well, unfortunately, the main carries on this roster are not really living up to, you know, the magic that they were performing on with Doinby's leadership in Split 1. Both Aki and Leave are kind of slumping. The whole team seems to be, I don't want to say mentally in shambles, but they definitely look off. And, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. They started with a swap of Shanji going out, putting Solo Kill in. Now, the cool thing about Solo Kill is he was coming up through the EDG youth developmental team alongside Monkey, who currently plays for World Elite as their jungler, and Leave, who is a current teammate on NiP. So there's a reunion going on there. Maybe there is a vouch, you know, coming from Leave's like, hey, you know, pick up Solo Kill. It'll work with the team environment. Who knows? But if you saw Solo Kill last year in EDG, I know that the team itself didn't promise any results, but my man K-Man Rocks here believes otherwise.
Yeah, I'm a solo kill believer. I talked about it a lot last year, but I think this guy has something as a top laner, and I like this change for Ninjas in Pajamas. You clearly have to shake something up. Something's got to give on this team because it just felt like the cohesion was completely broken for them. I'm excited to see whether or not this new change coming in is going to ignite some other, playstyle changes. Maybe you have a little bit more security on the top side, but overall, I'm just hoping to see a different version of NiP today.
Yeah, we'll see what Solo Kill can bring to the table in his second series. Meanwhile, on the red side, it is Weibo Gaming. Top lane, Breathe, jungle, Tien, mid lane, Xiaohu, and then Light and Erha in the bot lane duo. Now, this roster, obviously at the beginning of Split 2, is not looking so great. But then, kind of in the middle of the split, seems like there's been an awakening. Obviously, there was a clear change up in lineup with Erha coming in over Hung as support. And overall, it seems like Weibo Gaming is fairly doing better. They're still a middle-of-the-pack team, but we know with kind of the history around Weibo Gaming from what they showed in last year in 2024, and with the core of this roster still being relatively the same, they have one of the stronger macro games out of the league, as long as they don't botch the early game leads.
Yeah, I think that's really the key point you made at the end there. As long as they don't botch those early games, I think they're going to be fine. I think they got pretty unlucky in Split 1 in terms of what they ended up drawing. They were in a group with JD Gaming, which meant that they were going to be on the bottom side of the playoff bracket. Then they immediately had to play Billy Gaming. They're going to get some potential, rematches as we, go throughout. Yeah. But it wasn't a great look for them. I think they have figured out more how to play through both Tien and Xiaohu throughout most of the early game here, getting them a lot more comfortable. And like you said, Erha, I think, has been a real big breath of fresh air for them in terms of just being a big playmaker that they really desperately needed in that role to allow a lot of the more consistent pieces to step up later.
Yeah, I mean, even in this BLG series, that Rakan flank around Otacon was one of the coolest support plays I have seen this Rumble stage so far. So, now props to Erha and the rest of Weibo Gaming. But as we alluded to earlier, this team, when they're able to get through the early stages of the game without a lot of problems, or they don't, kind of trip over themselves, they understand how to play the map very well and are one of our better macro teams in the entire league. Which, for LPL standards, it's pretty cool because a lot of the times when you see teams at the top of the leaderboard, it's because they have the best laners, and then boom, you control every single objective. But we're in a state with Weibo Gaming where Xiaohu, despite his historical legacy, despite the reputation that he carries and the experience that he has, he's got to work overtime to make sure that those hands are keeping up with everyone else, and that's not always the case every now and then.
We have certainly seen some ups and downs from Xiaohu over the past couple of years. I think last year was really a turning point for him as a player where he really realized, I think, if I really want to continue to play at a high level, if I want to be somebody that's going to the semifinals of Worlds, I need to really step up my game in lane. And I think we're seeing that development happen this year where things have been much more consistent. Things are just way better across the board for him. He's maintained a lot of that team fighting prowess while not giving over the problems in the early 1v1 that maybe he was last year. And again, that just opens up so much more for Weibo. When you talk about that macro advantage, so much of it is through Xiaohu and the way that he ends up playing the map in the mid game. And now that he has gold leads and is able to really push that tempo himself, things are becoming a lot clearer for the team.
Yeah, and it also heavily depends on, what champions are meta as well. Some champions are a little bit more in his wheelhouse and, not nearly as high of an execution barrier, for... there's a lot of mid laners in here that, have legacies, but either they're adamant like Doinby and Rookie on social media where they're like, hey guys, my hands are not what it used to be, but I'm just here to make sure I can, keep up with the youngsters and elevate the people around me. I don't think I've ever seen Xiaohu, be that adamant. Maybe it's for the best, just trying to, maintain the image. Like, no, I still got it. But Xiaohu, all jokes aside, is still a legend in his own right. But I think another lane that we have to focus on, since it is still his second series, is top lane, and solo kill against someone like Breathe is a really good challenge for this guy, because Breathe isn't necessarily our by far and away best top laner in the league, but he has had a long career where he has been able to prove and work his way up to being, at least on average, one of the better top laners in the league. And ever since, his time with RNG, with ex-teammate and or current teammate Xiaohu, and even being on Weibo Gaming, I mean, he's been to great heights so far, not just domestically, but also internationally as well. So for someone like Solo Kill, who is not necessarily a super young player, 23, but he's understands that his lifespan as, you know, as an aspiring pro player who has only really had 1 year of pro play so far, I think it's fair that Solo Kill is going to take whatever opportunities he can get, and this is an opportunity to be like, at least I can, you know, challenge some of the top laners in the league.
Yeah, this is a scarily huge matchup for Solo Kill in terms of just how he's gonna look. Breathe has been performing excellently across this year. You can see that in a lot of the numbers. He's first in the entire league in terms of damage percentage for top laners. That means he is the highest percentage of his team's damage as a top laner in the entire league. And you can see the GD at 15, the kill participation, the KDA, it's all there. This guy has been incredibly efficient across 2025 so far. But Solo Kill, we saw it in a very small sample size in that debut, but he can hang. He is a player who absolutely can generate leads and advantages. He's not necessarily known for his hands, his mechanics, but this is a player that I think has a very well-rounded skill set, and if you ever wanted to see if he could be the kind of player that could step in and really take over and elevate Ninjas in Pajamas into the position they want to be in, this is the exact kind of matchup that I think will give us a lot more insight into that.
Exactly. We know that Doinby is not necessarily trying to be a hard carry himself, right? Obviously, if he feels like he has to, and the draft calls for it, then he will try and fill that role as much as possible. But Doinby and Ninjas in Pajamas were at their best in Split 1 when he was roaming to the side lanes, either playing with Aki or playing to really facilitate and snowball his side laners in Shanji and Leave, right? Now, unfortunately for Ninjas in Pajamas, that formula has not really worked as consistently for, you know, the team setup, and I think that maybe that's why there is a change going forward where they're trying to bring in someone like Solo Kill, who, as you've noted, K-Man, someone who's not afraid to get down and dirty early on in the laning phase. He wants to be a little bit more volatile and create opportunities, and I think when you're 2-8 in the standings, I think that's what you got to do. You can't really just assume you're gonna be better than your lane opponent. You got to take chances.
Yeah, I love that shout, because really that's my favorite thing about Solo Kill as a player is he named himself Solo Kill for a reason. He believes in his ability to go out there and win 1v1. Yeah. It didn't always work out as a rookie when he was on Edward Gaming, but he has the ability to get that done. I think that there is a lot of hidden potential in there as a player. The mechanics are really solid, and I think he has a good, you know, grasp of how to play out a lot of matchups. It's really just about going out there and executing. I think he does have the talent around him on this team as well to facilitate that if they wanted to play for him more. You mentioned playing for the side lanes. Leave got a ton of priority early on in the year and still continues to get a lot of priority, but I really think that if you can split that up between both sides of the map, you could be looking at a much scarier team that doesn't rely so much on mid lane to generate their own pressure.
Yeah, and I think that makes it such a cool matchup into Weibo Gaming, because I think that has just been their mantra, but they have done it better better than nearly every other team in the league when you want to play exclusively side lanes or facilitating side lanes, because then when you get to the mid game point, and when Xiaohu is like on one side of the map and he's helping dictate alongside with Weibo Gaming, okay, we're gonna go for this objective cross trade here, you're gonna give up this, you might die here, but we're gonna get this on the side wade, on the side lane, and vice versa, right? Ninjas in Pajamas would love to do that, but they can't get there as they were getting there in Split 1, right? So now they have to recreate those early game leads in the first place. So this is going to be a good test for them overall, stylistically.
Yeah, I really like this matchup stylistically for NiP. Also, just from a general standings perspective, these are the kinds of games that NiP need to win. They absolutely have to be able to step up here and start to stabilize. Yeah. They're going to probably be in a best of 5 to qualify for playoffs no matter what, but confidence and momentum and just the understanding of how to win, that they matter a lot when you go into a best of 5. And who knows what could happen? The standings are still so in flux. This could be a preview of a potential like playoff earning matchup with these two teams. And so for Ninjas in Pajamas, I'm really looking for a specific game plan from them. I really want to see them just have a clear focus, have a clear idea with the players that they have chosen to bring in. Like, what do you do really well? We need to see that here today, and we need to see it executed properly.
Yeah, I mean, in the same spirit as BLG bringing in Beichuan over Wei, with Ninjas in Pajamas, they're looking clearly for something that Solo Kill can do consistently that Shanji was not doing for them in Split 2, right? So I think the best way to elevate that potential advantage, is to, you know, if you're blue side, then try to get him one of the priority top laners in the in the meta right now. You know, whether it's Rumble, whether it's Gwen. If all those are banned, you know, try to go for a Jace, try to go for an Mbessa if it's okay, right? And it's not like Solo Kill is not able to play tanks, because we saw the Scion come out in the series against WE. And like you said, K-Man, it's not like he was bad at either style. The team is just in dire straits. So Solo Kill is trying to do the best he can. But I think you're absolutely right. If they now know that Solo Kill is capable of potentially leveraging these advantages, then maybe Ninjas in Pajamas need to index harder into getting a guaranteed advantage for NiP.
Yeah, you mentioned that Scion game. Are we sure that wasn't a carry Scion? Because it was really scary on that side of the map. He played it really well. He was able to generate a ton of advantages for himself.
Some matchups, he becomes a carry, right? I mean,
exactly. So yeah, so I completely agree. I think it's really going to be up to Aki and what direction he wants to go in terms of his jungle picks, especially if this team ends up getting blue side. Are we going to be seeing more of like what we've seen throughout a lot of the year from him, where it is carries? It's things like Nefiri, things like Xin Zhao, things like Lilia that are going to be a bit more aggressive and a bit more, you know, resource-minded? Or are we gonna see that adaptation come in and say, like, okay, if Solo Kill wants to start getting comfortable, if we want to play for Gwen, and then maybe play for bot lane, maybe we jump into things like, you know, Sejuani and, you know, facilitators like that a little bit more frequently?
Yeah, all I'm saying is maybe this isn't the series to see it, but I want to see Shen at some point. And I know Shen is not necessarily like a top laner carry per se, but in certain matchups, like if the enemy top laner is forced to bind, Shen destroys matchups right now. Like on this patch, he's been getting like micro buff after micro buff after micro buff after micro buff, and now with even more emphasis on laning phase and then like playing around things before you get to level 6, and with grubs not being as a high priority at the 6-minute mark, but instead the 8-minute mark, I think that gives more time for Shen to extend that laning advantage. And if you play the swaps well, you can have Shen on the other side of the map, and then boom, TP him in, guarantee that fight, and then TP back, or yeah, who knows. Obviously, we're still not into the actual series yet. We're doing our 1v1, and if you are watching this for the first time, well, here in the LPL, we do 1v1s for side select advantage for the very first game. So it is Solo Kill and Breathe, which is working wonderfully into our current discussion about Solo Kill versus Breathe and the importance of top lane for this NiP squad that is in dire straits. And for Weibo, you know, Breathe has just been, you know, a pretty reliable, constant, known variable over the course of his latter half of career, both with RNG and Weibo Gaming. Not to say that he's been, you know, perfectly reliable, but, you know, for the most part, that's what you can expect out of Breathe. And that's why he's still here on this Weibo Gaming roster.
The baseline for Breathe is one of the best top laners in the world. And even when the floor is hit, and sometimes the floor is, he's only like top 15, right? Like he's somewhere there, but like that's your floor. And there's going to be a good section of the year where he's a top 3 top laner in the world, where he is performing like that. And I think luckily for Weibo, he's kind of getting close to that right now. Like the form has been really excellent across this split, especially going back to the start of Group Ascend and the hot streak that Weibo have been on. And so Solo Kill definitely has got his work cut out for him. He's taken a pretty interesting matchup here into the Renekton with the Varus in the 1v1. So excited to see where that ends up going. But this is a big test. This is our first real challenge.
There we go. You know, we'll see if Solo Kill's skills can be put to the test. Man, say that 3 times fast. But continuing the topic point on Breathe, I think this is a good shout, because if you look at the typical top laners that have normally dominated LPL this time around that would prevent Breathe from being up the top 3, I mean, big outlier, Bin. Bin has not been, you know, the top laner. He has not been Giga Bin. I don't even think he's earned that title yet this year. You know, there's been a couple games when he goes absolutely nuclear, but consistency-wise, definitely not his year, right? So that's one more spot that can allow him to slide up on there. Flandra, on anyone's legend, who might become, by the end of the Rumble stage, the best team in the league after finally sweeping top esports. Flandra's not necessarily, you know, that super consistent either, you know, as a carry, but he is a role player, right? And so if you want to look at, like, I think your competition then comes down to players like Paula, players like, just going through the teams.
You definitely got to mention 369 in that argument.
Oh yeah,
he has been
yeah.
excellent.
369 is probably the go-to, because 369 has actually been like a rock for top esports through thick or thin. It is very hard for me to see a game lost that top esports have, which is very few, by the way. And I think, yeah, 369 was the problem. That has rarely been the case, you know? It's somewhere else on the map. Once again, this 1v1 is purely for side select advantage for the first game. So whoever wins either first brick gets the first to 2 kills, or the person to kill the other opponent within the ring of fire that looks straight something out of like a Fortnite or a PUBG game. Then they get to determine what side they would like to take for game 1, which every time has been blue side.
Yeah, I mean, you're picking blue side if you're winning the 1v1. That's just the case here, as Breathe goes for a little bit of a trade. I think the one interesting thing that I want to point out specifically about this 1v1, no Ignite from either of these two. We've got Flash for solo kill. We've got Snowball for Breathe. He's been trying to get on top of this Varus. It's not been particularly successful just yet, but it just takes one engage. But it's always fun to see these Marksman versus Bruiser matchups, because they all go down in the same way, where it's just, if you can kite, you win. And so it will be interesting to see, but I think these 1v1s have really been a lot of fun as Breathe hits 6.
And he immediately goes aggressive on the solo kill, but he gets tagged by the chain of corruptions. Barrier is popped, trying to defuse as much damage as possible. One more auto attack and an arrow threaded through. Yeah, solo kill has definitely put some time on that top lane Varus back in the day, and he's able to get the first kill.
Yeah, he's probably watching some Mirwin tape, but yes, it's a good first kill here for solo kill. Not only is he going to be able to, you know, only need one more kill in order to pick up the win here, but, you know, that big gold influx is very massive for a champion like Varus. I think this back for Breathe is going to tell us a lot about whether or not he feels confident that he can win the next exchange. It's going to be the Bramble coming in from him. That doesn't necessarily tell me that he feels super great about this, and especially with the armor being built for Varus, I think solo kill's lead might only grow from this point onwards.
And the fact that solo kill, I don't even think he committed to Blade of the Ruin King setup, because he is now opting for what looks like a Wingsu's Rage Blade rush, since he now has like an Amp Tome and a... Actually, no, this could... I'm trying to think what Nasher's Tooth builds out of, because it should be Recurve Bow, Codex, Blasting Wand. So if you're trying to like...
that, yes.
Because if you're trying to counter the matchup, and this Recurve Bow was probably initially for a Blade of the Ruin King, you see Breathe go Bramble Vest and Armor, and you're like, haha, I'm now going AP.
Yeah.
Because he's maxing W right now. So that's, I don't know if that like is different with on-hit Varus versus purely AP Varus, but it at least seems like he is adapting on the fly.
He's very much playing the matchup, and I think this is absolutely the right thing to go here. Unfortunately for Breathe, it's just going to get harder and harder for him to be able to get in. With solo kill having ult backup as well, it's basically impossible for the Renekton to chase him down. I think the hope now is that the Ring of Fire can cave in and that you can force one of these close quarters fights, but obviously by that point solo kill will likely have gotten at least one more back off, and we'll have quite a bit more gold. We'll see a big item influx, and so I think it's getting more and more difficult for Breathe as we go along here, but you can never count a Renekton out. You never really know what can happen in one skirmish, but it's definitely not easy for him at this point.
It definitely seems like the story with these bruisers versus AD carries, because no matter how annoying they can be with the ranged harass on the poke, if you can manage to force an all-in when you're both at full HP, somehow the bruisers still have a way to just all-in you with base stats. And I mean, look at that! Already forcing solo kill to Flash, pops the Chain of Corruption again, but now it becomes a spacing problem, and Breathe has to walk this one out, a very painful escape route, but he at least survives for now, and he got the Flash off of solo kill. I'm not sure when the Ring of Fire is popping down. Normally we get like a minute timer when it's starting to count down from that point on, but the fact that it hasn't popped up, I think Solokill will have his flash back up before Breathe gets a chance to duel him in the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate timer there for Breathe. Certainly an unfortunate trade, because he himself also burns his barrier, which is really the only way he's going to be able to kite any of this fight out. And Solokill, especially still having barrier up, means that you can't full combo this Varus ever, even with the flash down, like even if you're able to snowball on top of him. So it's not looking great. We actually see the Merc Treads finish there for Renekton as the Ginsu's is completed for Solokill.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing where the Renekton ends up winning this unless some miracle fight can happen around the Ring of Fire. It's another back here from Solokill, just wanting to keep that tempo up.
Yeah, so we were debating whether it was going to be Rageblade or Nashers, right? But I think this definitely makes sense. You're going to get extra procs of your W on hit, which makes it a lot easier to weave in your Q and your E to pop the max percentage HP portion of your damage. So that's going to be tough for Breathe. And with the timer, oh, actually 6 seconds before
we are
fire
starting
starts.
soon.
Maybe there's a chance. I'm not sure if flash cooldown is like reduced on this map. Obviously, like an ARAM's flash is reduced, but in this 1v1, actually not sure.
I believe it is the same as ARAM. I could be entirely incorrect on that. That would be my guess.
To me, that makes sense. You know,
right?
Like, so.
All right, a minute left on flash here, so 53 seconds. Breathe is gonna go in now.
Okay, he knows that the flash advantage is down. Chain of Corruption's already used, but it's been diffused already. Barrier pop. Maybe Breathe has a chance if he get one more Power Coal of the Meek, but the max HP damage is too much to overcome, and Solokill will grant NiP blue side.
Yeah, the underrated part of that trade, he bought an Elixir of Iron right before that fight and ended up popping it. Could have ended up mattering in the end, but you know, Ninjas in Pajamas gonna be getting that blue side. That's pretty important for them. There are a couple things that are pretty much permabanned away from NiP. The Rise is actually permabanned. It's a guarantee ban against Doinb. Like, you just can't give it over. It's not allowed. Things like Galio have also been pretty heavily prioritized, but I would love to see where their priorities are going to go. I talked earlier about how, you know, we look at Weibo Gaming or, you know, one of the, you know, like all these other top tier teams having so much success on things like Sejuani. I'm interested to see if Aki is going to go in that direction, if they're going to prioritize more of a facilitative jungler, if something like Vi is left up, if they want to try and go for that, or if they want to try and snatch away something like the Gwen to get Solokill comfortable.
True. I mean, it's not even just like a question of what champion Aki goes for, but it's his play style. I think, you know, if we want to look at another conversation, as you might be hearing my dog barking in the background, I closed the door because he went outside and now he's begging to come inside. I'll come and open the door once we get onto the rift. But during this time, I think Aki and Wei have been kind of playing similar playstyles. Obviously, that has caused a conundrum for BLG recently, where they clearly want a jungler that is willing to drop camps and really facilitate lanes. It's kind of harder to do that for NiP because dropping farm for Doinb, you shouldn't have to do that. It should be the other way around. It should be Doinb dropping stuff for Aki and other lanes, which Doinb has been totally okay with doing, and that's what happened in Split 1. But now that, you know, Doinb is still kind of dropping farm in some games and Aki is not he's not performing, then it's putting Doinb in a situation where, okay, I guess I have to play Yone, and he doesn't even play Yone that well, you know, compared to the other mid laners in the league. So now I think is a situation where we have to ask NiP, do you still want to, like, drop resources for Aki, or is Aki going to be the person that is dropping resources for everyone else on the team?
That's why I'm so interested in their draft priority here, because if they're first picking Xin Zhao, if they're first picking Lilia, I think things become a little bit more interesting for NiP, and just kind of, you know, I'm just curious where they want to go with that. If they're first picking Maokai, it gets a little bit less interesting for me in terms of where things go. That being said, I'd love to see some early priority on a top laner if it gets through. We've seen a lot more teams leave up Rumble and Gwen over the past few games. It's actually NiP who's going to take both of them off the board.
That's bizarre. to me, they have something cooked up then. That maybe they're trying to look for a specific top laner that will be like in this landscape without Gwen or or Rumble as an answer, that Weibo Gaming will not have like an optimal counter pick for. And I'm not sure what that is, like, because on one hand you could be like, okay, well they're gonna go for the Jace flex, but you just smash Sion or any other tank top laner. We've seen top laners have been able to do away with that matchup totally fine. We've also seen York could kind of just be an answer into certain laners, and even if York isn't smashing early on, you know, it just scales. But we're into the draft. We blitzed through the bans. Nico was the priority for NiP. Weibo Gaming not taking any priority top laners off the board, so maybe that was just the true gift of it all, is that there's nothing that they fear giving up over to Breathe that they can prioritize for PP God.
Yeah, I think this is the most standard start you could have for Weibo Gaming. This feels very comfortable for them. Light on Kai'Sa just to be able to take over in the later part of the game. Tien on Xin Zhao just to be able to play a little bit more consistently through skirmishes. I really like the answer, though, for NiP. This is what I thought they were setting up for. The Sion made a lot of sense from them just because Solo Kill had a good performance on it. I was thinking more of Mbessa, you know, even K'Sante if you really wanted to go that route with these bans available, but it does look like they just want to try and play for, you know, the middle of the map. Once again, they still have left it open, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see where things go with the Rel as the answer on the other side for Weibo.
This is what I will say. I think if you are blue side, it is very hard for yourself to get a guaranteed, like, good matchup for top lane if you want, like, a specific counter pick carry laner. So they're probably waiting for red side if they win this game against Weibo, and then they say, okay, we will set up a scenario where you can get counter pick, but because you, as you called, because you played Sion so well, we feel confident in you in blinding this into anything, and then we'll give priority to everyone else on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly priority towards PP God, which is really interesting to me because PP God really has not been a main character for Ninjas in Pajamas. He's definitely been more passive in the split number 2 than he was in split number 1. And so to see them prioritize something like the Nico so prominently in draft is interesting. Theoretically, this could be a flex for Doingbi in the mid lane. I don't think that that's going to happen. I would very much expect this to be Varus Nico in the bot lane, but we see some bans coming in for the second rotation. The Neferi taken off the board. Carry jungler makes a lot of sense to take off the board here, but it's actually going to be the Sylas as that second ban. I thought that they were going to continue down that route with some more aggressive junglers that can match the Xin Zhao. Looks like they just want to take something more comfortable out of Doingbi's hands, but there's just a lot of champions that he plays. The Aurora in particular is still up, and that would be something I'd be looking at if I was Ninjas in Pajamas here.
Sure. All right, well, already some jungle bans. The fact that Neferi made it through the list so far,
you called it, Rafa.
Okay, at least teams are aware that this champion exists. I looked through a majority of the drafts. I didn't see every series, but I looked through a majority of the drafts ever since LPL went to the Thornbound Spirit Blossom map, and I was like, where's the Shen? Where's the Shen? Where's the Shen? And I don't see any Shens. Maybe, you know, but at least it's starting to pop up. You know, teams are slowly adapting, and it was kind of a new map and patch to spring upon. It was a really big one, so there's a lot of things. Anyway, Weibo taking Taliyah. That's crazy that this mid laner has dropped this far down the draft, but they snag it for themselves. But an Annie lock-in, wait a minute. I mean, this has to be Annie mid lane, and Annie was one of those champions that did get a considerable amount of buffs specifically on this patch, and paired with something like a Wukong, I think we've answered our questions here, K-Man. This isn't necessarily a game to play to leave, but these are strong lane setups that should give Aki time to farm and be a menace in team fights.
Yeah, this is a Wukong team fight setup, engage, whatever you want to call it, type of comp here. We saw something similar, but certainly not exactly from JD Gaming yesterday in game number 3. We saw Scout pick up the Annie and really start to play towards that. There are going to be pluses and minuses for playing towards this comp, but I think what concerns me is their damage in the back half of the game. You are relying a lot on Leave being able to primary damage on Varus, and you know, I look at the comp on the other side and I see an Ornn on the front line. I see a Rel that you have to break through, even a Xin Zhao that becomes a bit more difficult to break through, and I do get a little bit concerned on that front. That being said, I think you have so much engaged, so much setup that you do have options. You do have opportunities here. I really like the way that specifically Kaisa is going to be set up on the other side of this, on red side, for Weibo Gaming, that Light could really take over this game. And even if their comp maybe requires a bit more execution in side lanes, you know, I kind of like what they drafted. Red side looking pretty good here from my perspective.
Yeah, I think Weibo Gaming are kind of very much fitting the profile of what makes them strong. You have an early skirmisher for Tien who can be your bridge and agency, and as long as Weibo Gaming do not flub what they want to do early game, you have scaling factors in your side lanes with the Ornn in the front and Kaisa in the back, and you have a little bit of extra mid-game bridge once the Taliyah gets a chance to start roaming on the map with the level 6, whereas on the blue side, once again, you know, we're curious if this gamble is going to work. You know, we were hoping, we were kind of propping up, okay, is Solo Kill going to get his chance to shine? Are we going to play to Solo Kill? It doesn't really seem like this is going to be the game, but we'll see how it all unfolds as we hit the rift for game 1 between Ninjas in Pajamas and Weibo Gaming.
30秒到达战场，碾碎。
A lot of cheers coming down today. We got some active fans. I'm excited for this one. Looking at the game state here, looking at the level 1s, I really want to reiterate a couple of points because I think both teams have clear win conditions. You know, I was hyping up Weibo's draft and talking about how, oh, you know, the Xin Zhao, the Taliyah, they can control a lot of the map as Erha goes over the wall, potentially looking for, you know, something on Aki, who is not here, but I think their comp is harder to execute in the later part of the game. It's not all that hard to hit a Wukong ultimate into an Eco ult and, you know, play off of that if you can get your Varus super far ahead.
Yeah.
I'm really looking at bot lane in this game, though.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming, I think I'm in the same boat with you. This is a composition they've played multiple times before, but still, execution barrier is a lot higher than hitting a bunch of circles, which is what NiP has. But I think the execution for NiP comes from being able to play out the early stages of the game well, and just considering what we have seen from Ninjas in Pajamas this split so far, it has been already in the early game. Aki went to blue, immediately went to the bot side. Tien at least gets the smite secure on it. He's already taken 2 cans, but now he needs to make it out. Still has flash, and unfortunately with Wukong, meanwhile, bot lane action, PP got forced to flash away as Erha just sent it for the boys. It's an immediate trade of flash summoner spells on supports.
Yeah, that's hugely in favor of Weibo Gaming because Erha does have that Hex Flash, PP God does not. So definitely a really big advantage down there for Weibo Gaming. We talked about how that bot lane needed to be aggressive. I think this is a pretty Kaisa-favored lane in terms of how things go with the Rel in particular. At least just after level 3, I think it gets a little bit easier, and with that Flash blown, you know, I expect that to be the case. I'm really going to be looking at what this pathing looks like for Tien, though. I do think that when you're looking at getting that Kaisa a lead, a lot of the pressure that this Xin Zhao, that this Taliyah are going to be able to generate comes after level 6, and so you just got to make sure you don't make any gigantic mistakes until then. But I'm excited to see. Unfortunately, right now, we're looking top lane. This is the one lane I think individually, champion-wise, you maybe favor solo kill early, just because of the pressure that Sion can put on. It's a little bit more neutral for now, but in that tank v tank matchup, probably nobody generating a big enough lead on their own.
Yeah, there's definitely something very, very terrifying about something like a Sion having so much base damage in his kit. Ornn used to be kind of the king of that for a while when he first debuted, and especially in the spellbook meta, you get the Ignite at level 6 when you get your ultimate, and suddenly you're killing carry top laners in your own right. But Sion, ever since his reemergence back as the de facto top laner for tanks, kind of overtaking Cassante priority since he's been nowhere in sight for a while. It's definitely a fun time, and when I say fun time, not a fun time for the players playing against the Sion, of course, but we're 4 minutes into the game. Full clears have happened. Aki tries to go for a delayed invade onto Tien's top side red quadrant, seeing if there was any scraps left available, and unfortunately, this means that Tien gets an all-access pass to PP God, who does not have flash from before, and he can connect all of his spells and guaranteed first blood for Weibo.
it's just really unlucky timing for PP God. He feels like he does it exactly like he's supposed to. He's able to get the clone off, but that strike, it just barely lands from TN to be able to jump onto him, and at that point, there's just way too much damage. The Nico is way too squishy in the early game, and this is why I like this matchup for Rel, because I think she can really pressure out the Nico, who's got one of the lowest base healths in the entire game, especially once that flash gets blown early. And NiP are definitely going to be on the back foot now in the 2v2, and that's going to really matter with Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. We'll see if either jungler want to prioritize that with, you know, Grubs kind of getting pushed back. I expected to see more of a priority on these early Dragons. We haven't necessarily seen that in the LPL, but this could be a pretty fantastic game for that to start.
Yeah, ever since going to the Spirit Blossom map and with Grubs now being shifted back to 8 minutes, laning phase has overall extended, and there seems to be a longer flowchart for junglers within that timeline to do things about it, because as you called out, Dragons haven't really necessarily increased in priority for either teams. They kind of still look at it as the same relative power because it hasn't necessarily been buffed since the map change, right? People still kind of just look at it as like, well, do we have bot lane and mid priority for free? Are we giving up anything for it? No? Okay, well then we'll take it. However, Ninjas in Pajamas have one of those moments because they know that Light and Urha were trying to look for a base. They had mid shove from Doinb since Xiaohu was on base as well, so they find that window, and now there's nothing really that Weibo Gaming can get off the back end of it, so this will at least give NiP a little something back over to the team. It is a mountain dragon, so some extra resistances definitely does not hurt.
Yeah, this is the perk of Doinb, just getting such a big lead in the mid lane 1v1, or being able to generate early as we see some damage coming down onto Xiaohu with that ult, with Tivers dropped. Tivers obviously not quite as strong individually as before, but
I like it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a great trade coming in from Doinb. Again, just asserting dominance in that 1v1, not allowing Talia to be able to move to a lot of these plays. That's going to be the goal for Annie moving forward, and it's going to really halt TN's progress if that continues to be successful for NiP. We see TN just kind of hovering in the area, but he's very late to the play, maybe not expecting so much proactivity. It's a nice play from Aki and a nice way to pull back some gold for NiP.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the thing that you'll see sometimes with certain control mage matchups with if the enemy opponent that you're dropping your ultimate nuke on is like someone that wants to roam on a side lane, like against Ryze, against Talia, even against Ahri. If you just nuke them with like Shockwave or even in this case Tivers, it's like they're too low now to make a play on the side lane. They're forced to base, and she didn't have TP, so she would have to take that base, walk back to mid lane. But since that play has passed, Tien has been able to collapse on the bot side, knowing that Aki is nowhere to be found. Playing off of red buff spawn, they're able to brute force their way in now that Xiaohu was able to get the first wave back on map. Stealing the red buff once again. And I have to raise a question here for Aki. This is definitely frustrating. You're getting invaded a lot, you're playing Wukong, you want these resources, you want these camps for yourself. But you have to try and be more strategic about where the enemy jungler is going to be and understand, okay, if they're invading and playing for this prio, I can't try and brute force my way back and contest them outright. I just have to somehow be able to predict where he's going to go and then just look for his camps on the cross trade. But the way that Tien has set up his camps in spawn, it's really hard for him to do that. And it's been a really great setup from Tien so far.
Yeah, this is exactly how you play the Xin Zhao into Wukong matchup. It's very clinical coming in from Tien. You just want to take away as much as possible. You understand that individually you might get outscaled, but as we talked about, I don't think Weibo as a team gets outscaled. Kai'Sa's going to be a really big problem in the back half of the game. Ornn and Rel as a frontline is going to be very difficult to break through with the damage that NiP have at their disposal, but this could be a chance for NiP to pull some resources back, but we could see a full fight here. Look a little pincered. Just going to back off.
It's all in stuff for NiP. Remember, for anyone that is not adjusted yet to the Spirit Blossom patch, there's only one spawn of Grubs now. It does come in at 8 minutes. It counts as a feat of warfare if you get at least 2. And then if you get all 3, you get the 1 Void Might, which is stronger than what 1 Void Might used to be in the last patch, but not as strong as 2 Void Mights. As a gank and collapse from Doinb, no flash from Breathe. I think this guy is dead to rights, and he's just going to sit in the alcove and cry. Doinb will pick up a kill for NiP.
Nice proactive play there from NiP. They continue to play the map better than the Taliyah Xin Zhao, which is never ideal. As Weibo Gaming look to try and make a counterplay on the top side. They're going to stop the back.
But do they cancel the other one? Oh, they throw the E, and they have no idea he was still there, though. And they turn around with the PP God ultimate. Xiaohu had no idea. The flash from Leave aggressively. He knows that there's no way out, so it's only forward to at least guarantee a trade 1-for-1. And we're at 2-2 and 9 minutes.
Crazy trade there from Leave. I don't even think they knew he was there. I think that it just happened to be a bonus in terms of how that fight ended up going, but it's a really nice flash from Leave to be able to turn things around. It's both stuns, actually, the flash and the ghost, expended by the Varus, but we talked about the Varus being very important to this comp. We can talk about Wukong and Nico being really nice setup and Sion, you know, being nice in a side lane. When you're talking about consistent damage on the team, it's just gonna be Leave in the back half of this game to follow up on a lot of those engages. Getting him as much gold as possible here is big, but Tien continuing to grow his lead in the jungle.
Really nice patience from Aki. Xiaohu TP'd in onto the bot side. Did not have flash from the prior fight. But does Aki have enough damage? There it is. Ooh. Crushing blow with the Sheen-empowered proc. That's another kill for NiP.
Yeah, I didn't expect that much damage to come out so quickly. It really felt like Xiaohu was likely going to at least get under tower a bit further. But no, Aki just blows him up and is able to pick up that kill. Really nice for tempo. But looking forward, 25 seconds on Dragon spawn here. I would imagine that this is going to be fully in control of Weibo Gaming. They're going to be first to this almost entirely. It looks like Aki doesn't even care too much. He's pinging topside, so we could be seeing a trade of some early objectives here. No dragon stacking might be happening, depending on what Tien wants to do.
Yeah. The fact that NiP were able to get that 3 grub rotation for themselves means that they have the super strong 1 singular Void Might. So if any of NiP able to make a successful play and then just walk up to a turn and start hitting it, and it will at least give them some extra turret pressure. Doinby on the roam here. Breathe is quite tanky on this Ornn, but he's already chunked to nearly 50% HP. And now
here.
below 50% HP, Doinby should just be able to blow him up, and unfortunately, Airhawk cannot get there in time to equalize the difference.
Yeah, he's just late to the play by a little bit. The flash is a little excessive, but unfortunately, it is going to be Breathe once again getting targeted down on a side lane, but with that pressure that was pulled, it should be a free dragon here for Tien. That's nice to at least stop the stacking. For NiP, they needed a big early lead, and they've gotten it for themselves. I really like the proactivity that they've shown. When you're going into Xin Zhao Taliyah, sometimes it can be a bit intimidating to try to go for a lot of these early plays, but they've done a good job of recognizing that, no, we actually have just as many playmaking tools if we want to use them, and they've used them very well.
I mean, the fact that Doinby is technically up CS on Xiaohu, and he's making far more proactive plays than Xiaohu has been able to make so far on the Taliyah, just goes to show that how well practiced NiP are, at least with this particular pick. If not, Doinby is very practiced. But this is also kind of the MO that Doinby had wanted to do ever since joining NiP back in Split 1. And so far, this is a good start. Now, if we want to allude to later in the stages of the game, that is definitely where... Ooh,
almost.
Yeah,
almost.
That is where NiP tends to have been struggling the most. Even if they do find these early game leads, they're... I don't know, K-Man, you definitely have been watching a little bit more closely NiP series than I have. What's going on in the mid-late game that's causing NiP to fumble the bag?
Well, unfortunately for them, they roll a die before every single game to determine which one of their members will randomly get caught out at 20 minutes. And it's very predictable. Hopefully we are seeing, you know, that roll a little bit better for them today with the lead that they've been able to generate, but it's still only a 1k gold lead, and I will continue to say that I believe the damage profile in the later part of this game does favor Weibo. And so if this game continues to go long, I could definitely see a world where, you know, things get a little bit easier. That gold lead is on Annie, and as much as Annie can be a big disruptor, it can also be pretty easy to kind of avoid a lot of that damage and, you know, more so try and get it on something that's a little bit less valuable on the front line. But Breathe, once again, could be the target here. There's the area, though.
Oh, Breathe had no idea that Searing Charge was going to be his last, as Aki had slinked through the shadows of that alcove rush. Guaranteed that they could get another kill onto Breathe. Tien will at least be able to pick up the wave here, but meanwhile, mid lane, 2v2, Leave is in trouble, burned both Flash and Ghost, trying to run for the hills, but Tien is going to cut him off. That's definitely a feels bad man for the Varus, as he is not able to escape with his life.
Yeah, not entirely sure what he's doing there. We knew that the Xin Zhao was going to be able to collapse. Tali has ultimate up. It's just a little bit aggressive positioning from him, but definitely gets punished. That's a really nice pick for Weibo to get them, you know, at least kind of back into this game. Still only a 1k gold difference. The only concern I have for Weibo is so much of the gold is on Tien, and it's pretty easy to kind of ignore the Xin Zhao as this game gets to go later. I think the gold distribution is much better for Ninjas in Pajamas, but it's really going to be about these objectives coming up now. Rift Herald spawning in 20 seconds. That's going to be really important for both of these teams. We already saw the Grubs, of course, go over to Ninjas in Pajamas, and so it's going to be really interesting. We see the gold graph up on the screen. Going to be solo kill. They've been able to get a lot from Breathe, but Tien doing a great job to pull some back for his own team.
Yeah, but now he's got to be able to pay it forward, right? Whenever you see junglers have this kind of advantage, if he was playing something like an Inferi, oh, hell yeah. You know, I'm sold for this matchup. But Xin Zhao, as you called out already, the usefulness of that advantage tends to teeter off because Xin Zhao is unfortunately just not a 1v9 machine. Wukong definitely fits the bill better, and the fact that Aki, despite some of the early invades that Tien was able to finesse on him and some of the uncomfortable counter jungling he had to experience, he still has found his way into a solid spot. Trinity Force Spike picked up. They're already starting up the Rift Herald, halfway through it already, 2k HP. The collapse is coming in from Weibo Gaming. Aki secures it, but now he's in a very bad spot. Does he have enough cooldowns to get over the wall? He's going to send it with the Cyclone, but Tien falls in the middle of the collapse of NiP. They all funneled into the pit, and no one else from Weibo Gaming was able to help out. Everyone was too far away.
It's a dream fight for Ninjas in Pajamas. They get exactly what they're looking for, which is this small, close quarters fight. You didn't even have to use Nico ultimate. It wasn't even, you know, thought of in that fight. You just needed to be able to get the Cyclone off, and all of a sudden, everybody on Weibo Gaming ends up being a target. It's really, really big for NiP to be able to pick that up and push their lead a little bit further. Not only that, but they are able to get the Rift Herald as well. It's a really great exchange for them, and now all of a sudden, this map has opened up entirely. We talked about Weibo having the potential to control this map with things like Talia, things like Xin Zhao. It's been flipped entirely on its head, and this game is now in the hands of Ninjas in Pajamas for sure.
And just like that, no more individual gold leads for anyone on the side of Weibo Gaming. We're going to take a look back with this replay.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about here. It looks good for Weibo at the start. You're like, oh, we're getting Aki separated from the team, but there's just way too much CC. Light's not able to get into the fight at all, and Tien is entirely separated, and from that point, the moment that Wukong can land ult onto 3 people, there's so much damage coming in from Leave, and even from Aki himself at that point because of all the gold that's been injected. It's difficult to win, but now we see that Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane. They're going to use it as priority for the Dragon.
Already got the tier 1 on the top side, which gave them that 3,000 gold advantage total at this point. A Rift Herald unlocking the mid tier 1 would give them a few extra 100 gold on top of it. Dragon already started up. Tien waiting in the shadows. Trying to get vision down with Weibo Gaming, using the Void Seekers from Light. Not going to go for it. They just give it up, knowing that it would be too dangerous to walk into NiP at this stage of the game. As you called out before, Weibo Gaming, the game definitely gets better the later the game continues on, as long as they can stall it out. And I think that was just a moment where Weibo Gaming say, okay, guys, let's calm down. The game is not over yet. It's hard, but it's not over.
It's never good to lose pressure in the early game, but if I'm sitting there looking and I'm seeing, oh, Annie's got Tibbers and stun, and there's a Varus who can throw ultimate out, and a Wukong who can turn, I'm probably not walking into darkness on the map. It's probably something that I'm trying to avoid as much as possible. So completely agree with the play. No reason to die over second dragon, especially when it's been so delayed to get to that soul. What I need to see from Weibo Gaming now is I need to see some level of proactiveness to pull some gold back somewhere. It doesn't have to be through kills, but it does need to be through map play. They have a really, really good split push comp if they want to try and go for it with things like Talia. You know, even Ornn or Kai'Sa in a side lane can really push quickly. I want to see them start playing the map a little bit better, the macro game a little bit better, just to draw back some of this gold lead and try to neutralize it a bit so that when you do get to some of these team fights, you're not so far behind in terms of the wall.
Sure, and for Weibo Gaming, we know that that is definitely something up their alley, right? But Weibo Gaming has just got to execute it now, and with Xiaohu being the forerunner of dictating the map, we haven't gotten a chance to see him really extend that map pressure. Even though he's been on the bottom side lane multiple times, he has not been able to knock down the tier 1. Meanwhile, Potential play being set up on the top side. Aki is waiting in the wings because they spotted. Actually, they didn't spot because there was
everybody's
blocking out that tri-bush, but Aki at least smells something is up. He's able to get vision of Tien walking through the river. But they bought enough time that Solo Kill says, okay, well, no one's answering me on the bottom side of the map for now, so I'm going to get a tier 1 for free, continue extending the gold lead further for my team, and now that while someone is answering the wave, Solo Kill, does he have TP up?
He does not.
Okay, well,
He does not.
I was gonna see if there is an opportunity for NiP to make a fast play with a TP somewhere, but looks like that's not the case.
I still think this is really great for NiP. We just talked about how Weibo need to control the map, and all of a sudden, you pull enough pressure to allow your Scion to take a tier 1 bot for free? I mean, that's the dream scenario for Ninjas in Pajamas here, but Otacon has spawned on the bot side. Tien is going to be first on this movement. I don't think they're going to start it up here. That would be very risky to force NiP to come into them, but they do understand that Doingby is not here quite yet, and it looks like they are at least going to be walking away from it. Definitely would be a very scary start, so makes a lot of sense. But Breathe now on the top side.
Lands the knock up on a Doingby. He still has flash. He's going to try to flash away from Light, but great searing charge from Breathe. And who better to pick up the gold than Light on this Kai'Sa?
That's exactly what Weibo need to find. They need to find these picks in side lanes that can create gold for their primary carry, which is going to be Light on this Kai'Sa. The cleanse is burned there, which is important for a potential Otacon fight if that does end up happening, but Xiaohu now is going to be taking this topside turret. Important that there is no teleport available. That means that to make this play, they are happy to concede the Otacon. Certainly a bit of an interesting decision, a very aggressive one. We've seen Otacon priority go up massively on this new map, on this new patch, but we'll see if it ends up paying off.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm sold on it, to be honest with you. Like, old Otacon, if you didn't get it, it's like, okay, whatever, it's not the end of the world. To me, Thornbound Otacon seems way more powerful than either of the Otacons that we got in the previous stage. Like, even with the one that you got the res, so you could just kind of hunky-dory play for, play really aggressively for no reason, just to see if you could get some kills on the back end of it. This is a permanent buff. It is an AoE damage and slow that pops off of takedown, and it's very, very easy to just snowball a fight in your favor once you get the first reset off. So we'll see if Weibo Gaming can make it work. Obviously, the gold lead has been, shored up a little bit now. It's no longer the 3,000 advantage. It's just under 1,000, right? So Weibo Gaming, if they can play the map and never engage in these team fights, then you know what? I'm convinced.
I mean, that's a big if that we're talking about for Weibo. I think their game state has gotten significantly worse. I mean, you pointed out this Otacon is insane in terms of what it offers. I think we've seen a pretty ridiculous win rate for the teams that do end up getting it. So we see Ninjas in Pajamas prioritizing this dragon. This would be sole point for them if they are able to grab it here. It looks like it is going to be relatively uncontested as Xiaohu tries to get this tower top lane. He's going to try to trade Doingby as much as he can.
Oh, grab it. Really nice job by Xiaohu. He's okay absorbing the Tibbers because he's got Seraphs on his side, waiting for Doingby to not have the stun preloaded up before he commits for the turret and takes some damage on the back end. There you go. I mean, Weibo Gaming are at least trying to play the map game as much as possible, but they are losing dragons, and as you called out, it's sole point for NiP.
As Flash. He wants to go for it. It is available. They don't want to go for it. I think that makes a lot of sense. You got to be very scared here, but you're right. That's a great play for Weibo. I actually really love that. Giving over soul point is not really that big of a deal. It's going to be difficult to contest that anyways, and to be able to not only pick up that top lane tier 2 tower, but to get all of that gold onto Talia, who can now move it around the map a little bit more efficiently, I think is a really big deal. So it's a nice play for Weibo. They actually have a gold lead, which is really interesting here, as we could see a skirmish as they catch out Aki.
Really good flick on the Aki. That's going to force the Cyclone. Can Tien close the gap? Aki already suspecting that potential, flashing away, but the Weaver's Wall is going to cut him, and a whip becomes lightning into Flash.
Oh,
is it
Aki.
enough damage, though? No! Aki survives. Tien thought that he had it and was trying to walk away from the incoming turret shot. They're trying to hunt for Aki. Do they know that he's in the bush? Did it tag him? It did. It forced him to recall. Breathe. He's going to send it for the searing charge, and the Bellows Breath is what ends it all. Magna Storm under the tower. Doingby's in trouble.
God.
Here comes the re-engage. PP God. Massive pop loss. awesome, but doesn't do enough and only trades 1 for 1 so far. Weibo Gaming still on the assault on the front, but there is the Thornbound Otacon doing work, already finishing off Xiaohu, but Light and Tien are still alive as Tien is going to dash over to a clone, not find another kill, but they're going to get a tier 1 on the bot side, but Leaf during this whole time was just sieging mid.
He wasn't even there! They didn't even have their AD carry for that entire fight, and yet they're still able to walk out of it relatively neutral. It's very sloppy from Weibo Gaming. They just barely aren't able to clean up. Aki and Xiaohu, I think, takes 4 or 5 tower shots throughout that and just kind of dies throughout the process. It's a very, very messy fight, but at the end of the day, it's still gold going into the pocket of Weibo. And now you are looking at, maybe not a big gold lead, but something that, they actually can play out from here on out. Light has 2 kills, and they're starting a Baron.
They know that Doingbeat doesn't have TP. They saw him getting the wave on bot side. I think that is why they're making the call. Solo Kill has a TP as well, but he's already here in the river. He's going to be the first one to face check alongside Aki. No flash on this Wukong.
So low.
Weaver's Wall will cut Aki off, but he can just sneak in with the W clone. And
No
Solo
way!
Kill that steals the Baron out of all people. That's freaking crazy. NiP lose their jungler, but Solo Kill will walk away the victorious one.
We wanted to see the new kid make an impression. Well, he is making an impression in this game. Solo Kill somehow gets in there and gets the Baron, despite both junglers being in the pit with Smite up. I don't even know how that happened. We'll have to go and watch it, but see on the replay here, the Weaver's Wall goes
Slow
down. Oh, no way.
Oh, okay, so Tien didn't even get the Smite off because it was 1300. It was probably just Aki and Solo Kill talking to each other, and they just said burst in, and
yeah,
it worked out.
Hey, and if that's the communication, if that's the team synergy that Solo Kill brings that Shanji didn't to the team, then that's the difference. That's the thing that really gives NiP their advantage. The game was starting to feel like it was getting a little bit out of control for them, but that is a huge pullback. Now they're going to have full pressure on the map for the next 2 minutes, and we'll see what they want to use it for. Dragon is spawning in a minute. Baron buff will be up for that. They'll have full shove in any lane that they want. This is Seoul, so a lot on the line for Weibo, and they could have just seen a lot of their hopes and dreams go down the drain with that one play.
Yeah, I'm not even mad about the call from Weibo Gaming. They almost played everything right. I think it just certain variables like Wukong being able to clone over the wall, Silent having a max HP damage on his W when it detonates. Just some of those variables probably just not being taken into consideration, and NiP are just able to outplay them in that factor. As it called out, 36 seconds before Soul Point for NiP does spawn. Weibo Gaming are struggling to maintain mid-prio with the Baron buff on Ninjas in Pajama's side. And as they retreat into the bottom side jungle, the only recluse that Weibo Gaming has is that they have vision thanks to that crab.
Yeah, I'm watching for Breed's ultimate. That's going to be the big go button, but it's actually Solo Kill going first.
Wow, okay, Solo Kill ultimate canceled by W from Breed, but he's already taken a lot of damage from Leave on the backside, forced to leave. Tries to take a recall here. He has teleport, so he can rejoin the fight, and he still has Call of the Forge God. So ult advantage for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, the teleport's going to come back in, but this darkness, it's such a problem for Weibo because there's so many pick tools for Ninjas in Pajamas. The dragon has started, the dragon is gone.
They're not going to get a chance to get it. Tien is nowhere near. Infernal Soul secured. Solo Kill tries to absorb it, flashes away from the flank, and now he tries to step up with a decimating smash. PP God, it's just a clone. Now Aki initiates with the Cyclone, looking for the backline. Light is forced to flash away. PP God finds the plow, Blossom to follow up as well. Urha falls to leave, and it's all into the backline. Xiaohu and Light, but they get stunned up by Solo Kill, and even though he goes down, he has done his job. PP God and Doiby are still alive, but Tien Lee, he can turn around. He finds another PP God, and now it's just up to Xiaohu. But PP God, the last man surviving on NiP, an absolute bloodbath in the Dragon River.
It's a 4-for-4 in a really tense fight. It's beautifully played by the mid-jungle duo of Weibo Gaming. That felt disastrous for Weibo. It felt like that was the entire game going away in one fight, but They end up being able to pull it back just based off fantastic positioning. Xiaohu does so much damage on the back end of that fight on the Talia. We're gonna get a replay here. This dragon is gone. They're not even able to get in, but they decide to go for the fight anyway. Solo kill ends up being the priority target, but there's no way for them to be able to get on the back line with the Nico clone, with the Scion. This was the problem we were talking about. Aki goes super aggressive to try to get onto Light, but once he burns the flash, he's actually a little bit overextended. A lot of damage is going down, but it's on the Rel, and it's on the Ornn, and so you can see that situation where Xiaohu just has a lot of time to hit, more than maybe people would expect on the back end. Tien ends up going untouched for a lot of this fight. Remember, he's the one with all the gold, and so he ends up being able to pull back quite a bit and ends up being a 4 for 4, but that's still Infernal Soul going over to Ninjas in Pajamas. Not only that, but they add that on top of the Otacon, and now you're looking at all of these permanent buffs, and great, you got a 4v4 fight win, but things don't get easier from this point onwards for Weibo.
The tragic thing for Weibo Gaming is the fact that that fight would have been so winning if they weren't playing against Infernal Soul and Thornbound Otacon buffs that NiP secured for themselves. Because you saw how much of a difference it made in being the finishing touches on Light and some of the frontline members in those resets. So, Weibo Gaming, the fact that they are surviving and still finding a slight advantage despite all of this just goes to show how easier of a game this could have been if they were a little more precarious when it came to that objective control game.
Absolutely agree. I mean, that is the difference maker in the game right now. These two teams are basically even. Weibo actually has a 1k gold lead in the game right now, but none of that matters because there's so many more numbers and stats on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas that were basically given to them for free. But I'm really going to be looking at this Baron. 45 seconds spawning on this. This actually is a good setup for Weibo Gaming, and they're going to try and pick somebody off who's a little bit too far forward. See if they can end up finding a death push situation here, but as long as they control this area, I think things are going to look a little bit more interesting. No shove going on just now that's going to be scary for them.
Summoner Spell rundown. Xiaohu and Light down flashes. Tien down flash. Doinby has his flash available. Lee's flash is coming up in the next minute. So is PP Gods. There's a few members here that, without that Summoner Spell, could be viable targets. And Doinby could be the difference maker, knowing that he has the advantage while the backline of Weibo Gaming does not. Some posturing in the mid lane. Decimating Smash will go wide, as these two minion waves will meet in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, I'm watching Xiaohu on the side here. We're going to see if he steps up and wants to posture more aggressively. Doinby is ready to counter-engage if anybody goes in. Overextended, but Weibo just want priority on this Baron. That's what they're playing for, and they've gotten it.
Urha trying to bait them into the line rush. Good combo! Wow, that was cool. But unfortunately, that's a giant Scion. So he's not going to go down to anything cool like that. Weibo Gaming forced to give up pressure in this mid lane and this riverside. As a base comes out from Xiaohu. Might have had enough gold for another good purchase here. But it's going to give NiP time to now invade the topside jungle and guarantee more of a push here.
Yeah, I think they understand that they can delay this as much as they want. Again, they have those free stats forever, and so they're not super scared of, pushing a little bit too far forward here. The pings are actually going to come down on bot river. Minute and a half on Elder Dragon. It looks like it's going to be a bit more of a standoff until we get that major objective spawning. It doesn't seem like either team wants to fully commit onto this Baron and potentially risk losing the game as we see vision control coming in from Weibo. It's all going to be about the go buttons. Whoever presses theirs first is going to be in a pretty good spot. It's all about whether or not Weibo feel comfortable to pull the trigger.
Sure. And Weibo Gaming have learned from their lesson that just trying to rip a Baron while all 5 members are available, not a good idea. Urha being discovered, not great for Weibo Gaming, as that was a pretty nice flank angle, but PP God and Leave will seek him out. Weibo Gaming now starting up the Baron, trying to bait NiP in. The Weaver's Wall, a little bit more preemptive. Throws Solo Kill and PP God on the other side.
They're
Aki
burning
can still get over the wall. 5k HP. Aki, can he get closer this time? 2k! It is secured by Tien. PP God tries to fall over the Pop Blossom, but the flank from Urha is good enough to buy space. Light now in the 1v3 goes down, but he still has the GA. Xiaohu still has damage. See if he can carry out the fight, but Solo Kill is still alive, and he is massive. Doinby able to find Light outside the GA and kills him, but Tien pops off and is able to survive, finding a triple kill and somehow keeping Weibo in this game.
Tion saving the game for his team. An unbelievable fight from him on the Xin Zhao. Not only is he able to smite down the Baron and secure that for the team, but when Light is going down, when Xiaohu doesn't have the damage, he's able to step up. I want to get a replay of this. Aki is, of course, able to get into the pit. This is a straight up 50-50 with PP God trying to make this on time. Nico ultimate just barely not landing, but Erha just gets full combo down. Morel's not really able to accomplish anything, and Light is on the wrong side of this fight, which is a disaster. It looks like it's over at this point, but the Guardian Angel coming in so clutch for Tien, and we can see the damage really being output here. He's able to burst down, lead with the flash. Gorgeous stuff from him, and then, you know, the Scion is the next to fall. Without that fight there from Tien, I think that game is over, and Elder Dragon is up, and Baron is still available for Weibo Gaming.
This has just been a consistent story of Weibo Gaming having no absolute business of still being in this game, and yet somehow they still manage to find their way in this game. Meanwhile, Breathe, he is getting bursted out. I don't think he's surviving this, but the Weaver's Wall keeps him on the other side of the fight where there's no more damage that can follow up. Breathe doesn't have TP,
burned everything,
but he gets to survive for now. But now it's going to be a 4 versus 5, and Elder Dragon's already getting bursted out. There's a potential flank from PP God, disguised as the Wukong. Tien, can he pull off a miracle? 2k HP, who gets it? Leaf secures it, and now Elder buff is on the side of NiP. Tien will be the first one to fall. No more Baron buff, no more support on Erha for Weibo Gaming, and now it is NiP with the keys to the kingdom. We'll see if they can close this one out from here.
And just as it felt like it was getting back in favor of Weibo, that the pendulum was swinging once again, Breathe gets caught in Bot River trying to get some sort of vision, and they have to burn so much just to get him out alive. It ends up being a 4v5. It's a free Elder Dragon, and NiP are going to be pushing in. Leave is going to be very, very dangerous in this situation with that Elder buff available, but Kaisa, Talia, they are still alive. The front line here of Ornn, they're still alive, and they hold.
17 seconds on Tien. If NiP don't win from this position, I don't know how they will, but they're sending it. Aki onto the backline. Cyclone. There goes Xiaohu. Breathe still tanky. Light is still surviving. They find Aki. No way to defend this, right? Timbers is trying to force Light away from the base. Erha falls. Tien's back up. Hit the Nexus, NiP. Do it! Do it for NiP! And they finally do away with all 5 members of Weibo Gaming and pick up the first win of the series.
What a game number 1. Oh my goodness. That was unreal. Back and forth, multiple throws from multiple teams. I mean, it's everything we wanted to see. We wanted chaos, we wanted flips, we wanted fiestas, and we are getting exactly what we asked for.
My goodness. Well, NiP fans are rejoicing that they are able to at least potentially be on the doorsteps of ending the series win drought, because if I go back through their standings and their week-by-week schedule,
it's been a while.
It's been a while. I'm going to do some math while, if you want to follow up on how great this is for NiP.
Yeah, this is a huge win for them. They have not won a game in quite a long time, as Rafa's going to pull out. To be able to pick up a game against a team like Weibo, who's been white hot as of late. Their only real loss recently has been to Billy Gaming, who brought in their new jungler. I mean, this is huge for the confidence of Ninjas in Pajamas, and to win in the way they did is insane. Oh my god.
They have not won since 8 series ago. They have not won a series since 8 series ago. Their last game win was... Oh, shoot. I have to do this all over again. I lost my place. Uno.
I think it's Top Esports?
Yep, 4. 4 series ago.
Not good, Rafa. Not good.
The past 3 series were 2-0 sweeps. And it wasn't even necessarily like super stomps. There were places where NiP should have won a game, and then they fumbled the bag. But they didn't trip over themselves at the finish line. So NiP fans, rejoice. You know, you're not going completely winless in this series against Weibo Gaming, and this is at least a team that you want to be picking up wins against, because if you can prove that you can tangle with the middle of the pack teams, then that gives you a foundation to build up as you can work your way back into one of those potential playoff spots, right?
Well, you have to remember, we talked about it before, the middle of the pack is a cluster right now. A lot of teams are in that same area, And a lot of those teams are going to get side select. And you definitely want to be one of those teams that ends up being able to get side select and being able to, start off on the right foot in these BO5s. Every win counts, and Ninjas in Pajamas just set themselves up to pull off a really big one today.
Yeah, and I think there is some things that we can really be excited about, just the way that this game was played. Doinby being able to find another champion that can fit his wheelhouse and style of dropping waves early and roaming proactively to get shiz started for his team. And the fact that Aki had a very frustrating and annoying start, like, I've been on the receiving end of playing a Wukong into some early skirmisher that I'm supposed to eclipse in usefulness later the game goes on, but I don't get my farm, I don't get my buffs, and then you try and meet them at a buff that they're taking and they still get it without any punishment whatsoever. That's frustrating. You're falling behind in CS, but Aki recomposes himself, scales up, waits, and plays on good timers as Wukong, aka level 6, or whenever his team has CC set up for him to be able to cash in some extra kills for himself. Aki was not a liability this game, which is great. In fact, he and Solo Kill worked together really darn well to set up the initial engages for the squad. So already, NiP showing one of their best looks in a hot minute.
I couldn't agree more. I think Aki and Solo Kill were excellent in this game. You talk about Aki losing so many resources in the early game. He did exactly what you would train any jungler to do, and that's focus the weak link, focus the weak side tank, and just get, kill after kill after kill. They farmed Breathe in the early game on this Ornn. It was not safe for him. We're seeing it in the highlights. It wasn't safe for him anywhere on the map, and that applies to Aki, that applies to Doinby, that applies to Solo Kill. It was just a great job overall here by Ninjas in Pajamas to identify exactly what they're supposed to do. I say as we see a more proactive play from Weibo Gaming on the top side, but it really fell apart. I think for me, like the game opened up so much at the Grubs fight. That's where things really just started to get out of control for Weibo Gaming. They did a good job to try to pull themselves back in, but having such a mismanaged fight in close quarters really put them behind.
Oh yeah, I think, obviously we gave our flowers to NiP where it was deserved, but I just going to show you how Weibo Gaming kept themselves in this game despite all of the fumbles early on. It just proves that had Weibo not blundered at that Grubs fight, had they not blundered and just giving up Thornbound Otacon for free, and I think you called it during the cast, they willingly did that because they just realized they were not in a position to fight at that point in the game. They needed gold on the side lanes by, kind of injecting themselves with turret money on the side lane split pushing. Imagine if the game was in that state. It's like we go back to the BLG series that they most recently played for Weibo Gaming, where when the early game is good, if not even, then Weibo get to play the map game and then they get to the team fighting stage and they're fine. But when they force things and then they trip over themselves trying to force that more and more, I'm looking at that Azir Poppy game between Tien and Xiaohu. Oh my goodness, what a disaster. And then it just kept hurting themselves over and over because they were like, guys, what did we do? We messed up. We need to get back into this game, before calming down.
Yeah, I mean, it just snowballs. It snowballs out of control. It rolls down the hill over and over again for them. But I don't think it would be crazy to make the statement and to say that Weibo was the better team fighting team in this game. They had significantly less resources and still were able to come out on, even footing in a lot of these fights. They just can't keep shooting themselves in the foot, man. Like, it's frustrating to watch a team that should be more consistent than they are just not be able to bring it down. Again, we talked about how their comp was harder to execute. If that's the problem, if that's the real concern, pick engage. If it's just, we didn't want to play side lanes, we probably should have picked something that was easier to play, 4v4 around Grubs, pick that, if that's what you want to do. But you got to start playing towards these, things that you actually draft for yourself instead of just trying to play the enemy team's comp for them.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is Weibo Gaming's first stage series on the new map, because their last series against BLG was correct. Before we had the map change. So who knows? Like, obviously these teams are scrimming. These teams are trying to adjust to the changes, right? But who knows if that was something that, they just, kind of slipped in their mind. Once you get on stage, things that you're trying to be more proactive about sometimes fall by the wayside in terms of habits. And hey, look at that player of the game to Solo Kill. that's a huge buff to our narrative at the top of the day for the
Oh,
pre-show.
yeah.
Solo kill, being able to pick it up for I mean, listen, the Baron steal probably secured it for him, but even if he didn't get the Baron steal, the way he was playing these fights and pretty much selfishly giving up his life to give up as many great engage windows for this team, exactly what you want to see whenever you put your top laner in Sion.
I mean, this was a perfect Sion game. You controlled the lane early, the Ornn got super far behind, and when you look at the ultimates in the back half of the game, can you even say that Breathe was more valuable than Solo Kill was in this game?
Real.
When Breathe's ultimate is so much better. Like, that's a credit to Solo Kill and what he was capable of doing. I think the chaos he was able to cause in terms of using the Sion passive in team fights as well, especially around that Baron fight, absolutely massive. Really did a great job. I think this was a team effort for Ninjas in Pajamas. I think everybody kind of played their part, but I have absolutely no qualms with giving this a Solo Kill.
All right, well, we'll see if Ninjas in Pajamas can find more circle compositions to draft around going into the second game. But before we take a break and go to our second game of the series, we want to remind everyone at home that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in chat below, to unlock perks like the ability to ask LPL players, interview questions, or seeing your name on screen once a week. And I'm gonna keep saying it every time I do this read. This fancy graphics package is very much thanks to viewers like you supporting us with the Coffee, with YouTube, with everything that you do. We didn't have this fancy shiz back in Split 1. We upgraded, baby. We got a new car, essentially, so it's awesome. So thank you so much. We'll be right back with Game 2 after this break. And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game 2, but before we get into game 2, have you heard about Moa Trainer, a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles? Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. Let's do one right now while we're waiting for the second game. Load up the modules. Which one shall we do? That one. I like that one. Playing around jungler. Yeah. I feel like that should be like a Mario Kart sound or something.
Yeah. Okay, so we see a trade here. Skarner's on bot side. We're level 4. I think we got a fast push here. As Sylas, you've got the lane lead. You want to try and get out on the map. To me, that is that's what I would do personally.
Yeah, and it's an Evelynn matchup. You should not be afraid of getting ganked at this stage of the game. Yeah, fast push. See if you can play around bot lane.
Yup. The more this stalls, the better that gets for Vlad. They make a very good point there. You want to continue to try and pressure out a champion like Vlad as much as you can.
Yeah, he doesn't have strong wave push early on, right? So, like, you shove this wave under the tower, force him to miss creeps, and now...
Ooh, this is tough. You definitely don't move bot, because you don't really have the vision or the priority here. I think warding Raptors is a totally fine call. I'm lucky. We're doing a mid lane one. I can finally participate. I think recalling here is fine. I would probably ward Raptors. Nice. Yep. Yeah, so you have like full lane priority here. There's no reason to go and help out Skarner, who's not really doing anything. And so really the only thing you would want to do here is try to utilize that pressure to get as much vision on Evelynn as possible.
Bot lane was also missing too, so it makes sense. Oh my goodness. I mean, you have Skarner who could move mid. If I'm a jungler, I would rather just base here. But if you have a timer here, you can go on Vladimir because you definitely want to come back to lane.
You definitely got to punish Vlad if he's this far up. I think it would be a mistake to not go on Vlad, or at least to try. I don't think you burn that much time to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, it's just yeah, rest in peace. We're getting word that Sylas hit Scryer's Bloom towards his own side of the jungle. Absolute Chad behavior from the Sylas, but we can see the gank setup here. Vladimir can only pop pool for Skarner, and then the Sylas is a free engage. Even if you don't get much there, you're guaranteed to get a lot of pressure coming in from the just from the gank itself. Vladimir's almost always going to have to burn something there.
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't even expecting a kill. But the fact that, like, they got a kill, I was like, okay, maybe you hope that you burn Flash, and, wow. Do we have time for another one, or are we almost in drafts, Producer Kai?
Ooh,
okay,
perfect. Dodge?
Yeah, dodge. Let's go, Producer Kai. You can do this.
You got it, Kai. Let's go.
I believe in you, King. Oh, Thresh Hook. Bam! Flash. Right out the get-go. Charm goes
no wasting time.
Okay. I don't know where that charm was going.
This Ahri is Iron 4. This Ahri is making some big plays here.
I'm not gonna lie. This looks like my Ahri, bro. Oh man, this is tough.
Yeah, this is not good.
Okay.
Nice flash. Great flash. We're seeing a lot going on here. We do see, potential back into the corner. Thresh, another flash to just go wide entirely. It's Ahri. Is trying her best. This is even
more impressive that Kai is like smurfing it right now. Let's go, King.
Yeah, Kai is popping off. Oh, the point blank flash onto Syndra.
That's some Chad behavior right there.
Absolutely.
I like it. Oh my goodness, now Blitzcrank is involved. Okay, this is where the anxiety like jumps up by 100. Ah!
Oh no, yeah, no, I'd be dead by now. Oh. That was really good, though.
Yeah.
Dude, that definitely beats my high score.
Now, I gotta try this. I have not played Moa Trainer, like, off broadcast yet. It's only just been through the segments. But honestly, the more I see these, the more I'm like, you know what? I could, like, kill a couple hours just doing one of these modules, if not, like, just one, you know? Like, and the fact that there's a lot of useful information. This is not even me glazing the sponsor. This is just, like, honest feedback. So, it just goes to show you it works.
Absolutely. No, I do a lot of the mid lane trainings. They're real. Like, they very much help a ton. Yuumi main. Yeah! Those Yuumi mechanics. Let's go.
Nicely done. Honestly, Kai, though, I think now you're boasting the mechanics that you could play other champions now, too. I know you're a big fan of Nocturne and Rek'Sai in particular, so I don't know. Maybe Kai could be a secret jungler in training. Who knows? But Draft 2 has merged. Weibo Gaming takes to the blue side, and AK Man, the very thing that we have wished for is that NiP, if they win first game, which they did, they get red side, and now Solo Kill gets to have counter pick. Oh my goodness.
We
think, right? I mean, you can't pick Sun, you can't pick Ornn. So top laner tanks that are viable at this stage of the meta are at an all-time low. Maybe Shen. Maybe we get to see the Shen.
I gotta point out, Ryze is up. This is, I believe, the first time this year Ryze has been left up against NiP, and they immediately first pick it. So that goes to show you what the plan on that was. I don't think it's ever gotten through draft or ever gotten through ban phase against NiP, but they just wanted to try and turn that around. It's going to be the Pantheon here for Aki. Again, they want to go for something more aggressive for him. That's clearly the idea. Oh, you've got another idea. You're right.
We've seen Doinby play Pantheon mid. This is a flex pick for NiP. Obviously, in the past, we've also seen Pantheon support. It hasn't really been played that much these days. Ah, damn you, Doinby. You just spoiled all the fun. All right, whatever. We're going back to control mage setup for Doinby, and Aki is, playing the Pantheon most likely.
Hey, I'll say this now. I think the Pantheon game that I remember from Doinby was in the placement stage of Split 2, where he went like 0-15 against FPX. I think that's the one that really stands out in my brain.
I have other grievances with that game. That was beyond the pick itself. There was something fishy in the waters going. There ain't no way. I mean, there's a long ass pause on that one, but still, something was amiss with that game. Anyway. Collusion aside, Weibo Gaming continuing the draft in Game 2. Nefiri picked up for Tien. Also, Misfortune, which is probably the next best ADC you can pick up when things like the Varus are gone and if you want to guarantee early priority in your laning phase. But Ninjas in Pajamas, they're giving Solo Kill the Ambessa. Here we go.
It's no counter pick, but it's pretty good. It's pretty strong, especially with everything off of the board right now. There's not a lot of good Ambessa counters that are left and, easily pickable in this situation. And the ones you are scared of, you can take away right now, like the Renekton. So I really like this. I also really love Victor. I know we're kind of, memeing on, Doinby going back onto a control mage here, but I think Victor into Ryze is a really nice matchup just purely because of the team fight versatility. We talked about NiP having an easier engage style comp to execute on. Victor makes team fights so much easier just because of the area of control he can offer, as opposed to Ryze, who does need to get out on the map. And so, I really like that matchup overall for the Victor as we see. Now, I would expect another, primarily like lane dominant top laning ban coming in here. The Jace obviously makes a lot of sense, but it's the Jhin as the takeaway. They don't want that utility marksman to answer the MF. And
I wouldn't even like playing Shen into this Ambessa matchup because all of her damage is spell-based. So that one, nifty W you get from Shen blocking auto attack damage, Ambessa's just going to be like, okay, cool, I'm going to slash at you with my abilities. And then when it drops, I will, pop my empowered attacks on you. I like that Weibo Gaming took away the Jhin. A lot of these champions want to go forward on the side of NiP so far. Victor definitely plays, midfielder in this front-to-back setup, but Jhin would have just been able to comfortably sit back a screen away, contribute with some curtain call and some utility. NiP still thinking about what could be their lock-in. They're going with a Zeri. Okay, so here's the thing, K-Man. They have left their support up for counterpick. And that is the important thing, because things like Lulu are available. All the enchanter supports that you would want to pair with something like a Zeri are
I don't want
available.
to say it. I don't want to say the one that comes to mind as to what they're leaving up for that R5 counter pick. I don't want to, we don't, you know, we're not bringing anything up right now, but it could actually be the Shen here. You were right. I don't love this matchup for Shen. I don't think it's really all that advantageous, but maybe they just really like where Shen is at in the meta. I think he is in a very strong spot. We see the priority, you know, going over throughout this entire series, but I want to quickly touch upon the Zeri. Hyper carries, I think, are going to really increase in play rate on this new patch, on this new map. I think we're going to be entering a phase where it's a little bit more valuable to just kind of go late and try to play for these 5v5 team fights, especially if you can set up really well around Otacon. So interested to see that, but it's the Shen and the Nautilus, and then it's an Engage support. It's the Alistar actually rounding out the comp for NiP. I've been pretty critical of Engage support plus Zeri in the past, but I can understand why you would want it in this comp.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Zeri is probably the one outlier because you don't get a lot of benefits working with something like an Alistar, right? But I think the only, like, theory I can think about why they picked Zeri for Leave is there's not that much reliable CC that was drafted for Weibo Gaming up until that point. But now that you have this Nautilus, you can always throw the Depth Charge. The Nefiri can then more reliably easily follow up on that. So the more as we look at how this draft evolved, I'm not really a fan of the Zeri, but I guess they just wanted to give something to Leave that he'll feel like he'll have agency in terms of carry these fights. But you're right, like with Alistar works with everything else in this composition. It's not the best fit for NiP overall, but as you called out, the fact that we're getting a Shen in this game is still exciting, even if it's not necessarily the greatest matchup into the Ambessa.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm not a fan of either of these drafts. I think both of them are pretty difficult to execute. I don't really know if there's a ton of synergy between them, but it's really going to be about the execution. When specifically you're looking at Weibo Gaming potentially trying to get themselves back in the series, you got to use the Rise, and you got to use the Misfortune. You got to be able to get out on the map and, you know, really create there. If they're not able to do that, I think they're going to be in a really bad position. You know, I don't think NiP necessarily scale quite as efficiently as maybe you would want with the Zeri Victor comp, just with the way that they're set up, but still a lot to play for.
We'll see how the story unfolds as we hit the rift for Game 2 between Ninjas in Pajamas and Weibo Gaming. God, that skybox is so freaking cool, man.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，免四。
Damn,
All
this
right.
stadium's got like some ambience to it.
I
think
know.
these are like some really wide open ceilings because the voices just carried throughout like it was an amphitheater.
Well, you'd like to imagine that after that game one, everybody's amped up. Everybody's ready to go.
True. True.
I'm certainly excited for this one. Like I said, I'm not really a huge fan of the cohesion of either of these drafts, but that honestly makes it a little bit more fun to watch and just see where a lot of these leads end up being generated. I think Doingby is going to be massive for the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. I love Victor into Rise as a matchup because, again, I just think your goal is so much simpler. So it's really going to be up to him to generate some leads. But if Xiaohu can get out on the map and create advantages himself, that's going to open up everything for Weibo Gaming. I'm really going to be watching the mid lane here.
I will say this, even though if the 5 versus 5 compositions don't necessarily mesh holistically, there's a lot of cool combos that work really well together, right? Shen loves to ult jungle carries that want to go in. Like, Nefiri loves having a Stand United on top of as Shen can get a guaranteed delivery system since your ultimate is a point and click. I mean, this is practically better Nocturne since Nefiri is just so overloaded right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely synergy in both comps. I'm certainly not trying to say that neither have win conditions or interesting mechanics.
I'm in full agreement with you. I know exactly what you're saying. So I think it just comes down to both of these teams trying to play off of those combos, right? I mean, Aki can at least engage with something like the Ambessa and set up that guaranteed public execution. PP God will still be one of the main frontline engages as we go later into the game. And Weibo Gaming, even though Misfortune doesn't necessarily love having a lack of AoE CC on the side of Weibo Gaming. If you hit a nice ultimate on Nautilus, it'll work.
Yeah, and I was already talking about how mid lane's going to be so crucial. It's going to be interesting to see if either of these junglers can get a successful gank off early. I think that's really going to tip a lot of the game in their favor, but specifically for Aki, I'd love to see him be very aggressive around level 3 or level 4 when it comes to his pathing in this game in particular, because the earlier you can get your lead for Ninjas in Pajamas, the better in this game, especially to try and shut down that pressure that Misfortune can get in the bot side.
Well, he is pathing towards the top side of the map. We'll see if he decides to drop this red buff, which is the last camp that he's got after he takes these Krugs, to see if he can find a unconventional Tiber to catch Breathe off surprise here, but doesn't look like that'll be the case. And the fact that Tien is slightly faster on the clear thanks to being Neferi versus Pantheon, who doesn't clear nearly as fast. He's going to get the first crab on the bottom side of the map. Tien's still working through, or not Tien, Aki's still working through the red buff, so Breathe has plenty of time to get this wave shoved in and back off before Aki is a threat.
Yeah, I'm not going to say this is a gigantic mistake or anything like that, because I don't believe that, but I worry about waiting for the mid game to try and power spike here as we see a trade in the bot side. PP God going in, but it's going to take a lot of his health. It's just so hard for Alistar here, but this is the problem for me when it comes to NiP's comp, is Pantheon wants to make a lot of this action happen. He doesn't really have the lanes to facilitate that in the early game, so it's going to be interesting to see what he himself can create as a player, but Tien is going to have some pressure on the top side, and he's going to use it to potentially look up here and at least get some vision.
Yeah, I was a fan of Aki starting the Raptor as the very first camp so we could get the respawn off of it. He almost lost it to Tien just because Tien clears so fast on Neferi compared to Pantheon, but at least Aki, despite not getting either the two crabs, he's at least able to continue accelerating his camps that he has set up to spawn faster because he delayed his buffs to be the last things he takes on either quadrant, right? Meanwhile, Breathe getting super close to actually getting a solo kill on solo kill right now.
Yeah, that's the power of Shen. This is, we're definitely seeing the buffs come through in terms of how this champion operates. I think this will get better for Mbessa the longer the game goes, but for now, it does look to be quite bad for solo kill, and a lot of these lanes still going as expected.
Even though we said that we don't like necessarily the matchups specifically and how some of these abilities interact with each other, Shen is just overall stronger in the laning phase than Mbessa is, right? Mbessa wants to wait for level 6 before she gets access to Omnivamp. She's playing for her first spike as well as her second spike before she feels like she's a lot stronger in the side lane. So, as you said, we think and believe it will be better for the Mbessa later the game goes on, but at least Breathe is using the power of these Shen buffs coming in through right now as Leave, wow, showing up. I'd imagine in Breathe's case, he was very surprised, like, oh, okay, well, cool, there's a Zeri here, guys. What's going on?
This is what we're seeing from a lot of teams, especially after the new patch and the new map, where a lot of them are very happy to give over this first dragon. I find that pretty puzzling. From my perspective, I feel like this is a very strong objective on the map, and for a lot of teams, they're happy to swap their AD carry up to the top side and, willingly give it over to establish pressure there and just try to get as much as possible to set up for Grubs, which of course spawn about 2 minutes after. So, I can understand the idea behind it with Grubs being so strong, but it looks like NiP are going to be happy to take that trade now, something we would have seen a little bit more familiar a patch ago.
I mean, I like what NiP did with the trade. Yeah, they lose first dragon, but they guarantee Leave better priority in this lane. He's able to get his first turret plate of the game, since he's definitely not getting that against the Misfortune Nautilus lane. You saw how, aggressive and oppressive it was trying to get pushed in that setup so far. So the fact that Breathe was not quite, high on HP, he couldn't combat Leave in that lane. Leave is accelerated just a little bit in gold. He's going to get a base, and now, more than likely, swap back to the bottom side of the map. I'm a liar. They're going to still continue to play towards the top side. I mean, I was expecting them to just continuously evade the Misfortune and just try to put Leave in a side lane where he's able to get decent farm. But maybe they now feel safe enough that they can match this lane.
Yeah, I think it's just very difficult to pull that off while also maintaining pressure over the objective that they're looking for. Because that's really the priority here on the top side, is regardless of the shove, you've got to make sure that Leave and PP God are going to be available for this Grubs fight that is inevitably going to happen. With how strong that objective is on the current patch, you just have to be available for it, and even if you're going to be down in resources to do so, It's kind of just been the way that things go. We're seeing both junglers path to the top side now. It is going to be spawning in 10 seconds. We'll see how early they want to try and prioritize this. Aki actually going to be going for blue buff first, and so that should allow full priority over to Weibo Gaming to at least set up around it. They've already got some vision control, but WBG should be able to answer that pretty easily.
Yeah, and Aki can always sail in with Grand Starfall. As long as NiP are there with numbers, at least NiP have the means to respond to it. Tian is already the first one onto the grubs. Aki is circling around and going for camp resources instead. Will at least take these raptors away. Won't get a chance to threaten mid lane, as already you saw WBG going for a similar strategy as we called out before. Control mage versus roaming mage. Throw out the ultimate, try and force them to base. Xiaohu already TP'd back to lane, so WBG now has a choice. He's already using it to TP back to himself in the mid lane. But during this whole time, no one from NiP can really respond to the grub take, so it is all 3 grubs going into the hands of Weibo Gaming.
It's just such a curious decision on my front, and we're going to see Weibo attempt to try and take advantage of PP God being potentially alone under tower here.
Death charge on a level 5 Alistar. No level 6 ulti available. That's an easy dive. First blood goes over to Weibo Gaming.
I just don't really know what Ninjas in Pajamas are doing right now. They've given over Dragon entirely for free, for no contest. They've given over all 3 grubs for free, no contest, just to take some camps on the bottom side. You're not even up in CS on the Neferi in terms of how things have gone. The Pantheon is neutral in gold. You use teleport for Mbessa on the top side to presumably try and dissuade a further dive onto leave, but they were already backing away. It just feels like NiP is behind every single play right now, and Weibo's controlling the entire map. They've already got a 1k gold lead. It's not even 10 minutes in.
It's almost like NiP, or at least a few members, are playing this game 2 like they have the same champions from game 1, but it's not quite the case here, you know? Unfortunately for WBG, he's not playing a champion that can roam and create action on the side lanes, which is exactly why NiP were able to get their lead in the first place. He was dropping waves and willing to, you know, look for plays with Annie Flash Tibbers. Aki was farming a lot on the Wukong. He's doing a lot of farming here, but he's playing Pantheon, and as you already called out, I mean, this is a champion that doesn't necessarily get better with every spike. Obviously, he's been buffed and he's a lot better than he used to be, but still, you want to be proactive with this champion. You want to look for empowered W stuns. You want to use your Grand Starfall and create a numbers advantage on an instant notice.
Yeah, and we're seeing that proactivity go to Weibo Gaming. Tien actually sitting here, could potentially look for something, but he is on vision. He knows he's here, so
yeah.
Don't imagine this is an easy play for him. Smite is going to go down in favor of Aki, but
listen, Aki, you can throw out the question frog emote all you want, but right now you gotta answer for the objective game that Weibo Gaming has control over for you guys on NiP. So, you know what? Trying to maintain the boldness and the confidence right now, I like it, but if I don't see a Grand Starfall used for some proactive measure, whether even if you're just burning summer spells, I don't care. Use that thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got to do something on the map. Like, eventually you got to make a play. You got to pull the trigger, and it just feels like this team feels comfortable with the fact that they've got Victor and they've got Zeri, and they can play for some late fights. But the problem is, I don't know if their comp is really all that, you know, well-suited to playing front-to-back 5v5s. You really have no way to keep your carry safe, and you know, Victor, at the very least, is pretty immobile, and you've got some engaged threats on the other side. Ryze is going to be able to create some havoc. Shen's going to be able to dive in on the Neferi. I don't think this is as clear-cut as maybe they think it is at the current moment, and it's really costing them, because if they're not fighting over objectives now, when? Like, when does this get better for them? I just don't really see that. So I need this proactivity to start, and I especially need the picks to start rolling in. Again, that Grand Starfall is going to be super huge for Aki if he can just find a place to use it.
And the benefit of the doubt I can give for why he hasn't, like, looked for something proactively after level 6 is making sure to not play away from Breathe's lane, because if you play to, like, bot lane or mid lane, and Breathe is not being held accountable by solo kill, he can stand united, and then that makes the play, you know, a little awry. But I would then encourage you to play with solo kill. Dive Breathe on the top lane, or try and play towards this lane, which is exactly what Aki's now trying to do with the push in. Meanwhile, bot side, yeah, that's leave going down, and now Ninjas in Pajamas have to force this. WBG is here, even though he's a Victor, he's willing to drop waves and roam to the top side of the map
going to take
force
forever.
this 3v1. Breathe is waiting on this minion wave to come in. Teleport is now coming in for Xiaohu, and they can answer, and Ninjas in Pajamas are just forced to back off.
What is happening? Ninjas in Pajamas are 30 seconds behind everybody else in the entire game. They're playing with monitor delay. Like, I just don't know what's happening. They're trying to set up a dive on the top side. They have absolutely no wave, and so their AD carry just dies in the bot lane for no reason because there's no protection, and you get absolutely nothing for it. On top of that, you've given them 2 dragons, 3 grubs. There's no answer. This game is spiraling out of control. The Gold League does not tell you how big of a lead Weibo have right now. They are just a couple of fights away from this game being in a really bad spot for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's go time now or never. They have to start making decisions.
Yeah, we can look at the gold advantage, and, you know, people might be confused, like, why are we freaking out? It's only like a slight under 2,000 gold advantage. Just look how the map state has devolved for NiP. They're losing pressure on all these objectives. They haven't really fought with the early agency that you get with something like a Pantheon, and the one window that you should be hoping for is at least trying to help leverage this Mbessa. Now, she has an Eclipse now. Maybe they can go for something. Okay, there we go. NiP. See that Breathe is isolated in a 2v1. He tries to flash away, but Leave will commit the ultimate and going forward under the tower.
No
as
way.
Breathe is still surviving. That definitely took a while, but Ninjas in Pajamas got it done.
Yeah, but they get the full tower top lane for it, which is still very much worth it. I'm glad that they're making proactive plays, but you have to wonder if it's a little too late. You're going to be able to get some gold onto Leave here, which is, you know, the most important thing for moving forward in this game. But you've got the Rift Herald spawning in 30 seconds. You have no setup for that at the moment. They should just be able to walk to it for Weibo Gaming, and NiP trying to take more and getting caught out.
Oh, NiP, you took way too long on the dive. You cannot overextend for a play like this. Aki already paying the price for that. Force the flash over the pit. Just trying to see if he could double dip his hand into that cookie jar and see how many resources he could get. And now Weibo Gaming, understand that there is a Pantheon without flash. There's still not a dragon coming up in the next 2.5 minutes, but Rift Herald's on the table in 2 seconds. Grand Starfall was used, came in. I'm thinking this is a free Rift Herald for Weibo Gaming.
There's no way to contest this. If you are Ninjas in Pajamas, this is gone as long as Weibo want to invest the resources into taking it. You brought Misfortune mid lane. I imagine that will be the call here. There's nothing else to take on the map either. Rise can't push forward here. Xiaohu can't really try and contest Doingbi. And so this should just be the start of the Rift Herald, and it will be by TN. We actually do see Pantheon trying to make his way here, but it's a very dangerous fight to take if you're Ninjas in Pajamas.
One grace that NiP has, I don't know if they know this, but Urha is actually on recall. Unfortunately for NiP, I don't think they know that, because they are not approaching it like Urha is in base. So, Rift Herald, safely secured for the side of Weibo Gaming. The only thing that they're losing is a little bit of a push on bot side, and Xiaohu doesn't have TP, but if he needs to answer it, oh, it's not even, I saw 2 blue champions. I was like, okay, yeah, that's Xiaohu going bot, but it's Breathe. He didn't even have to TP to the wave. He lost a little bit of minions, but that's totally fine in Weibo Gaming's case.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take that every day of the week. They're getting every objective for free. I can't highlight that enough. There's not been a single objective contest in the entire game. Not even an objective trade. I mean, if you technically count trading red buff for an objective, as Leave just sits here, queuing minions, taking a little bit of health. Funny to see no movement coming in from the NiP AD carry, but you were hopefully going to see some movement coming in from the mental of NiP at some point. They were able to get a Game 1 win and a Game 1 lead early on because they were so proactive on the map. That's just all gone away. They're playing so slow and so scared. Looks like they want to try to make a play here, but it's a very, unlikely play unless TN just kind of runs in there baselessly, which I don't think he's going to do. He's going to makes his way down.
I think the saving grace for NiP is basically saying we're putting all of our eggs in the 2-item spike basket. Once our carries have 2 items, we're flipping a fight. If we get something good off of it, it's great. Meanwhile, actually, we're going to take a fight earlier. Stand United comes in. Light is in trouble, but he's got 2 shields for the price of 1 fight. And now the bullet time is a great angle to shred through Aki. PP God is overextended. Here comes Solo Kill. Maybe he can make the difference. Look at Solo Kill going! He sliced up 3! He sliced up 4! No way! Is he gonna get a pentakill in the second series? No, not quite. It was only a triple kill. Leave got the 4th one, but NiP off the back of solo kill coming in with the Mbessa save the fight.
We were waiting for that Mbessa power spike. I think we got there, Rafa. I think we found the Mbessa power spike. What a teleport from solo kill. That fight looked lost for Ninjas in Pajamas. It was a great start to the fight. Light has so much damage right now available to him on this Misfortune, and he's able to put out so much of it at the start of the fight with the Shen ultimate on top of it. But the moment that Mbessa gets there, all of the resources used to peel are gone, and she's just able to completely shred through the backline of Weibo Gaming. We see the start here. This is a great Shen ultimate coming in here. Light's able to do a ton of damage at the start. It's a great flash to reposition, but because the flash is used and, you know, is there to set up the bullet time, when solo kill does get this big flank off and a great ultimate from him, he's got 3 lines to the backline here. Both of the carries are just gone immediately. It's a beautiful play from Ninjas in Pajamas, and we talk about all of those objectives going over in favor of Weibo Gaming. Maybe they don't matter if you can get all of the gold onto your priority bruiser on the top side.
I mean, it was the one fight that they needed to win, right? I mean, we were expecting them to wait until 2 items collectively across the board. They're able to spring it further on 1.5 spikes, and the fact that NiP flipped big on it is huge for them, because now it keeps them available. Meanwhile, Leave has Flash and Barrier available. He's gonna get the solo kill onto Light, but should go down in this.
Everyone's here. He's killing Era.
Yeah, he still has Flash available, and now Breathe is gonna follow him over the wall with his own Flash. All right, that's the end of the Leave train right there. He was definitely cooking though, and it looked fun.
He was absolutely cooking. What a fight from Leave. That was really well played from him. He almost got a 2-for-1 double kill there, which would have been pretty fantastic. Still, he's able to pull back some gold. That Misfortune, if I am to be believed, had a shutdown available, which is really nice to claim if you're Zeri. And we're talking about ways for NiP to continue to build their way back up in this game, because even with that one fight, it's certainly not favored for them at this point moving forward. But that's exactly how to do it, getting gold on Mbessa and specifically getting gold onto Zeri. It's really going to make things a lot easier. I want to see the replay. Leave just spots out Light alone in the lane and decides to just go all in here. He has so much damage with that item power spike on the Zeri, and doesn't matter that Erha is here. In fact, the moment that Erha gets here, he's got to start being concerned, because the damage is absolutely real. He would have died here if his team had not helped collapse. It's a good flash, but Breathe ends up follow flashing, and it's a kill. But you got to give credit to Ninjas in Pajamas for staying aggressive. This is what we wanted to see. We were just saying, we're tired of them playing slow and safe. Here you go. Take a 1v1.
Leave answering the call. He had 2 items on that Zeri, and he knew that Light had no summoner spells from the previous fight, and said, all right, time to find out, you know? And he found out that he was able to duel an AD carry that cannot stand still and use ultimate in a 1v1 duel like that, you know? That's pretty cool, but awesome for, like you said, NiP. At least individuals are trying to leverage some of this agency that they are given, and I think that's like the one thing that you can at least say about this Zeri being picked in. We don't necessarily really see the vision matched up with the support and, you know, a lot of these pieces with the composition, but Leave probably said, I want to be able to have an AD carry that can force 1v1s and beat a Misfortune by herself. And boom, there you have it.
Yeah, and we were talking about how hyper carries, I think, are getting a little bit stronger on this current map, because it's pretty inevitable that you're going to be getting some of these 5v5s, these front to backs, if you want them. And we're seeing that here with Zeri, but it's going to be Weibo starting up on the Otacon. Ninjas in Pajamas, they've been giving over almost every objective. Is this going to be the same?
You definitely don't want to give up this one, at least for free. Teleport is coming in. Solo Kill is going to join the fight. He was massive in the previous teleport. Can he do it again? Tien already forced to use the W. PP God is super deep. Aki goes on to Xiaohu, chunking him to about 50% HP. Breathe using the Stand United. And guarantees that Xiaohu is still relatively healthy.
Flip.
2k HP. It's a big flip. Who's going to get it? Aki secures it. That's massive for NiP. Tien is able to get the first reset, but they're held down by the solo kill public execution. He flashes forward, finds the backline. Xiaohu trying to stay alive. Tien falls. Xiaohu falls. Another triple kill, this time for Leave. And NiP are starting to roll ahead with the game.
They just play it better. They do a great job of getting Tien out of the pit in order to secure Otacon, and then they give so much room for Leave to free hit on the back end of all of that fighting. Solo Kill has been absolutely massive this game on the Mbessa. You have to give a big shout out to the new addition, and we're gonna get a full replay of what exactly happened here. We see Aki end up going in, but we can see a really nice disengage from PP God onto Tien to not allow him to try and get that 50-50 smite. It's beautiful. He sacrifices his life to do so. But from this point onwards, they have to worry so much about solo kill. We see Aki solo kill jumping on the backline, and Leave is untouched. That Zeri free firing throughout the entirety of that fight. Gorgeous stuff from NiP. The execution is off the charts for them right now.
We had a lot of questions about NiP's passiveness in the first 10-15 minutes of the game. We were questioning, are these objectives being given up all worth it? And you know what? NiP are making us eat our words now. They are proactively acting upon the spikes that they got in that mid game. They have not missed with a single fight so far ever since taking one. And even though there's been definitely trades that Weibo Gaming have been able to pick up for themselves, it's still NiP with a pretty sizable gold lead. And the fact that now they have 2 dragons back-to-back, both of them being mountain, some of the resistances that are going to come in for the side of NiP is going to really help, considering that when you look at Weibo Gaming's damage profile, it's very inconsistent.
Yeah, kids, I don't recommend giving over every major objective in your solo queue games at home. I don't think that's necessarily a great strategy, but when you can play fights as well as NiP has been able to play them out, yeah, it turns out it ends up working out. We see some objectives coming up. Baron's going to be spawning in 50, but they're looking for more proactivity. It's just a little bit over-eager there from Aki on the Grand Starfall. Nothing to find on the top side of the map as Weibo try to pull something back. But again, Baron's going to be that next big objective in 40 seconds. That's where this vision priority is going to be going for both of these teams. It's why they wanted to try to get something on this side of the map right now. If you can get that priority around Baron, things open up quite a lot. But that gold lead that Weibo had for basically the entirety of the early game, it's gone. And almost all of it now is on the Zeri, which is to be terrified about.
Yeah, both the Zeri and the Mbessa are pretty much 2,000 gold above their solo laners. And the reason why the Weibo Gaming gold deficit isn't as grand is because at least some of the gold advantage is back in Tien and Xiaohu's pockets. But trying to set up a death trap right now in Fog. NiP don't necessarily know that they're all waiting here. Ooh.
Very close. I liked the look from Weibo there. I liked the idea. They wanted to try and get a pick somewhere before this Baron. They want to force NiP to come to them. That's where they feel like they're going to be at their best with the Misfortune. Bullet time, the potential in the Fury, re-engaging. They want to try and catch somebody overextended. They're going to look once again here on the top side.
The fact that solo kill has not shown yet. He knows that something was amiss. Tien at least closes the distance with that first cast, and now Breathe able to follow up. The Shen delivery system works. Shutdown goes over to the Shen. What can NiP do on the cross map? Doinby is going to now commit to pushing on the bottom side. Should be able to get this tier 2.
Yeah, pings are coming down on Baron. That's definitely the call. Weibo has started up. The tier 2 is going to be gone in the bot lane. We'll see if he has enough time to teleport in after he ends up taking that tower, or if he wants to full commit to the split push. But this is big for both teams.
TP is committed from Doinby. 5k HP on the Baron. Death Charge used to stop. Aki goes in W, but he's focused on the Breathe instead. Baron is secured for Tien, but now it's all about getting the hell out of there because Leave is supercharged with the Zeri. Here comes Aki cutting off their escape route to the left. I don't think you're getting out if you are Weibo Gaming. Tien was the only survivor unless Light! He's stuck through the shadows! Oh my god!
Secret Agent Light! He's out of there!
Hang on, everyone in chat. 07 to Xiaohu, he gave his life. He distracted NiP to the right and made sure that Light was able to escape.
Oh, a very chaotic fight. We're going to get a replay of it here. This is a little bit of a deep teleport from Doinby, but I understand he doesn't want to be right in the middle of the action. Unfortunately, Breathe just goes way too deep, way too quickly, and ends up getting completely blown up. The 4v4 ends up turning into basically a 4v3, and there's just no way from that game state that NiP are ever going to be able to try and deal with that. It's a great flash from PP God to be able to get Xiaohu. We see Light able to get out on the back end, of course, but it's a nice flash from Xiaohu to actually pick up a kill there as well. We didn't notice that with the Light escape, but still a huge win for Ninjas in Pajamas, regardless of the fact that they gave over the Baron, which is still on, Weibo Gaming here. They are going to have some time to be able to get that done, but, overall, still a lot to work for NiP, a lot to go off of.
The fact that Weibo Gaming were able to pick up a lot of the early objectives this time is still keeping them relatively in striking distance of NiP, but the Thornbound Otacon being secured makes it very difficult in these fights, and the fact that this Zeri is so far ahead and significantly feeling more impactful than the Misfortune, because there's so many ways for NiP to disrupt this MF. They're trying to play with their Baron buff and look for a tier 1 on the bot side, but NiP say,
they're just taking the inhib.
We'll take an inhibitor tower instead. Sure, go ahead, take our tier 1 bot side.
Now it's Weibo's turn to be making the very questionable decisions. Inhibitor for tier 1, not a great trade in terms of the impact on the game. Tien is now behind enemy lines as well. We could see a flank opportunity here. This would be a very aggressive engage from Weibo, but it is possible with the Rise ultimate if they really want to go for it with that dragon up.
They have decent vision all through bot side, which was given to them thanks for them playing through priority and knocking out that tier 1. But this dragon is burning down rapidly. Solo kill waiting for an angle to be opened up here. Dredgeline goes wide, good by PP God. Puns Tien away, that guarantees the dragon being secured. And now Grand Star fall to the back line. They have to keep Hockey away. Death charge right on top of Pantheon. Solo kill, finds line into the back line. He flashes away, solo kill, forced to flash. PP God gets taken out by a stray rune. And Xiaohu is trying to keep his distance here. He has to hold his ground, looking for Doinby first, but he pops the stasis, buys time. Good Dredgeline right on top of Leave. Can he do it? No! Xiaohu pops him. Breathe, still alive. Doinby looking for the kill, but it's a Realm Warp out of there. And NiP are now looking for stragglers as Solo Kill has TP'd back, but everyone from Weibo Gaming runs for the hills.
A very big fight there for Weibo. It might not feel like a big win for them, but that is definitely a nice fight for them overall. Really a lot kind of going right for them. The problem is that they're so far behind now, and the gold is on such perfect members of NiP that even in a perfect fight, things look a little bit more dicey. We're going to get a chance to see it here. This is once again a fantastic job by PP God to keep Tien out of the pit, to not allow this to ever turn into a 50-50, but because Leaf has a hard time getting in at the start of this fight, and because we see Aki going in way before the rest of his team, this ends up actually turning into what is essentially a 5v4. Now, Solo Kill ends up buying so much time on the Mbessa for Leaf to be able to start taking over this fight, and Doinby does a great job to be able to keep moving, but it's a ton of damage also coming down from the side of Weibo. A great stasis from Xiaohu to really keep things alive. That really changes the fight, and the Realm Warp, once again, coming to the rescue, coming in clutch for Weibo to get them all out. Look at the damage charts, though. Holy.
Sheesh. I mean, the fact that Light is able to get a decently channeled bullet time is what allows him to actually still feel impactful in that fight, because then afterwards, he is kiting and running for his life, and Leaf is still able to pump out more damage than the EM in terms of the auto attack weight. Now, 3 minutes before Mountain Soul spawns for the side of NiP. Small gold advantage, according to the numbers, but we know in terms of the stats, in terms of the Thornbound Otacon buff that has been with NiP since they secured it and stole it away from Weibo Gaming, it has given them a much more significant edge. And we look at how well the scaling has come online. I mean, credit to NiP. They flipped the game at the right time. They've stalled the game long enough, and now, you know, this Zeri is massive. This Victor is massive. This Mbessa is massive. And all Aki and PP God have to do is just create space.
Yeah, I think the important thing to point out here, Leave is not only 4,000 gold up on Light, he's also 2 full levels up on Light as well. He's level 17 to Light's level 15. This is a very difficult endgame to play out if you are Weibo Gaming. This Misfortune does not even have that level 16 ult just yet. Wouldn't be surprised to see NiP feel really aggressive around this Baron spawning in 10 seconds because they want to try and push this advantage while they can, but this is a gigantic lead for Leave, and he really has been the key man and the man to watch throughout the rest of this game. If Leave can free hit in a fight, it's basically over for the side of Weibo. There's no way for them to be able to combat that. And we're looking at this now. They are already scared to walk in blind to a lot of these places because they're just so scared of getting popped by Doinby, by, you know, even Leave if he has the ability to get a couple of autos off, but it's never a good sign when your mid laner's level 18 and your bot laner's level 15.
Weibo Gaming really relying still on Xiaohu and Tian's individual advantages to be the difference makers in this fight. Baron has been started up, 8,000 HP,
Realm Warp.
I don't think anyone got a chance to go in there. Breathe is the only one that's in. 900 HP. Aki secures to the rest of Weibo Gaming, trying to just struggle getting through PP God, and now Leave is ready to press the assault here. Aki backs him up. Breathe is the first one to fall. Bullet time. Decent damage onto the backline, but it's not enough to carry the fight through. Solo Kill and Aki are able to just blitz through the front line, wipe out the backline, and everyone is gone from Weibo Gaming. Definitely show the cam on Solo Kill because he is helping make the difference for NiP.
And that's going to be NiP taking this series 2-0 as they march down into the base. A fantastic team fight as the Inhib responds. Some clutch performances today, none more so than their new top laner, and I'm feeling good about this new look Ninjas in Pajamas.
In their second series with Solo Kill, Ninjas in Pajamas pick up a massive win, sweeping Weibo Gaming.
Absolutely gorgeous stuff. Really excited to see how they ended up playing out that series. Just everything you wanted to see. I get that I was really critical, really vocal about how I was like, yeah, don't give over those objectives. You don't want to give over 2 dragons and all the grubs and Rift Herald without any contest. They had so much faith in their ability to win the fights when it mattered the most, and that's exactly what they did. They went out and they were able to win the fights that really mattered. And when you're looking at a team like Ninjas in Pajamas that's not been able to find any success as of late, that's what you need to do. You need to have confidence in yourself, to trust that you are as good as you believe that you are, that you can go out and beat a team of Weibo's caliber.
Yeah, even with the composition that they drafted, somehow they are able to make me feel nostalgic about Split 1 all over again. They have a top laner that is actually, getting resources and making big plays in these fights, getting super accelerated. Leave is proving why he was considered one of the top 80 carries in our regular season during the first split. Doinby, even if he's playing a control mage, he's willing to drop waves. He's willing to flash forward, give his life just to create even additional space in those clutch moments so that the rest of Weibo Gaming are not focusing Leave or Solo Kill when it's up to them to carry out the fights. Doinby is not trying to be the clutch factor in the last man standing. He's ready to die, 0-7ing the rest of his troops and saying, I got you, fam. I will go in there, I'll flash for an extra laser just to say, look at me, guys, and then boom. The amount of times that Doinby was playing the most selfless victor I've ever seen, off of this performance, I think fans can maybe believe that NiP are back.
Hey, I think it's this was classic NiP, and I believe that if you're looking at this in a vacuum and you're looking at this series and saying, okay, I believe we can get this every single game, they're back. Absolutely, because they were back today. And that is the important part, to know that is there, that is in them to be able to pull out is absolutely ginormous for them. A player I really want to give a big shout out to is PP God, who I think we haven't talked about a ton across this split. He really hasn't been somebody that we've mentioned or brought up. He was integral to their success in that game number 2. Not only obviously zoning Tien, but pulling so much aggro. A lot of those flashes, he got 3-4-man knockups on the Alistar really consistently in a lot of those fights. And so I really want to give him a shout out. It was just everybody on the team today. You can't really point out a weak link. They all were really putting in the time, really putting in the effort, and it paid off.
Not to mention the 2 times that he punted Tien at the critical moment to deny an objective steal as well. So being between the Thornbound Otacon, the 3rd dragon of the game, yeah, PP God definitely putting in his work. And even though we didn't necessarily give him that much credit in the Nico game, it still remains a powerful support pick. And I think, for NiP, they were definitely grateful that they put a lot of priority into guaranteeing themselves another circle champion on a composition with a bunch of circle champions, right? Annie, Wukong, all together. Hell, even the Scion, not necessarily a circle, but massive AoE engage as well. I think NiP went into this series well prepared, and even though I think the next thing we would like for them to work on is potentially proactively playing more around certain objectives in the first 15 minutes so that there's not as much anxiety when it comes to, okay, here's our first big flip of the game, because if there's a little bit more objective leeway, then you're not forced to make the flip that early. Because this was a comp that would have comfortably loved to start fighting at 2 items. They were forced to flip at 1.5 items because of all the things that we had listed out. 2 dragons have gone their way. All 3 grubs went their way. Rift Herald went their way all over to Weibo Gaming, right? So if they don't start flipping at that point of the game, then you get to Thornbound Otacon, and the fight is nowhere near as favored for you.
I love that you keep using the word flip, because that's exactly what it was. At the end of the day, like, I'm giving NiP their flowers. I think they played great here today, but if they don't win that fight, if Solo Kill teleports 5 seconds late in that fight near the mid lane, like, does this game go even remotely as well as it did? Like, it really comes down to that one fight that gets them back into the game, and obviously it's great that they were able to win it, but to put yourself in a position where you have to win that fight before your power spikes in a situation that you don't even get to engage, like Weibo started that fight, it's not a great setup. It's certainly not a consistent one, and so that is absolutely, I agree, something that they need to work on, that they need to get better at. But I think even on the flip side of that, it's funny because in game number 1, we were talking about them doing well, establishing early leads, playing more aggressive, and then, you know, not necessarily playing out the fights as clean, as consistent as maybe you would want. So I think for NiP, it's not so much about fixing this or that. It's just about making sure that you play the whole game all the way through, that you're not, you know, lacking in judgment at any point.
And for what it's worth, they have ended the 8-series drought. That is a big step forward for this squad. And they didn't, you know, get the series drought ended against one of the bottom teams in the league. This is a Weibo Gaming roster that's a respectable middle-of-the-pack team. They've been able to take games off the top teams. They've dropped some series that they probably shouldn't have dropped, but, you know, here we are. That's why, they're in that soup. They're inconsistent when it comes to that matter. But, you know, on paper, individually, this roster, you know, should be one of our, you know, top rosters in the league, because we know the legacy of some of these individual players. They've been able to achieve international success. MSI champion for Xiaohu, world champion in TN. So it's not like, you know, these guys were pushovers. And the fact that NiP are able to get a win against these guys, oh, that's massive for the confidence. So, you know, hopefully for NiP, they can continue this momentum forward and continue building upon the foundation we are starting to see now with Solo Kill in the lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how both teams react to this, because NiP coming off of a cold streak, picking up a win is great. Weibo Gaming was white hot coming into this outside of their BLG series, and they lost it, of course. Yeah, it had to be. It had to be Leave. I think watching that game, I couldn't really think of anything else. 100% KP on Zeri. I mean, that goes to show exactly where the priorities ended up going in some of those fights.
Okay, if it was 100% KP, then sure, I can accept it. I was low-key hoping that we were going to get double back-to-back player of the games for Solo Kill, because I still believe that TP ensured that the game was playable for NiP in that state, but I think some of the moments like Leaf just randomly initiating a 1v1 against Light and saying, yeah, I'm better than you in this situation, and he was right, you know, that he's got that dog in him, and Leaf's got to play like he's got that dog in him, so that NiP have that carry with the star power, so that they can make a potential, you know, run for playoffs later on. You know, I'm not sure how easy it will be for them to get an instant playoff berth by the end of the Rumble stage, but it'll at least set them up for success as we get ready for potentially them entering the play-in stage, right? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our series. And before we close it out and get ready for our second series between Anyone's Legend and BLG, I want to give a massive shout out to Super K-Man Rocks. He is stepping off the caster booth. We're doing a quick caster switch-aroo. But before you go, any last words?
I cannot wait to see what happens later today. I think this next series is going to be one of the best that we've seen in quite a while in the LPL, and I'm certainly going to be locked in and tuned in with especially how these new roster changes end up adapting to these big moments.
Said it all, y'all. When we come back after break, it is going to be our second series of the day between Anyone's Legend and BLG. Stay tuned. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our second series of the night between Anyone's Legend and Billy Gaming. But while it is nighttime over here on my side of the pond, we have trouble coming in for the second series where it is just now morning and the sun is shining and you are glowing. My goodness, let's go, trouble.
Actually, it's kind of afternoon. It's like 1:20 p.m. So I'm chilling.
Is it really
actually.
1:20? Oh my goodness.
Wait, what time is it for you? Hold up.
5:19 at the moment.
a.m. I must.
I mean, sun will be coming up in like an hour or so. So maybe I'm not gonna sleep before the sun comes up. Anyway, banger series on our hand, Trouble, because Anyone's Legend is on a hot streak right now. They just took down Top Esports, finally being able to get the best of them in a best of 5 ever since Demacia Cup Grand Finals. This is so huge, and now this is their time to solidify themselves as the definitive best team in the LPL.
Yeah, I feel like there is a bit of a fight with the top 2 of the LPL, but I think this is the first time in a very, very long time where there's no definitive third in the LPL. So there's always like this question where we have like the top 3 teams in sort of like every region. But right here, I feel like there's like 6 or 7 teams even in the LPL that can really fit the bill for that third place. And I think it's kind of ironic that we're talking about BLG being one of them to fit the third place ever since we were talking about Golden Road back in 2024. And right now they're just scraping by to make third.
Yeah, BLG are definitely not the same team that they were in 2024. And the fact that we have Beichuan coming in to replace Wei is a sign of that. But of course, we got to start meeting the teams that we have for our series. So let's start bringing up the rosters for Billy Gaming on the red side. Want to see... Give me the roster. Boom. Bin in the top lane, Beichuan in the jungle, Knight in the mid lane, Elk at bot lane, and on in support. This is now marking the 4th overall series that Beichuan has played with this roster. And so far, Trouble, he is doing exactly what BLG want him to do.
Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. I think Beichuan has had a fantastic debut with BLG. However, I feel like BLG just needed some new air to come into the team. If you think about it, throughout the ages of 2024, etc., it has always been that jungle might just be, in terms of discussion, as the only one piece you might want to swap around, but everything else is best in slot for BLG when it comes to the LPL, and I feel like they just needed something new to come through. Jungle changes. It's the one cog in the machine that can change the entire rotation of the way teams play, and I feel like because BLG have had a little bit of selfish solo laners, I want to say, Beichuan fits the bill perfectly because he's willing to drop stuff to facilitate for that.
Yeah, because that was his MO on Thunder Talk, and his solo laners on Thunder Talk were way worse than what, you know, Bin and Knight are supposed to be. But the fact that you called out that Bin and Knight are not playing at the same level as we know them to be for their history just goes to show that BLG clearly needed a change. Even if Beichuan on paper isn't that much mechanically better than Wei, the mindset has clearly changed. Knight and Bin are feeling more enabled, more facilitated. Hell, we're getting Knight playing Zed. I mean, this is an awesome time for them to come back, but they have to prove it here.
Actually, I'm gonna give you the other side of the coin as well. I particularly felt that in the previous series, they even played for Beichuan. There were times where they semi-dropped the wave. No, fully dropped the wave. This is very illegal. Semi-dropped a wave to help Beichuan with a Scuttle Crab, which was actually very eye-opening to see from BLG. I feel like tides are shifting definitely, and they needed that refreshment of getting a new player in, new ways of playing the game. And I feel like Beichuan has fit the bill perfectly for them, and I cannot wait to see what he can do right here against Tarzan, who has been on a very hot streak.
And speaking of Tarzan, we got to talk about the other roster that BLG are playing against tonight. It is Anyone's Legend over on the blue side. We got Flandre in the top lane, Tarzan in the jungle, Shanks in the mid lane, Hope and KL, aka this lovely roster. I mean, look at that. Look how cute they are. And this is the roster that just took down Top Esports in a convincing 2-0 fashion.
I think this was the post where it was like the whole TikTok trend with Nanika Ski.
Yes.
It's like, which flavor do you like? But I like you more. This song is absolute brain rot. Once you get it in your head, it just never leaves, and you sing it every single time. However, back to the series, the AL versus Top Esports series. This was not the #1 seed versus #2 seed of the LPL series that you kind of expected, like the whole fist fight. Don't get me wrong, there was a lot of fist fight because when Tess gets off track, they will keep fighting until they eventually lose the game. But AL, actually, I believe they were pretty calculated with particularly the drafts and the way they were playing around their win conditions. In that game #1 that we're seeing right now on our screens, Shanks took the entire map until he joined any team fight. Little bro was chovying the entire time. He had like 300 CS, 3 items in his inventory. Suddenly he shows up and the team fight is straight up over.
Yeah, I mean, there is a moment where, in that Otacon fight, Shanks is not able to really make the investment and then look that worthwhile. He pays it tenfold right here. He's able to win that fight, comes back, forces a 1v2, and just stares Top Esports bottom lane in the eye and says, I'm freaking better than you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna ignore the fact that Jackie Love walked into the soldier. We'll say that it was part of Shanks' plan for that to happen.
Controlled him.
But sure, I mean, at the end of the day, he did come back with vengeance. And particularly in this second game of that series, this is what I'm saying. Let's keep a little bit of a magnifying glass on how BH1 does against Tarzan. Because his Pantheon looked so active, particularly in the early game, forcing flashes, repeat ganks. He was top, he was bot, he was mid, he was invading jungle, he was taking away camps. Like, when you are playing Pantheon and you're successful in that early game and you're managing to snowball your lead that easily like Tarzan did here, this is a very, very scary environment to be in if you're BH1.
Yeah. BH1 has got to be able to prove that not only he's flexible enough in the play styles that BLG has let him play, whether he's facilitating Bin and Knight and the rest of the map, or if they're enabling him. You know, if they get a Lilia draft, we've seen that at least work out so far for BLG against their series in Thunder Talk, but I imagine that this is going to be, even though we're going to be microscoping the jungle, I still think we have to also look at the solo lanes around them too, because it's been a big question with Bin and Knight this year. They're not playing like the definitive top players in their role. It's just not a conversation anymore.
Yeah, I feel like there's been like so many speculations and like breakdowns of why is BLG not the BLG of 2024, the golden road that was promised back in 2024 for the LPL. And I feel like primarily it's around their solo lane, as you are right. I feel like Knight was so damn dominant in that solo lane that the only guy who managed to take him down last year, or actually like be able to push him in that matter, was Rookie. And that didn't go very well because Rookie back then was with NiP, right? So the rest of the roster kind of fell short in battling BLG. But Bin has not necessarily been as dominant. And I've seen that this is the 1v1 we're getting. On the other side, Flandre has been having some fantastic games. First of all, the flavor and the variety that he brings over the top side of the map might be a little bit difficult for Bin to sort of figure out with all the aggro picks he likes to play.
Yeah, you have to fill in some history for me, Trouble, because I've heard around the block that in the past, Bin's Rumble was kind of a meme, and it seems like he's trying to put in more games on it now. So, you know, we'll see how the trajectory goes.
Whoa! Okay, please. Volibear is one of my favorite ever champions in the early game, and the thing that makes him so strong is that every single ability that he has is made to skirmish. He's got movement speed, stun, shield, extra damage in his abilities. He's got pretty much everything that a champion needs to straight up dunk you in a 1 versus 1. So if he manages to actually connect onto Bin on the Rumble here, which, yes, it has primarily been a meme in the past. I've got your story about Rumbles as well. I think this is a very, very clever angle right here from Flandre. But I wanted to ask you, because there's one thing that I do not know. Can they see each other's pick, or is it blind pick?
They can't see it until both have locked it in, and
until
then they
both,
have and they have a brief duration where they can change runes based on the matchup.
Okay, I see. Okay, but they have no clue what champion. Ooh, and BLG sporting the really cool duo color jersey as well with the jacket.
The cotton candy look, the pastel pink and blue.
Yes, yes.
That is a classic.
Share some love, BLG. Send some our way.
For real.
Share some love.
I would love it being sent our way. For those who are just tuning in, this 1v1 is just for side select. The win conditions are first to knock out the other person's turret, first to get 2 kills total, or if the Ring of Fire comes out, then it's just whoever is left standing.
All right. I'm actually very surprised right here that Bin chose to go with Flash instead of any other sort of combat summoner. I feel like usually you'll go with Flash when you're playing against a caster, but I guess getting out of Volibear's E might be what Bin is maybe looking to do right here, maybe avoiding the old smackdown or the E coming down from the sky from Flandre. But I feel like potentially maybe a second combat summoner might have been just a little bit better here. Just from observing all these 1v1s across the time of the LPL.
Considering the deceptive amount of sustain you get as Volibear with continuous W procs too, like I would have taken Ignite over Flash as well, or at least that would have been like a consideration to have. But we'll see if Bin can execute using the Flash at the right time, as at least for him, he's got a decent wave push. But then again, Flandre, seems like he's totally fine in this setup right now.
Now here's the tough part, right? The problem with Volibear is getting to you. Once he is on you, he tends to stick really easily because he's got the initial Q, but then he also has the extra ultimate ability later on above level 6 to actually be able to gap close as well if Bin chooses to use that flash. One of the most important and strong parts about Volibear is his combo. The EQW that will take about like 50% of your HP in the early game because again, everything in his kit is created to skirmish. But right here, because Bin is playing in the wave as every Rumble does, Flandre pushing the wave actually takes a lot of hurt from the flame thrower as well as the, what are they called? Those little things he's throwing.
Yeah.
Harpoons, thank you.
Well, Flandre was now around 50% HP, and as you called out, it hurt a lot just to get that wave pushed in, and if Bin wanted to be sneaky, would have delayed the back with another harpoon, but it looks like he didn't have it off recall. Flandre does manage the chance to get back, and he's gonna rush the Hex Drinker, so solid optimization this game.
All right. Hex Drinker, as you mentioned, coming through. Probably gonna be a Morphle Mortius versus a Leandris, a very classic exchange, especially for champions playing against the Rumble, right? Getting a little bit more protection. However, I will say this is a Volibear now with triple shield. You've got your inheritance shield through your kit, you've got the shield from Morphle Mortius, and you've got the barrier coming through from Flandre. And because there is no burn yet onto Bin, there is no anti-heal or ignite, there's going to be a lot of sustain coming through from Flandre as well. So he can use that triple shield to his advantage potentially. Oh, here we go.
Hey, the equalizer was just used to clear the wave, and Flandre tried to get back in Bin's face, but he's able to keep his distance and still burn Flandre at range. Decent trade, though, as you called it out. As soon as you're able to land a couple of those abilities, that's a lot of damage that goes back in the Rumble's face.
All right, fun fact for you right here. I was speaking to Vizichachi a couple of months back, the NOC finals, and he was talking to me about how Rumble never really resonated with him. He was bad at the champion. He didn't really enjoy playing it. However, when the time came where Rumble came back into meta and he had to learn how to play Rumble, he put so many games of practice onto the champion. So I feel like for Vin it's kind of been the same story, right? Where you get forced at first because Rumble is OP and you have to pick the champion, but then you just put such an unbearable amount of games into the champion that, knowingly or not, you will learn how to play it.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen other pro players across different regions too, where like there's a certain champion that's just a mental, right? Even though you know that they're mechanically very capable of playing much more difficult champions or champions that are just as difficult, sometimes you'll run into a situation where like, man, this guy can play a mean Lee Sin, but they just don't get Xin Zhao, you know? This is sometimes stat sticks.
Okay, that's a little problematic. I like your take right here, but if you don't get Xin Zhao, oh boy.
I'm just saying, I've seen it happen, you know?
Oh my god, there's no... He's the most straightforward champion I've ever seen in the current meta. It's like, Xin Zhao, okay, W, E, let me proc my Q autos, let me knock you up, let me fist fight you. Yeah, that's what I do.
Listen, I'm telling
Same as
you
Volibear.
straight up. Yeah, sometimes they try to get lost in the sauce, like, oh, look at all these mechanics I do. Whereas when they pick the Xin Zhao, they're like, so you're telling me all I'm doing is just face rolling my keyboard and just go in if I think the fight's good? And they're like, no, there's gotta be something else. I gotta do something different. I gotta do something flashy.
Hey, look, I used 2 autos on the Skull Crab, so next time I flash, he will knock up. Look at those mechanics, man.
Yeah, priming the 3 talent strike. See, that's kind of cool. But Yeah. Trouble, I don't know if you've done these 1v1s before, but sometimes this is what happens. You know, both the laners just kind of exchange waves, and this is where the fun conversations really get interrupted.
I think there's like either one or the other, right? I think we saw the Jackie Love 1v1 was it yesterday, I think, or the day before, where he just straight up run at them, like level 3 with Jace, and they just fistful at level 3. Or
Awesome.
they're gonna wait at level 11, right? You get their second point onto your ultimate. I think for Bin as well on the Rumble is going to be very, very important. However, reminder right here, Flandre can fight or push the issue under Bin's tower due to the ultimate. Now, again, for Volibear, it's very difficult to stick onto the Rumble. So I was expecting to see Flandre with a flash. He's sporting the ghost right here, so let's see if he can actually make the damage stick.
25 seconds before that Ring of Fire starts circling on in. Flandre and Bin. Actually, Flandre's still level 10, while Bin just dinged level 11. He's got the Leandrius, as you called out. The Oblivion Orb was also picked up, so he's got his Grievous wounds now for all the sustain that Flandre will try and use to be that extra advantage in this 1v1.
Yeah, super, super important right there. That Oblivion Orb was very needed, especially with the lack of Ignite of on the Summoner spells. Level 11 for Flandre as well. Ring of Fire has spawned. Eventually, it's going to start closing in. These guys are going to have to fight it out. And let's see if the 3 shields and the reduced sustain on the side of Flandre is going to help him at all versus that Rumble.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Unfortunately for Bin, you cannot reduce shields unless he went for something crazy like a Serpent thing. But he's going to throw out the Equalizer, kill this wave, put even more pressure on Flandre. And Flandre realizes his time is running out with the Circle of Death, but an easy flash away. And Bin just runs back to the other health relic, denying even more sustain from this Volibear. And with this Stormbreaker timing out, he's not going to have the extra bonus HP. He's running at Bin as a hopeless endeavor just to try and see if he can win this one, but we all know who's coming out on top. It's Bin with the Rumble.
I found it so weird that he had Ghost right there. You know, that the slow comes through from the Rumble, shreds your MR, so your Momo Mortis pretty much gets nulled. And again, if Volibear cannot potentially stick on you, it's bad luck right there. And I don't think I saw Flandre even chain his spells together even once. Bin just made it so difficult for him. I think his spacing was fantastic.
Another day in the office for Mr. Bin. Now let's see if we can carry that dominance through in an actual 5-on-5 Summoner's Rift when other players are also involved. But this does guarantee that BLG will get blue side. There's a lot of priority picks now in the meta, and especially with changing over to the Spirit Blossom map. There have been some changes. I know me and K-Man were looking for the Shen to be prioritized more. Unfortunately, it has not won yet, with Breathe debuting it, I believe, for the side of Weibo Gaming. But I would love to see it here, because I know that for anyone's Legend, this is not just a team that would play Shen top, but they would flex it to Tarzan in the jungle role if they wanted to as well.
Yeah, Reaver Shen, well and truly underway right there. Back in the, what was it, season 2, 3, 4? One of those, I can't remember. It was way back in the day. However, I feel like when you have AL, there are a lot of cooks in the kitchen. I used to think that like AL is very similar to G2, right? And when I spoke to Dylan Falco back then, he was like, we have to slow it down just a little bit with the picks because there's so many that it just gets chaotic. I feel like coaching stuff for AL is completely different. They're like throwing more. Just throwing as many as you possibly have. And there have been times where AL have massively overcooked. But if we're talking about Shen, you know that Flandre plays that.
Yeah, I think one of the things I loved about the interviews that has come out from Anyone's Legend is that Tabe said, I was so excited to work with Flandre because this is one of the guys actually reads the patch notes and is willing to theorycraft with me as soon as the patch note drops. We're going to see if he's been paying attention and has that Shen ready under his belt as we are just flying through the bans in the first draft.
Ooh, okay. Things that come up into mind right now. Rumble, Talia, the Xin Zhao Talia combo as well, since Bin has taken that away in terms of taking the Rumble away. I am expecting Shanks and Tarzan to possibly bundle one or the other. You know, the Pantheon Talia or the Xin Zhao Talia, both pretty good.
See when Anyone's Legend decide to cook up. The fact that both Nefiri and Vi, the two priority skirmishing-esque junglers are gone off the table. I would imagine that anyone's legend would love to secure the Xin Zhao for them. Things like the Pantheon can come up later in terms of priority, but you're absolutely right. The Xin would be the most that makes sense for AL here, but they're gonna lock in their top lane pick of choice with the Scion, and oh boy, wow, it's a Lilia lock-in.
Okay, well, but Zinza Talia would be a great slot for BLG then, I guess, or Pantheon Talia even. And having the Pantheon, you can actually guarantee influence in side lanes in the early game as well. We saw what Tarzan was able to do to top esports right here, but I'm just, I do not want to see that hover on the Sejuani, especially with Rumble. It just makes me so sad to see Beitwan on a leash here by BLG. I mean, okay, this is going to be most likely like a front to back. Now, the problem with Sion is a lot of the most prominent AD carries do not kill tanks. Right here, BLG have got Yone and Rumble that are really good at trading HP bars. And if they can manage to get an AD carry such as like maybe a Xayah, Kai'Sa, if she makes it through the ban phase as well, they could potentially have a pretty good composition that can go through the meat wall that Sion will be in the late game.
Yeah, Varus is the only AD carry that's been taken off the board, but both teams have now locked in more than likely their top 3-man core, since technically the Tristana can be flexed either between Hope and Shanks, but this has been the answer into Yone if you see it picked early on the enemy side of the draft so that you can at least get push, and that helps a lot with anyone's legend, since if you're going to play a Lilia, especially in this tank like Sejuani, you want to have that farm advantage. You want to be accelerating and counter jungling as much resources as possible as we start seeing what anyone's legend decides to ban away in terms of bot lanes.
Love how Lucian has sort of reason in priority as well, has two very strong pairings in terms of Nami and Milios. Even if you take one away, you kind of actually have to take the actual AD carry away from them as well. For AL, I agree with you. This is most likely going to be Shanks piloting that Tristana mid lane. It makes sense, right? They need some sort of AD champion that can push heavily. Azir doesn't pair up really nicely with Lilia either. So we're looking potentially for like a very, very strong bot lane duo for AL, specifically since they have R5. They can guarantee themselves a counter pick at least on support. So I would love to see them. They don't want Kalista to be played through. They don't want the Lucian to be a reply. So what are you really playing? Because everything short-ranged has been banned out from the side of AL. So Kalista cannot come through. Lucian cannot come through. I'm wondering if AL are looking potentially for something like a Kai'Sa for themselves?
It would have to be blind if anyone's legend would just want to slam that in. Poppy was secured. Yeah, it could just be it, the lock-in for anyone's legend. If the Kai'Sa is the lock-in here, BLG have some answers that they could look for if you want to play for safety and just ensure that your front line is doing all the front load work. You can go for an Ezreal for Elk and just try to give on a proactive support that he can go for. No, it's Xayah. Wow, they just want to absorb the engage and kite back.
All right, what you got here, AL? Because primarily, Xayah really struggles in lanes because her primary support pairings are heavy engaged that get nullified by things like Nico, Renata, Karma, things like this that want to poke. But right here, Kai'Sa has pretty much the free reign of playing with a heavy engaged support that also can counter Rakan. Xayah, of course, it's a little bit difficult for Kai'Sa to play into Xayah due to the feathers, but I just really like what AL got going on for themselves right here. It feels like kind of like an all-in composition, but if they choose to, they can also play more front to back. There's so many different avenues that AL can pilot this composition, whilst BLG, I feel like, have the more traditional front to back with Beitwan engaging on the follow-up and seeing if Knight can get one of these multi-man ultis.
And as we have seen with Beitwan on this roster for BLG, we have expected him whenever he is playing things like the Sejuani or the Skarner recently, he has been willing to drop some of his resources, some of his own tempo, just to find angles. I don't know if you can realistically lock down a Tristana before having access to something like Glacial Prison or Fate Sealed on the Tristana, since she can buffer a lot of the CC early on, but I'm imagining that maybe a lot of the pressure is just either playing to bin or playing to bot lane here as Beitwan.
I feel like for Beitwan right here, first of all, you got a path somewhere where you're gonna have that early game priority. Sejuani doesn't necessarily like to be in too much heat in the early game. You're looking to get that level 6, potentially grab a flash later on. So I'm expecting to see maybe pathing towards that bot lane. Elkan on, you've got the Zaya early game, you can shove in the wave, you're playing versus a very short range AD carry in the likes of Kai'Sa as well, and you push Hope and Kale further behind underneath their tower. So I'm expecting that to be the case. However, it always becomes a little bit tricky when we're talking about priority when that mid lane is going to be permanently pushing for Shanks since he has got that Tristana mid lane.
It's going to be a difficult one for BLG, but the pieces are definitely there if they can get things aligned and online. Anyone's Legend, a big test for them if they can continue the hot streak after sweeping top esports. Let's hit the riff for game 1 between BLG and AL.
到达战场，免费。
Epic Gios from the crowd tonight. Let's go. Back-to-back series. The fans are working overtime as already aggressive invade from anyone's Legend. 4-man, even a 5th man just right behind them if Shanks wants to get involved as well. And this will at least give them some early vision on this red quadrant.
That is so genius, right? Remember what we said earlier on. Beijing wants to be roaming towards that bot side. He wants to roam towards Elkan on. However, right here...
Should be fine, but that's a lot of damage already. And he was forced to burn his bot just because he didn't want to go down because he doesn't have enough time to base.
Yeah, Exotex and Juani might be OP in TFT, but right here seems to be struggling in that early game. Taking a few hits from that
Bastion
Tristana.
buff, I fear. Yeah. And they're missing that synergy.
Now, this is great from AL, because usually you don't associate a strong level 1 with an Alistar. He's not even a champion. He's 0.02 of a champion in that early game, as it's getting pretty well displayed right here. Absolutely useless of a champ in that level 1. And look at Tarzan, man. He's gonna take the complete beeline towards his red side. And what we're talking about is, one, Beijing was to path towards that bot lane. Now his Raptors are being taken away. Perfect. He can't do that. Well, he'll still do that, but he will be missing that camp, right? Second, Tarzan is going to have one extra camp of the Gecko. Lilia, one of those champions that clears really easily. And 3, Shanks is going to have perma priority over that mid lane, which means that even if Beijing tries to play for any of those Scuttle Crabs, AL can actually pull the trigger and shut that down.
And that's going to bleed into any respawn Raptor camps as well for Beichuan, since it was the first camp taken off the board. That'll be coming up just a little bit after that crab time. So as long as anyone's Legend is able to keep up this pressure, Beichuan is going to be starving on Econ just through the lanes. I think the only hope is that On and Elf are able to have lane priority for themselves. And I don't think it would be the strategy to help Beichuan on a Sejuani, but I would like it, especially if I was in Beichuan's case, to be like, hey guys, this Tarzan Lilia is going to invade my bot side a lot. Can we collapse on this guy? Can we like force a play and try to punish that in the future?
I actually find what Tarzan has done here absolutely genius. He's left his red buff up to try and catch up with where the Sejuani will be when the bot lane Scuttle Crab spawns. Mind you, this is Beichuan's only lane of priority, so the only thing he can do is get his bot lane to help him in this river. Now Shanks, a little bit too far forward. That's not a W.
Able to rocket jump away. Yeah, he's totally fine. And because Knight nor Beichuan have on-demand CC chain, not being level 6, Shanks is relatively safe. And as you called out, Tarzan is able to get that first grab on the bottom side of the map, even in the one lane that BLG has priority in.
Yeah, I'd like to see him beeline over to the other side of the reef, or the other Scuttle Crab, because right here, Beichuan spotted that there was no red buff on this Lilia. On an Elgar, 2 overextended here.
On is able to at least stop Tarzan for now with the Grand Entrance, but Elf might be forced to flash, but it's enough shielding and sustain that Elk is able to survive against the Lilia gang.
I'm actually very surprised that Tarzan didn't try to actually get a little bit more dominance on the top side of the map, as Knight takes another huge hit from that Tristana. It's kind of how the matchup goes, at least in the early game, until you have a Vamp Scepter, manage to lifesteal just a little bit. It will be the second spawn of Raptors that will be stolen away from Tarzan, but I think if you're Beichuan, you're kind of fine with that. You got a Scuttle Crab without having to fight with it, you stole away the red buff from Tarzan, so those objectives are a huge W, especially when you're playing in a matchup that you should be falling behind.
I'm going to set up a trap here, and the wave is too big. It'll be unideal. But yeah, Beichuan is definitely navigating the early stage of this uncomfortable Lilia versus Sejuani matchup fairly well. He's not trying to ego and match, you know, some of the camps in the face of Lilia. It's just being able to take camps, knowing where Tarzan is not going to be. And the fact, even though maybe experience-wise Tarzan is going to get better quality camps, right now it's Beichuan with the lead. He's first to level 5. He's the first up on camp.
You know, that's not what you want to be seeing if you're looking at Lilia versus Sejuani. Lilia does clear a lot faster, and I feel like a lot of the options, like Tarzan had so many options, and I think he might have overcooked a little bit. Like, leaving the red buff was great because he was going to master Sejuani down bot lane, but then Beichuan left that Scuttle Crab, ganked through mid, went to his red side as he spotted Lilia without a red buff on her, took that red buff, and then instead of Tarzan sort of taking that priority through mid and taking that fight on the top Scuttle Crab, he decided to just play for bot lane, took a little bit of a trade, sure, ghost of Zaya, but that doesn't necessarily result into anything super positive for that bot lane of AL. If anything, you see that Elk is still up in CS, he's still up in gold, as this lane should be.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Tarzan and Lilia is not absolutely astro-gapping the CS lead right now is such a saving grace for this Sejuani. So Beichuan now going to potentially pay a visit to the bottom side of the map, going for a quick hover. Dragon is available for contention, but it's a big wave that On and Elk are absorbing right now. Pretty sure anyone's legend were able to spot him just in the river, so they at least have info on where the Sejuani is, and Tarzan is going to see if he can meet him.
Tarzan right here is spotting, but he's also looking for the next spawn of the Raptors a little bit early on this regard. Kale.
Another dubstep ignite dropped by Kale on the outside. This time it's at the cost of Elk's flash, but they're starting to roam up, ready to contest to see if Tarzan can be bullied off away from the Raptor camp. I mean, this is awesome. They're helping Beichuan secure the Raptor.
He got one. That is his third camp of Raptors spawning. Manages to smite that one away, and Tarzan just doesn't miss a bit, man. Especially when you're playing Lily, it's just so easy to take the Raptor camp when you have mid lane prio and Shanks can move first. It's just so easy to just bully that Raptor camp away, as Shanks is bullying Beichuan alone. Lucky Beichuan didn't have that level 6 there. Very, very close, but not quite.
On below 300 HP, Elk at 50%. Hope is sending it with the Killer Instinct, knowing that he has level 6. Whoa! I was not expecting that damage to come out, but that is first blood for Hope.
Yeah, Hope stayed alone in lane as Kale actually roamed, so he ended up getting that extra tick towards that level 6. Reminder right there, Elk had lost his flash in the previous 2 versus 2 down bot lane as well, and that lost flash resulted in a great 2 versus 2 kill for Hope and Kale. And especially when you're playing against a tanky member like Sejuani, you want your Kai'Sa to get ahead. Let's watch this one more time. Elk and On right there tried to push out the wave, but the wave can't push towards them as well, so they don't have to walk up. They walk up, get CC'd by Alistar, and this is the problem right here. The stacks from the Kai'Sa passive get popped, and Elk does not have his flash, which is lost a couple of seconds ago, actually, a couple of minutes ago, to that bot activity.
Meanwhile, the rest of BLG are trying to secure as many grubs as possible before Tarzan arrives to the party. And at least for BLG's case, they'll be able to knock up one of the feats, since it is 2. So Glacial Prison used, gets the flash out of Tarzan. He is level 6, but he's not going to be able— oh, Beichuan stole the last grub! That's 3 grubs for them, and Tarzan no flash! Equalizer right on top, thanks to the collapse from Bin. He's flashing on top of KL, knowing that he's got nowhere to go. Big fight win for BLG, as now the rest of anyone's legend are forced to retreat.
Oh wow, AL just pulled the top esports right there. No setup in the river, yet you walk through a choke point when it's 4 versus 3. You know there's TP coming through for BLG. Bin is there. He had a fantastic equalizer to stop the choke point, as well as Shanks. Uh-oh, fried chicken?
Shanks. Okay.
Roasted chicken, rather.
Good buster shot. He's at least able to keep himself alive, but that definitely was close. And right now, Trouble, BLG are seeming to fire on all cylinders, matching up against what should be, in our expectations, the best team in the LPL right now.
Absolutely, they're actually pushing AL really hard here in the early game, and that's actually very concerning, considering that AL should have better control of those river openings. That mid lane is permanently pushed in by Shanks. I just haven't necessarily seen Shanks link up with Tarzan at all to try and help him contest the Raptor camp. That was the third camp spawning, to help him contest getting inside the river. So I feel like a little bit too much chopping right here for Shanks, pushing out the waves as Elk is looking for a little bit of revenge on Hope. Just a couple of feathers.
It was definitely close. 300 HP. Sustaining off of a pot puts him back at 400. Still has Flash, Killer Instinct, and Barrier. Just when things get dicey, but definitely a little concerning here. 10.5 minutes so far into the game. We've got our second dragon spawning at 2.5. Knight is now pushing on the bottom side of the map. And with already tier 2 boots and a Vamp Scepter at his side, he's definitely able to do a lot better at sustaining and surviving what was such an impressive matchup early on.
Yeah, once you get that Vamp Scepter, start lifestealing just a little bit through the trades as well, it just becomes that much easier for Yone to play these. Once Blade the Ruin King comes through, he becomes an actual champion. I've said this so many times, I'll say this again, he caps. Like, that's his best item by far. Doesn't matter if he gets 2-3 items, all he needs is Blade the Ruin King, and then he becomes a real threat. He is already a real threat to Shanks over on the side lane, and this is becoming a little bit concerning by AL. These were lanes that were not supposed to win in the early game. Knight was not supposed to get out of the lane phase, and Tarzan's gonna have a huge task here because BLG are not very squishy. Like, you look at Yone and Sejuani, they're gonna be running into you together with Rakan. Tarzan's gonna have to fight really hard for those Q flashes to get big 2 or 3 man ults in these fights for AL to win.
And look at this. Shanks tries to buffer it, at least flashes away from the Fate Seal. KL comes in just to relieve any pressure, but that's a flash down from this Tristana. So the next time that Glacial Prison is up and available for BH1, that could be a guaranteed setup play, but they're going to continue it now that On is here with a 3v2. Elk already pushed in the mid lane, so they have push in. KL is the target. He's still not level 6, so he doesn't have the damage reduction from his ultimate. Shanks is under fire, tries to look for a jump onto BH1. Wait a minute, Shanks almost outplays it as KL found another one on the On before Knight is able to clean it up. Hope is now trying to match Elk here on the other play, but the Featherstorm doesn't get the rake pullback, and anyone's legend still keeping themselves even.
Yeah, absolute fist fight underneath the tower. I feel like BLG pushed the issue a little bit too hard. It's like, you can dive once, but they tried to take advantage of that timing window where KL was not level 6. He didn't have the extra defenses, as you mentioned as well. Try and get that kill onto the Alistar, but once you overcommit once, you don't have the Sejuani ultimate anymore. Like, there wasn't much that was burned from the side of AL. And there's a lot you can buffer with the Alistar and the Tristana mobility that you have. And let's watch this one more time. The W will land onto the cow, and then the charm from On's ultimate right there. But look at all these buffers. You push away the Yone, and damage is not through. Rakana's already walked out the tower. Beijon is tanking for too long. The tower is pre-buffered, then Shanks gets the kill, so he gets to walk away. So it's technically a 1v2 underneath the tower. That is a huge win right here for AL.
Played as well as they could have in that situation. The fact that anyone's Ledger are able to walk away with some kills on their side at least makes it so that BLG are not just steamrolling from that scenario onward. We already saw that Tarzan was burning down the second dragon of the game. BLG prioritizing the top side, getting ready for the Rift Herald in 1 minute 43. KL forced to flash over the wall. Hope could be the target. Oh! Prison still connects despite flashing. He could be in trouble here. Has the barrier, but the Fate Seal connects right on top for the knockup. Barrier, it's enough. He sustains with the health potion ticking, and anyone's legend AD carry shines through.
Oh, what an insane escape right here from Hope. Beijuan with the snipe from the ultimate almost ends up punishing. And mind you, this was a play that even the TP from Knight was committed to make work, and AL get out of that. There is no massive objectives on the map right now for BLG to take advantage of the man extra that they have on the Rift until Hope gets back on. However, very crucial summoner spells are missing right now. Hope and Shanks both flashless, and that's a Sejuani. He's looking very tasty, especially once the ultimate is back up for Beijon.
Hope is going to be a sitting duck unless he can tactfully use that killer instinct to maneuver around something.
If no one knew, they'd think that Elk and Hope actually have IRL beef with each other. I feel like 80 carries in this meta are so damn bored that they will engage in 1v1 shenanigans just so they can press buttons in the early game. Prove me wrong.
Is there beef? This is new to me.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It just looks like it because they've been 1v1ing the whole game.
True. Well, Hope has definitely been making a case for himself as potentially our best 80 carry this split so far. Hope has had such a incredible blow up within this year alone, and I think between the placement stage and the rumble stage, every time this guy gets Kaisa, this guy is putting on a montage performance. But with the priority the BLG have been able to get through mid lane and top lane, they're gonna burn down the Rift Herald. No contest from the side of anyone's legend, trying to pressure maybe for the bot side of the map, but On is here to cover just in case things get dicey for Bin.
Yeah, I feel like AL are using sort of the same strategy they used versus Top Esports when Shanks was playing the Azir. Set that Tristana onto a side lane, and suddenly when the call has been cashed out, when you go to 2-3 items, you can actually get inside the in the team fights and start those 5v5s, and that's fair enough, right? They have incredible amounts of scaling. You're playing on-hit 80 Kai'Sa with Kraken Slayer. You've got a Sion who's going to be building that HP and defenses. Lilia Tristana both scale incredibly well into that late game. But so does BLG here. You're going to be running into a 3-item Yone, 3-item Rumble, and a lot of CC that can be layered between the feathers, the ult from Rakan, ult from Sejuani, ult from Yone. So I feel like even if Shanks gets to 2 to 3 item breakpoint for himself, it's going to be so difficult for this Tristana to actually pilot around all these abilities flying in his face in team fights.
Yeah, execution is going to be at an all-time high for Shanks on this Tristana, and to be fair, also for Hope, this double marksman composition has to navigate so many threats, and if Tarzan and the rest of this front line from the side of anyone's legend is not able to create that space, then the requirement and the task is even that much harder. As BLG starting to shift their priorities towards the top side of the map now, Shanks and KO sending up post alongside Tarzan. Hope is also moving as well, so there should not be a force from BLG for the top tier 1.
Yeah, everyone's kind of chilling right now. It is the time where you've realized as BLG that you are stronger when you are taking these fights, so there is no reason to force the issue right here. They're going to take the easy path, just take the Rift Herald, maybe bump it onto the mid lane tower, see how fast AL responds, which is not fast enough because Tristana was in the side lane. Shanks didn't commit his TP right here, so that's a pretty uncontested mid lane tier 1 tower, and BLG will take this anytime. I just want to remind people that the thing that made BLG so strong in 2024 were their team fights, and how with very slight advantages, they were able to chip bits of the map away. And taking that mid lane tier 1 when you've got so many champions that can dive through Fog of War onto any target, Rakan, Yone, Sejuani, is just going to make it so hard for AEL to push that mid lane wave to then dip into Reaver for those neutral objectives. Talking about them, 35 seconds, next Dragon's Up.
Right now, BLG taking a lot of bases on a couple of their members here, both of the bot laners trying to maximize their builds before this very dragon fight. Navori finished, so now Elk is on 2 items. Hope yet to finish his own second item, just because he went for the tier 2 boots. Elk doesn't have it. Just making sure that he can maximize damage output and just trusting in the peel that his team will hopefully provide him, as well as his own Featherstorm and mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, let's be completely honest, right? I don't think there is any threat that will reach Elk. There's just so many other champions that are in front of him that are a threat themselves that I feel like Elk will be the last target for AL. Talking about this BLG, a Sejuani with 1 trillion HP trying to scout away, and the Dragon has been started.
8,000 already, 7,000. BLG trying to force their way through the top side of this river. Knight getting ready to check Tarzan, knock him up. Maybe equalizer, run into the back line. Knight is able to connect as well. Tarzan secures the dragon, but can they win the fight? That's the big question. Tarzan just getting soloed out by Bin as he follows the deer over the wall and burns it for roast venison. BLG, what a massive wipe of the fight. Takedown 3 for the price of no one.
And that's exactly what we were talking about when we spoke about the team fights and how easy or not they will be for Tristana. Shanks cannot walk up to put a single ult attack in this fight. There's just so many abilities and so many threats that can find that backline, the equalizer, the Yone ult, the Rakan. Let's watch this one more time. Eyes on Shanks right there. He's the primary damage from the side of AL. And what a fantastic blast cone from On. Finds Shanks, the Knight piles up the ult on top of the equalizer. Legally 0 response timer for Shanks right there to respond to any of those cannonballs flying his way from BLG.
Once you eliminate one half of this marksman composition, the damage output is just significantly reduced, and the result is there. Even with anyone's legend not necessarily being on 2 item spikes there, oh, what a world it could have been if Shanks was actually allowed to play the game in that scenario. But now BLG rocketing ahead with a very convincing 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead. Yeah, anyone's legend has 3 dragons to themselves, but I imagine that BLG are going to be so content at taking any fight from the rest of the game.
Oh, absolutely. Look at them. They're just literally looking inside AL's jungle right here. They could be looking for a fight. 4 seconds for Beitron's ult. Come back up and Bin is on this side as well.
Good buffer by Shanks, is able to distance himself away. Equalizer is going to cut him down to size. On was thinking about going forward, but because he doesn't have flash, would not have enough range to cover. But the fact that Shanks is able to manage to survive is at least nice for anyone's legend so far. But now the Otacon, they have full pressure on it since Shanks was forced to base. This is going to be a massive team fighting buff for BLG.
I mean, right here, BLG cut off AL from their own jungle, which means they had full control over the bot side of the map. If you look at all the wards that are inside the bot quadrant of Tarzan's jungle, it's just impossible for AL to get any control. So all they could do is just play for the top side of the map, potentially try to push for the top lane tier 1 with the Sion, sorry, but BLG are just so far ahead in terms of items, in terms of levels, in terms of vision, and I feel like I've had a slight beef right here in this game, particularly with AL on their vision control and the setups around the neutral objectives. I feel like not covering your flanks is very important for AL right here. Actually, covering your flanks, sorry. It's very important for AL since you want to play a very structured front to back. If Flandre is not in front of Hope and Shanks, this will never work. If Knight finds his way to the backline together with On, this is not going to work for AL. So they need ultimate pressure and ultimate vision around any objective they choose to fight for.
Yeah, and with such a massive wall diff already for BLG, it just feels hard to take even fights, let alone fights where your marksmen don't get a chance to play the game. So now, not only double marksmen on anyone's legend have to work at an all-time high, but also their front line has to create that space, and the onus is on them to be even more diligent about doing so. As with this lead, BLG get a chance to strong force their way through any of the side lanes that they choose, continuing to knock down these turrets, ballooning the gold lead even further on their side. And anyone's legend, I feel like you are just hoping that BLG don't press the gas fast enough so that you can maybe hit 3 items on these marksmen and just pray that Shanks and Hope play out of their freaking minds.
Haha, on a reverse card though, you already have 2 champions that can kill tanks, and Sion is pretty much your only credible frontline right there. Riftmaker, Leandris, Blade of the Ruin King, Shieldbow. Yone and Rumble are gonna shred through that Sion before Xayah even gets anywhere near him. And this is becoming really problematic because the whole structure of the front to back relies on your tank being so beefy that he'll buy you time for the Rage Blade to stack up, for Tristana to get a couple of auto attacks, get her passive on her E. So it's just structurally it's becoming really hard for BLG to play these sort of team fights, not to mention that side lane is very uncontested at this point. Level 15 Yone, very close, level 16, 2 levels up on Shanks. Like, who stops this Yone in the side lane at this point?
Definitely not the Tristana. Poor guy is 2 levels down, so he's just using Flandre to safely walk in and guarantee himself even more gold and a little bit of extra XP as fast as possible. But the proactive TP ensures that Knight is able to clear out this tier 2 on the bot side, or at least that Flandre was able to answer it, so Knight doesn't take the turret quite outright. Bin is answering on the top side, and even though anyone's legend are not able to contest for dragons, thankfully for them, they got the first 3, so they can kind of just let these dragons go and give themselves as much time as possible. But like you said, Trouble, I don't think it necessarily gets better for them later the game goes on, because as these marksmen scale up, so are the Rumble and the Yone.
Hold up.
On going forward with the quickness, being able to find Shanks into the back line. Glacier Prison was already exhausted. Oh, great equalizer. BH1 trying to flash on top of Shanks, but he's able to use the buster shot and the jump to get away, but that means KL is left for dead, and Elk is able to turn that cow into mincemeat. And the rest of anyone's legend are forced to retreat. No Baron buff up yet. Oh, Shanks is still under fire. BH1 does not want to let this Tristana out of his sight, chasing him until the very end of the base.
All right, back to the drawing board for AL. These fights look so miserable. That was On getting caught on his lonesome and still doesn't go down. And that's probably the squishiest, easiest member you can kill on the side of BLG. Because if you look on the others, there's like a bunch of lifesteals, Seeker Sam guards, Haskell ult, whatever it is. So the fact that AL caught On all on his own and still couldn't overcommit right there to get a kill down. BLG actually came through so fast to defend that Rakan, and you're seeing that it's very problematic for AL. And right here, even if Hope did not want to play the front to back and wanted to look potentially to dive in the backline, assassinating someone, Zeg is one of the best anti-dive AD carries in the game. You're not going to be killing Elk anytime soon. Bin could be your target as well, but now he's got Seekers very close to Hourglass as well in his inventory. He's not going to be dying anytime soon. I'm like scratching my head trying to find the ultimate real scenario where Hope actually gets to DPS. And unfortunately, I don't think there is one for AL.
Yeah, there is no ideal target to dive as Kai'Sa, because as you already pointed out, there's so many methods or maneuvers that are already built into either Champion's kit or the Champion's build that BLG have assembled at this point in the game. And you don't have the luxury of just being able to front to back. Slange is going to try to force the issue onto Bin. Baron is alive, and look where BLG are already going for. Bin is just going to stall this fight as long as possible, and eventually he will die, but he's going to pop the Seekers. This gives more time for BLG to burn down the Baron. And don't tell me Shanks dies too to the Leandry's buff. That would not be ideal. All right, well, Shanks survives, but it's Baron secure for the side of BLG.
So a teleport, a Cyan ult, and Tarzan's Lilia committed down the bot lane to barely kill Bin and not trade a 1-for-1 kill for a Baron on a level 17 Yone that has been absolutely uncontested on a side lane. I think BLG will take this trade any time of the week. And I feel like this game is as good as clinically done, I think, for BLG right here. All they have to do is just use their pressure, get that Yone on the side lane, grab the remainder of tier 2 towers that remain for AL. They're all pretty low HP. Just dispose of that, keep AL in their base, rinse and repeat.
And you know what? Even though the Glacier Prison does not connect, it forces Hope off momentarily so that Elk can secure the tier 2 in the mid lane. So, all worth in the chat, as anyone's legend is just trying to farm up as many resources as possible. The fact that Tarzan can't even go for a super DPS heavy second item, has a go for the Zhonya's, just goes to show that anyone's legend needs as many utility activables as possible just so that they can create space for Shanks and Hope. Tarzan knows he's not going to be the big carry this game in terms of being able to DPS all these guys. He has to make plays.
Talking about making plays right here, it's just so difficult for AL to even look up, especially when they don't have Tristana around. The wave clear is very scattered as well. Kai'Sa very short range, has to actually walk on the wave as well. But BLG very clinical here. Again, they'll take the 2 towers, push the waves under AL's base towers, and then back off, reset, grab more wards. You want to play for this dragon. Again, this is still a quote-unquote win condition for AL to be able to get that dragon and get the soul. I mean, we saw how it turned the tides around for the NiP series, right? So having the soul can definitely help you team fight. And of course, the slow is going to mean a lot coming through for AL, especially since they want to create that distance. So this is still a win condition right there. The only problem is that you're stuck in your base. You can't walk in your jungle. Hold on.
Flandre forced to already use the onslaught. KL trying to go in onto Elk, but he's by himself. That's an easy 5-on-4 now guaranteed for the side of BLG for the next 30 seconds.
Manages to get Elk's ult and Ghost, but that's all kind of she wrote right there. 4 versus 5 for AL, and sure, they can afford to lose another dragon. They've got 3 of them. They wanted to stall until the 3 items. There they are. Rafa, they're the 3 items. Shanks has it. Hope has it. Like, they're right there, but BLG just have push everywhere. If you cannot walk inside your own jungle, you cannot walk into the river, you cannot play for those objectives. It doesn't matter at this point, I guess, how many items you do have.
Look at what
rough
Knight
game.
is building. Yeah, it is definitely a tough one
Hold
for
up.
BLG. Okay, they're gonna send in right on the bin. They know that he's isolated, but he still has a Zonias. Now Beitwan is here to see if he can bail out his top laner. Teleport comes in for Knight. Hope has sent it, and it ends up just being a 1-for-1, which is not where you want to be as anyone's legend. Flandre will fall as well. Knight picks up a double, and BLG, knowing that they have a 4-on-3, they're gonna try to take as much from the base as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, AL, they had to make a move. They tried to make a move. It didn't work.
Oh.
Tarzan?
3Q man flash into the Lilting Lullaby, but Knight still had the QSS, is able to pop it so he doesn't fall asleep, and Tarzan is the one going night-night. Shanks, the only damage carry left, but Elk flashing forward to guarantee the Feather Storm into the Rake pullback. Anyone's legend now down all 5 members. BLG, the only thing that's saving anyone's legend for now is that they don't have a minion wave immediately to push into the base, but it's coming through. And will they have enough time to push to the end? Probably not, just the inhibitor turret.
That fight was so anticlimactic because you mentioned there was no way for BLG to actually end the game here. So rinse and repeat. BLG, if they want to win as well, and played very, very cleanly. 1 minute and 40 seconds for Baron as well. This would make it very easy. Let's watch this one more time. Like Flandre flashes for the knock-up to get Hope in on that Kai'Sa. And that's a pretty good chance to get a kill onto a side lane, but the response comes instantly. The TP through Knight. Beitwan's around. On and Elk are arriving from that mid lane. They weren't really that far away. And on the screens right now, Beitwan pretty low.
Super in trouble. KL and Flandre trying to beat the front line as much as possible. On doesn't get the grand entrance, but finds the quickness on the Shanks. He's stunned up for a moment. Tarzan following up with that bloom, but Flandre is still getting burned down by the rest of the damage dealers by BLG. Shanks tries to send it for Bin, but he gets interrupted by Beitwan with that Arctic Assault. Elk is still pumping. Knight is ready to send it once again. Tarzan trying to find damage as much as he can. Shanks jumping in for Bin, but he's getting spaced and Astro glided on. No way out for this Tristana. Elk picks up a triple. Hope died somewhere in the timeline as well. Tarzan's the only person to try and defend his base.
BLG are just too far ahead. The levels, the extra items are coming through. The 10,000 gold lead is coming through. And they're gonna clean up this base. First inhibitor's gonna fall down. They're gonna leave the bottom lane inhibitor still standing. But if you look on the top left of your screen, it's 20 seconds for the next Baron. So making sure that you're setting up for the big purple worm is more important than taking that second inhibitor. I mean, one push and we'll take that. Oh, Knight!
Tarzan doesn't even get a chance to pop the Zonia's hourglass. He knew he was cut off. No chance to survive that one. And with Baron coming up in 7 seconds, a perfect time for BLG to secure a Baron objective without a smite contest.
What a great snipe right there from Knight as well to predict Tarzan's movement. It's not very easy, especially versus Lilia. Lilia is a very slippery champion, so great ult right there from Knight to catch them. And AL are trying to get whatever vision they can into this quadrant of Tarzan's jungle. 20 seconds for Tarzan to spawn, and this is a smiteless AL. It's going to be a pretty free Baron for BLG.
Get a chance to look at the picture-in-picture. It looks like that's where Hope died in the aftermath. It was just Knight forcing the issue, flashing on top of the Kai'Sa as well. Meanwhile, back to live, BLG secure the Baron for themselves. This is a 12,000 gold advantage from the side of BLG. And we had a lot of questions coming about whether Beitwan was going to fix what BLG needed to be solved, and whether it's a mechanical thing or a momentum shift thing. Clearly, the change has worked. BLG are firing on all cylinders on what should be, after beating top esports 2-0, our best team remaining in the league.
Absolutely, and what a banger it would be if AL beat top esports 2-0 and then BLG proceeds to beat AL on a 2-0, as the 1-0 is pretty certain right there. You know how we said that, as I'm saying, there's a BLG that's pushing with Baron right here, guys. It's as simple as push the towers, kill remaining AL members, end the game. It'd be so funny because we're saying that this top 2 is much isolated from the rest of the teams, but BLG might actually insert themselves back in that conversation.
Potentially, now that Beitwan has brought some revitalization that was needed for this roster. Anyone's legend already getting stunned up by that glacial prison. Flandre trying to hold his own, but he's already down to 50% HP. Knight takes a lot of damage out front and out the back, but
Knight
at least Oh my
Just took the
goodness.
explosion to the rest of his team.
You know what? They don't care.
Why not?
BLG are like they can take
cares?
the explosion. Or
Hold up.
anyone's legend just gonna send it right here. Tarzan right in front of H1's face. Flandra is gonna take up as much as he can. Unstoppable onslaught onto the frontline members. Tarzan looking for that lilting lullaby, putting members to sleep. Shanks looking for the first reset on H1, but we've got Hope diving past. They found Elk. They're down 12,000 gold advantage by the way, and somehow anyone's legend. They're bringing it back. BLG, they cooked too much. They disrespected anyone's legend, and now AL have 5 members to 2 on the map.
BLG sent it as a last-second resort for themselves. Get away with 3 kills, a bunch of shutdowns, and most importantly, the Dragon Soul. Just as a reminder right here, when you are 3-4 items deep, when you're that far into the game, items don't matter as much. As you can see, okay, overstaying does matter though, so Knight's gonna get another one for himself. But if you look over in Knight's inventory, he's got 4 items, so does Shanks. But look how split BLG is here. Elk and Knight are hitting Flandre. Flandre now has managed to grab 3 items in his inventory. She's just tanking forever. On then he's gonna miss his ult, he's gonna miss his knock-up. They grab Tarzan, but it's too late. Elk dies mid-ult and being his way to overextended. AL managed to split BLG apart, and remember that Sion that couldn't tank much because he was behind in the entire game, and then items were built faster than he could tank. He's got 4 items now, Thornmail being one of them. That's a pretty beefy wall in front of AL.
Oh, BLG! I mean, they're still technically up 10,000 gold, but anyone's legend found a window where they were able to split up those gold advantages individually and made it such a favorable fight for them. I think BLG, going into this next fight, they shouldn't as carelessly split up like that again, but the fact that anyone's legend was able to pull that off gives them a second win as they're going to try to defend this siege onto the bottom inhibitor.
Yeah, that was done through many choke points and many avenues inside that jungle. Right here, it's a pretty much plain open field for BLG. That's a very early ult!
Forced to use the Featherstorm early. KL's gonna send it. They had to defend through the front line. A lot of damage right into Flandra and KL. And Knight finds Shakes this time around. Hope in a 1v5. I don't think it's gonna happen this time. BLG, stop with the cooking, start with the precision, and close out this game for the first win of the series.
Huge win right here from BLG, picking up that first win versus AL, who 2-0'd the #1 team in this split in the likes of Tess. And BLG, if you are a believer, if you are a fan of theirs, well, you could definitely see that the spark is back, the team fights, the early game aggression, the laning phase as well. I feel like that was a testament to see, can H1 keep up with Tarzan? He absolutely did. Can Bin and Knight actually show up in lanes? They actually did. BLG, you could argue, are back.
I'm just so glad we're not getting an AL 2-0 stomp, you know, where BLG are floundering. Because the last time these two played, it was a 2-1. BLG were able to find a game win on top of anyone's legend, but it didn't come nearly as coordinated as this. We're not going to talk about the last fight that anyone's legend found. You know, that was the one time where BLG were like, listen, guys, we got 13,000 gold lead. We can do anything we want. And then after fight, like, okay, guys, we can't do that again. But it's okay. It's okay. BLG are learning. They're pushing their limits now with H1 on their roster. And they're discovering that maybe they can return to the former glory that was BLG 2024.
Yeah, and I feel like that was, again, coming back to the AEL point, that was a little bit of an overcooking when it comes to the draft. It just didn't necessarily make it very easy for them to play, but also I feel like Shanks and Tarzan were just so damn disconnected. When you are playing a heavy farming jungler such as Lilia that wants to get ahead from the Sejuani, and you've got to permanently shove in mid, I don't think I saw Shanks necessarily help Tarzan get places like get the Raptors much easier. Like, he had the time in every single time on Baitron, but it felt like Shanks was just unwilling to move from that mid lane, and he prioritized that farm and SS, which is fair enough. He's playing that Tristana, but I felt like those early game advantages were not pushed hard enough from AL.
Well, now when we get ready for the second draft, anyone's legend, I think, are going to have to pay a lot more respect to what BLG have in terms of agency across the lane. And if you go for some early priority in some of these matchups as well, you got to leverage it in a way that's more than just, well, I'm keeping Knight shoved under tower. It's like, okay, but then what are you doing after the push, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that was the problem right there. Yeah, you saw Tarzan 18k damage, 23 coming through from Sejuani, and even though Sejuani does a lot of like. People think Sejuani's AP. Her primary form of damage is physical damage. So the 23k was her smacking you hard. But I feel like Lilia should be one of the primary carries when it's picked. And of course, it was picked early in their draft as well. They chose to go with the Sion Lilia early on, but it just didn't come into fruition. And again, I have a few questions right here because Lilia has been a prominent jungle champion for a long time in the LPL, particularly towards the later patches. However, things like Zinzao, Pantheon really do accelerate that early game. And I'm actually sitting there like scratching my head. I'm like, Talia was open, surely better than Tristana. Pantheon, Zinzao are open, surely better if you want to bridge that gap between that early and late game that AL can have. And I think unfortunately in this particular draft for AL, there was just not a single bridge from that early to that late game. And since you kept falling more and more and more behind and BLG could match the scaling, you just were never able to come back if you're AL.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if anyone's Legend just took that Lilia Tristana matchup and be like, well, in other series, we just steamroll over them, and the jungler kind of like loses their mind, and he goes, they're taking my camps, what am I supposed to do? But the fact that Beichuan was able to react perfectly to all the camps that he lost and said, okay, well, I'm just gonna go where Tarzan is not. The fact that he found, you know, ways to keep even in the jungle, then Tarzan doesn't get that massive jungle lead. He's not hitting his first item spike. They're not able to leverage that off of like, you know, the first flip of the game. And the fact that it's BLG rolling away with the early punches, as you called out, well, what do you have left on BLG's side to then bridge that gap?
And I want to say here, because remember we had a conversation earlier on where we were like, you know what, BLG are a little bit selfish, they don't really want to drop their waves to help their jungle, they kind of want a jungle to drop their camps to help them. I feel like on that third spawn of the Raptor camp, Elk and On moved from that bot lane. They walked up and tried to defend their jungler. And I think this is a huge flip for BLG to see that sort of attitude of helping Beichuan so then he can help you. Because if the Sejuani falls too far behind to the Lilia, you're kind of screwed. So I feel like, again, the whole situation with Beichuan coming in, he read the map beautifully. Stole that red buff, so, as you said, where Tarzan wasn't, played away from the Lilia, got the advantages through the Sejuani after that level 6, tried to get flashes, permanently pressured Shanks in the mid lane by just showing up wave after wave as well, so Shanks cannot completely choke Knight under tower. I feel like that was that was my MVP for the game.
Yeah, I have no other contenders that I would throw in the hat forward for the side of
Knight
BLG.
did well. He died like once or 0 time. I don't remember. Maybe he didn't die
Listen,
at all.
but if you're getting spoon-fed like that and being protected like Yone, I expect you to deliver. You know?
Of course. Okay.
Come on. Beichuan. God. All right.
See, he
whatever.
didn't die. He didn't die.
It's the deathless KDA that gives him the edge. I see how it is. I don't know. Junglers deserve more love. Anyway.
Depends, okay?
Sure. You know what? That's valid. All right. Well, Knight does get our player of the game for the first one of the series. Now, just looking forward for anyone's Legend, obviously, there's questions we've asked now in the post game where can they really get away with disrespecting their opponent? I don't think so anymore. I think anyone's Legend are going to have to bring their A game, and I really hope they do. They definitely were towards the end of the game, but you know, 13,000 gold down, that's a little too late, fellas. So time to reel it back in. Time to reel it back in and start recognizing the BLG is here to play. We're going to take a short break, y'all. When we come back, it'll be game numero dos for our series between anyone's Legend and BLG. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Anyone's Legend and BLG. But first, have you heard about Moa Trainer, a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles? Just boot up the program and work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from the map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. Let's do one right now while we're waiting for game 2. Trouble, take us through.
Ooh, okay,
You get to pick.
I'm not very good at this. Where do we click? Grounding the enemy in the roam attempt. Vladdy, sure, he's Greek. I'm Greek. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's the only thing that makes sense here, okay?
Yeah, no. I like it. I like it.
Okay. First of all, that is a giga high-elo game. I see so many names that I recognize right there.
Oh my god, you're right.
Primarily Blackpink Fiora. Okay, what is that? Let the wave crash. Trim the wave. Nah, it's a let the wave crash angle here. Is that you walk up. Actually, nah, there's no actually trim the wave. There's only one creep, right? Yeah, one creep right. Now let the wave crash. Surely. What? Let the wave.
Damn.
Try to make Aurelia's life harder. Okay. Sure.
I would have not known the answer here. I don't know anything about
me neither.
mid lane matchups level 2.
Okay, sure. Hold the freeze, clear minions and move. Where's Aurelia going? Maybe they're going for an invader here, but you have vision. You can hold. You can hold, I guess. There's no TP in Aurelia. We'll hold. You want to hold?
Sure, let's hold.
Sure.
What?
Oh my god, I'm trash.
Oh.
Yone is exposed in the top lane. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is it that Yone is exposed in the top lane?
I feel
Just
like Talia
help
can
out
just
here.
say, hey, Aurelia's moving. Just,
Right?
back off. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
we didn't see where the wave is, so if Yone's wave compromised and he has to get that shove in, maybe, but still.
Okay.
You have vision.
Slowly trim the wave, cool. But like that's why I said it, right? You have vision, so what's the point? Open with E, open with W. There's no way you open with W. Probably. You probably hold abilities here and try to get into the choke point, I would say.
Yeah, wait for him to get closer.
Or you can open with E and hold W. Because Wukong is pinging. Open with E and hold W, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is very
it
similar
really
to hold
does.
abilities, right? Wow!
Okay.
Okay, salvaged! Salvaged!
We're
salvaged!
back. We're so
GG's,
back.
salvaged.
Okay,
Open
the
with
most important thing is we did not go for open with W, which they consider a good choice.
Which Vladdy did, so now he should learn from this as well. Flash after her. I mean, isn't this a guaranteed kill? Yeah, screw it. Flash after her. Who cares?
Bloodthirsty!
Viego's probably there. Viego's probably there, but who cares?
Oh, Ward and Okay. Okay. I guess first go for Ward and then...
Hey, he flashed anyway.
Yeah!
GG.
Alright. Yeah, we had to be specific.
Recall, it's a recall angle, no? You got 400 Gs. Again, an Amptom right there. Mid is even anyway. Actually, there's no TP and you have Wukong. If Wukong helps,
Yeah,
you can crash
I
that
would go
wave.
with push.
Yeah.
You should have
Okay,
that
let's
push.
push. Yeah.
Yeah.
GG's. We salvaged it.
GG's.
Holy.
Yeah. The first two, definitely rough. Sorry, I let you solo tank those. I had no options. Anyway. Aww.
You can't leave the wave like this, surely.
No. Why is there no option ping for Wukong to help you push the wave? Why didn't he help push
He's
the
in
wave?
his grub. Recall, don't push. There's no way. You
This
probably
wave
have to
sucks.
push the next wave, right?
Push. Yeah. Just
Push
pray.
it, push it,
Pray
push
you
it.
don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Insane. Blackpink Fiora, still my favorite one in this game. Fantastic. Well done.
We did it. And we're in the draft.
Vladdy, due to his Greek genes, made all the correct choices. Applause to him. That's right. Comes with the
Let's
genes.
go.
Sorry, I don't make the rules. Back to the draft. Sorry.
Fair enough. No. Understandable. I'm down for Greek pride on the broadcast. As we return to the draft, 2 bans on the way. Now 3 for anyone's legend. They have eliminated Gwen, Skarner, and Ferris. BLG. Some priority bands left on the table. Okay, Nefiri. Once again, Xin Zhao is open on the table.
Talia. One thing that makes Pantheon and Xin Zhao really, really strong is Talia. And I think like she's really good at roams. Shanks plays a lot of Talia. I think it only makes sense. But they're just gonna choose the jungler out of the two that are more prominent, like the Xin Zhao and the Pantheon. And again, Tarzan had a fantastic game versus Tess onto that Tarzan. They don't primarily need that Talia. But right here, I would be surprised if we do not see it again. Something like Yorick being locked in right here, but I think that Talia will have to be prioritized.
Yeah, you don't want to give that over for free unless you seemingly have an answer to it. I know that Knight has now played Zed into Talia, and it is a pretty darn good matchup. However, I think it would be very disrespectful to say, yeah, we'll just let them have the Talia and a guaranteed Pantheon setup. But global compositions coming online for anyone's legend with an answer of a Shen into the top lane for Flounder. Yes! Yes, we get Shen. I'm so hyped.
There's so much roam. If that's a Rise as well, it gets a little bit too much of all the roaming back and forth. Shanks on Azir. Okay, we've jumped onto an AP, Yone. For Shanks right here, makes sense, I want to say, with the Pantheon as well. There is just a lot of diving ability from the side of AL, and I think BLG are going to have to slowly be structuring champions that want to be able to kite backwards. Xin Zhao, fantastic at that. Great disruptor when it comes to team fights, and a very good pair for Talia for a mid-jungle aggro duo.
Yeah, well, once again, jungle, mid, and top have been prioritized in the first round of draft between both of these teams, and it means that bot lane is completely on the table. But now BLG have choice for counterpick in the support role. Neither team really has a dedicated super tank. Shen is the closest to being a tank on the side of anyone's legend, so if they wanted to splash into maybe a range support, they potentially could, but BLG, I feel like you definitely want an engaged support for on.
Seeing what BLG has also drafted here, I'm thinking that they could pull something crazy like a Lucian Nami over in the bot lane, just completely shut down AL. I feel like if you let AL sort of scale towards that late game, it becomes a little bit difficult because Azir is a big threat. When he gets that big shove, you got Pantheon diving in, Shen on top of that. So the threats aren't that easy to kill from the side of AL, especially with the extra defenses right there. So I'm wondering if BLG want to play like a very restrictive bot lane down there to try and sort of draw attention, but also pressure Hull Pakel.
You know, now that you mention it, the fact that BLG have something like a Yorick, if you just play away from going 5-on-5s, even if your support is not a tank support, if you have strong disengage, and you just create enough space while Ben is wrecking house in a side lane, I mean, maybe that could be a strategy. That could be a win condition for BLG. We haven't really necessarily seen that many York compositions be successful, but you already called the Lucian, and I have to imagine that something like a Nami or Amelia would be waiting in the wings to help make that Lucian even stronger in lane. But BLG are toying with my heart right now. Please lock in the gunslinger. Come on, do it. You know you want to, Elk. No. Oh,
okay.
All right.
I'll one-up you here, okay? You can't be mad with Elk's Ezreal right here. You can slam in a Karma as well for a lot of lane pressure. If you want into the Lucian Nami, I would have rather seen the Lucian Nami come through for BLG, but I think that they were scared of the Ezreal Karma on the other side for AL. So right here, you get the push, you get Elk's Ezreal as well, which is, in my opinion, his best champion to date. And you have a very elusive, in general, BLG and a very disruptive team when it comes to team fights. The walls coming in, the Xin Zhao ults, Ezreal being so slippery, Karma with the extra shields and movement speed. I feel like AL are going to have sort of like a very hard time in pinning down certain champions to try and capitalize on them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Trouble. I think anyone's Legends methods of engage are so easily done away with by the side of BLG. You've got movement speed on demand with Mantra inspired from Karma. Ezreal can shift away as you called out, and then if anyone tries to dash over, Unraveled Earth from Talia, and Xin Zhao can push people away. So I think BLG are well equipped to play a really powerful 1-4 or even a 1-3-1 split push composition and just force anyone's legend to try and answer with a lot of fires on the side lanes from both this Yorick and this Taliyah.
However, here comes the caveat that if Lucian does manage to get ahead, because Tarzan again is playing that Pantheon, you can get to punish side lanes, you have that very strong early game, right? So if they manage to get a couple of kills onto Hope, the second that this Lucian gets the Essence Reaver early, gets that rapid fire early, you then transition them onto that mid lane, and whoever walks up, he's pretty much just a trade bot. He's kind of like old LeBlanc, if people remember her, where you'll trade huge numbers of HP on your opponent, and you instantly make them up 4 versus 5, which means then you can contest objectives, and they can't. So if they can manage to give that luxury to Hope, he can then return the favor.
Yeah. Tarzan didn't get a chance to play a super proactive game in the first one of the series on the Lilia. This time he's on the Pantheon, and we know how much damage he was able to do against Top Esports as we return to the Rift for Game 2 of the series.
敌军在30秒到达战场，碾碎。
The arena is packed.
Yeah, this is awesome. Both of our series tonight have had sold out stadiums, it feels like, and with how grand the stadium is, the voices echoing from the gyos. Ah, majestic!
Talking about majestic, you see how AL have grouped up as 5. So the thing that happened to BH1 level 1 last game doesn't happen to Tarzan as well.
Yep.
It's okay. Crisis averted. Everyone's been scouted. Wards have been placed primarily for BLG. For AL, they've been placed very defensively, if you see. So bot lane tri-bush, and then that mid lane bush on the right side of your screens as well. So they're just making sure that Tarzan does not get invaded. There's no, like, slimy shenanigans coming through the BLG in the early game. See, Bonka managed to land an RQ here.
Wow, barrier already expended just to maintain health advantage for the side of anyone's legend. Would Tarzan full clear bot side and just run straight bot? They've already pinged that there's no ward coverage from the side of BLG. They could look for it, maybe.
Let's see, if he comes around, he knows that BLG is going to be pushing down bot lane. They do have that level 2 though, so that's going to sort of delay the timing right here from Tarzan. There is a ward, as you mentioned. And he's gonna get spotted right here, actually.
Oh, this
by
is
Elk
not
and
happening at all. Yeah, I mean, Elk and On, they're just gonna say hello, throw some damage Tarzan's way, and at least it allows Hope and Kale to absorb the wave and be able to bounce it back. But yeah, nothing really gained there, whereas BH1 is already ahead, farming up his next quadrant of camps.
Yeah, and remind you, he's gonna end Baytron towards the bot side of the map, take that bot lane Scuttle Crab. Depending on how the wave looks, Barry is still down for Hope. So they could potentially look, if not for an actual dive, to burn some summoners, but Ulk right here gets a huge chunk of his HP taken away.
Yeah, Electrocute working with the power of Lucian and Nami already putting On at 50% HP. Gonna try to return the favor to Elk. Doesn't have Electrocute Keystone quite back up yet, but ever since they gave all those micro buffs to Electrocute, this has definitely been a much more favorable rune for Lucian to take in these matchups. Shanks, though, getting a lot of damage down onto him as he's absorbing the wave push from Knight. Will get a chance to recall and probably TP back to lane just to maintain tempo on the map.
Yeah, Taliyah into Azir is a very happy matchup for Taliyah. You get the shove. Usually how Azir takes trades in the early game is he will just dash into you. He can't do that due to the E from the side of Taliyah. So... And the bot lane matchup is pretty much Lucian and Nami want to trade, whilst Ezreal and Karma want to push. Now, of course, it's a pretty beefy wave, but the reason why the dive is not coming through, Azon's going low.
Super close there already. So clutch from the side of anyone's legend. The fact that BLG not able to really extend the advantage there and create an opportunity where BH1 maybe could have looked for a dive gives hope for the side of anyone's legend bot lane surviving the early game.
Yeah, that bubble was actually clutch from Kale. Elk could actually not trade, and Shanks, as you overstayed, please welcome here.
Oh, that was close. Have to take the time to walk out of the Unraveled Earth before casting the Shuffle and making sure that he's able to escape. Still has a TP, so he'll be able to TP back to lane safely. So far, Trouble, it has not been a super bloody game in terms of jungle interference, but definitely lanes trading a lot of hands between each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for BLG, you've got priority through top lane, mid lane, bot lane. Like, Beitron can get to do whatever he pleases, right? This is on to him having that priority through 3 lanes to try and play maybe a little bit more aggro. The dragon has spawned as well, and with so much pressure down from Elk and on this Karma Ezreal duo, I do believe that Beitron could potentially start to play for that dragon towards the bot side of the map.
Definitely have the push from this Ezreal Karma, and Knight has been able to at least brute force his way through mid lane as well. But once Shanks does hit level 6, there is some playmaking potential on this Talia if Tarzan ever wants to sync up. A lot of damage onto Hope. That should be the calling card. As soon as Beitron finishes this next full clear on this bottom side of the map, should have the confidence to just go for this first dragon of the game.
All right. So I'll give you a little bit of insights, guys, on why that Karma Ezreal duo is so obnoxious, apart from the poke, right? Because usually Ezreal does not like champions that play in the wave, because she can't keep his Q past the minions. Now the thing with Karma right here is that Karma will play in the bush, which that will inherently push your opponents towards the upper side of that lane, which is where the Ezreal usually wants to play through. So you'll either get poked by RQ from Karma and then possibly a W and a follow-up, or you'll get poked by Ezreal playing towards the river side of that bot lane. This is why it's so oppressive. And when Lucian Nami trades onto you, you've got shields, you've got mobility, you can literally play through the wave and stuff like this. So this is a small positioning things that you can do. You guys are also playing in your solo queue, Karma Ezreal, to sort of like choke your opponents out of being able to trade onto you.
Oh, big taunt onto Elk right under the tower. At least guarantees 1 turret shot, and Elk is below 50% HP. Thankfully, he's got Karma Shield, and he's got a pot ticking up. Flandra,
and cookies.
Yeah, and cookies. Definitely matters a lot too. Flandra at least absorbing the bot 1v2 for now, whereas Hope and KL very content that they're at least bailed out of that obnoxious 2v2 lane and trying to get some advantages back on the top lane against Yorick.
And in 1 minute, we're going to have Void Grubs as well. I do like the swap right here from AL. They're going to drop the first tower because they know they can't get priority through that Ezreal Karma. However, because it was done very early on, right here, BLG have the funny thing to do where they're going to swap their bot lane after they get that dragon. They're going to put that full priority bot lane over the top side of the map, which is going to pressure again that Lucian Nami lane, and potentially even try to contest for those Void Grubs over the top side of the map. Cooldown reduction boots purchase right here from Knight. It's going to be back on the map real quickly.
And the nice thing for Elk too, the fact that he and On were staying on that bottom side of the map means that they got a bigger purchase. Sheen, Tier, Sword completed, where it's only double swords for the side of Hope. So these trades, these Mystic Shot pokes, are going to feel even more impactful in this lane, which is why you see Hope and KO saying, nope, we don't want to deal with the Ezreal or the Karma at all. We shift back to mid lane. We're going to force BLG to try and send their 2v2 back into mid. But for now, oh, that's a big seismic shove flick. Hope you got to be careful about those, bro.
Man, I don't know what's worse. This is a double-edged sword for Hope and Kale. It's like, hey, do you want to play into the Karma Ezreal? Abso-freaking-lutely not. Hey, do you want to play into the Talia? No, I can't dash forward. Knight shuts that down, and remember what we said, with the priority through the Karma Ezreal, they get to sneak in and still at least 1 Void Grub away from AL.
H1 forced to use the smite early so that this gives an opportunity for Tarzan to at least maybe go in for a steal, but the fact that BLG get the leash reset, smite is coming off of another few seconds here. Tarzan avoiding the seismic shove. Can he just walk in? But BLG play that so well. All contesting the farthest grub away so that Tarzan could not steal it away. And this guarantees that at least BLG will take 2. They're sending it with the Grand Starfall, looking at Knight, but he flashes over the wall. No way for anyone's legend to close the distance.
Okay, AL had already committed their body still with the tops of the map. They tried to make something happen. They do take the flash off of Knight. So next time that ultimate from Pantheon is up, they could potentially look to make a play on tonight, but so far it's been BLG dipping in and out of fights so beautifully. They use their range, they use their push, they use their setup and vision so beautifully to try and collect as many objectives around the map as possible. It's going to be 2 out of 3 Void Grubs, but the whole objective was do not trade 1 tick of feats of strength on the neutral objectives for 1. And that's exactly what they did. Stealing even 1 away when they were second on the rotation right here is more than good enough as a... I don't think anyone wants to play versus that Ezreal Karma lane. It's too much poke. It's too problematic for any lane of the side of AL to play against. And I feel like Elk's Lucian is one of the most feared Lucians worldwide, I want to say. So letting him get his 2 items, the Trinity into the Muramana, is going to be kind of scary for AL to deal with it.
Yeah, and the fact that anyone's Legend has not even found a chance to stop it or decelerate it to the slightest bit. The one time Tarzan looked at bot lane, Elk and On said, okay, well, but what are you going to do? Like, we push in the wave. Knight taking a lot of damage, knowing that he doesn't have flash from before. The tidal wave is not going to be the finisher, unfortunately. It's just a support ultimate, and Hope tried to do everything he can, emptying what nearly was a full clip.
Yeah, end of the day, Knight gets to push out that wave, and the bot lane from BLG were already in rotation towards that mid lane. So, not much lost right here. However, TP coming through, top lane for Knight. Ultimate's gonna be up quite soon-ish from the side of Tarzan, and that's a flashless Talia towards the top side of the map. That top lane is the longest lane, especially when you are on the right side, and it's getting a little bit scary for Talia to overextend to push down waves when you know that things like Azir and Pantheon can really get a catch on you. However, Ned's gonna respect this. Quick shove the wave, resetting.
Well, H1 is yoinking a blue buff for free since they have such good vision control on that top quadrant jungle here. Not much that Tarzan has been able to accomplish this game, and even though it doesn't necessarily the Xin Zhao outscales the Pantheon, you would still hope that at least this Pantheon is able to accomplish some things for anyone's Legend. As you talked about during the draft, the point of this Lucian is by the time you hit that first item, you're using your culling to force poke and force whoever's answering mid lane out so you can guarantee an objective setup, or you can guarantee a rotation over. We're nowhere near that for the side of anyone's Legend at this pace.
Yes, it's River not quite yet onto Hope. However, BLG are looking to fight this.
H1 trying to cut off Kale. Remember, this is a squishy Nami forced to flash away. Dragon was secured for the side of anyone's Legend. They're going to try to push H1 away, but the Crescent Guard is at least blocking a lot of damage, but they're still able to do him away. And now BLG have to kite on back. Trust in Elk's Ezreal on, trying to buy as much space as he can. Forced to flash away on the Karma. Bin being another front line here as Tarzan sends it for the Grand Starfall. Not able to get in range to close anyone off. And Elk still playing with fires. He can just boldly shift in on the Ezreal.
That was very confusing to watch from BLG. There's no setup in the river. Plus, you're not playing an all-in composition. You've got a Yorick and a poke bot lane. When H1 really does commit for the play, there's not really many other players that can commit in with him. Alk doesn't even have his Trinity Force complete, and right here, Shanks.
Oh, Shanks, he tries to shift, gets the shield, but it's still not enough. No chance in trying to burn the flash away, and Knight could be in trouble here, but if he can cut this one out from Tarzan, maybe it'll be enough. He blocks incoming damage, flashes the seismic shove, and finds the spear, but now can H1 equalize it? Doesn't find the wind, becomes lightning. Tarzan walks out alive.
Oof, doesn't get the W right there. Tarzan walks out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Shanks, again, overstaying his welcome a little bit on the side lane, gives a freebie over to Knight. Now, let's watch this one more time. Oh, it's actually the bot lane fight. Okay. Let's watch the bot lane fight. He was hiding. Okay, that was a beautiful EW from Knight right there. Caught Shanks completely off guard. Shanks was like, hey, I'm just gonna shove this in real quickly, guys, and then I'm back to base. Well, Knight had different angle right there by hiding.
At least Tarzan is able to equalize this. Comes at the cost of his own flash, but decent pickup here for anyone's Legend to make sure that they do not go away empty-handed. First items are coming online for pretty much every carry in the game on the side of anyone's Legend. Surprisingly enough, Elk still yet to complete his Trinity Force, but I imagine he should be able to get it on his next back, and also delaying such an expensive item with tier makes sense, but still, I'm very fearful of how this Ezreal is seemingly just coming online for free, and anyone's Legend have not had a chance to press the gas yet.
However, they slowly but surely are coming in line, right? The Essence River has been completed. You're looking at second item on Lucian to really be able to damage. And this is the time where you've got the Essence River that you transition your Lucian into that mid lane, and every single time there's a champion walking up to contest the wave, Lucian Nami will just out-trade that one and just send them back to base. And if you consistently keep doing this, that means that BLG will have less number of champions on the map actively, which means that AL can sort of slowly but surely trim away a lot of the ward spots, a lot of the vision, and as you can... Exactly. Case in point, I guess. Case in point, I guess. And he presses B. He's out.
Yep. 80% of your HP gone just like that. 10 seconds before the Rift Herald spawns. This should at least guarantee anyone's legend has priority in moving first to that objective. Beichuan is coming back out on the map. Merc treads in tow. On will be able to make it back out on the map in time, at least to maybe contest in the aftermath of this Rift Herald being taken. Because it doesn't look like BLG are really in a fighting position to walk up. Meanwhile, Shanks is looking and he flashes over the seismic shove. Knight still has a flash of his own. No Weaver's Wall for the next 2 seconds, but he's not getting out of this one. Shanks being able to rise up and get one back for himself.
I think this is how you do a straight up 1 versus 1 while you've got vision on me this time around. Shanks with that Nashers completely demolishes Knight on a side lane, and I'm happy to actually see that AL have that fight in them, right? They have chosen a composition that does scale a little bit better into that late game, and BLG don't necessarily have a formation they want to play for. Talking about formation, Beichuan looking for Shanks.
Oh, wait, when Shanks was
TP?
he tried to TP and he got canceled. Oh boy! Just as the praise was coming through for getting the 1v1 on the Knight, Beichuan puts him back in the dirt.
I am very confused though. How can you get a TP off with Sinsao around? I am so insanely confused right there. Maybe it was a misclick by Shanks. It doesn't make sense any other way as Hope.
Helk already burning the barrier here, forced to flash away, but here comes the Pantheon, but great by Beichuan to at least punt him away for a little bit, but still Elk goes down to Hope's Lucian. Here comes the Stand United, but it was canceled. How was it canceled? Did Bid hit the W and just displace him? There's no other way.
There's no other way. Bin just hit over Flander with a wall, quite literally, and just moved him over. Holy, I don't know if we're gonna have a clip of that top lane.
Please,
of whatever happened right there.
I would love to see if the observer. Oh, please,
here we go.
Wcast. Ha! There it is. I love this game, man.
That was perfect. That was perfect. Okay, but that fight was pretty much a calling on what we're expecting to see.
Shanks, this could be trouble. He knows that Shanks doesn't have a flash of his own. He's gonna shift over the wall, but Bin, he takes the E! Burn, baby, burn! It's not gonna happen. Shanks survives.
Ooh. 1 HP right there. Tarzan and Kale are walking towards the top side. Trying to see if they can find an angle onto Bin. That's not the Maiden out as well. Just wants to perma push the waves. Now Tarzan's gonna show together with Kale.
Yeah, they know that the York does not have flash, but I think he has enough distance to just walk out alive, and Tarzan not gonna be able to lock him down. Kale left mid lane for that, and that gave a lot of turret pressure over to BLG's side. Kale trying to roam back on over, seeing if they can catch out on here. Has flash available, dashing aggressively. The tether is connecting and roots him up. Beichuan now gonna dash on in. He tries to dash away, but Beichuan falls with his own flash. Crescent guard at the ready. Tarzan's in trouble. He has to fight a 2v3 and he's bailing. He's leaving Gale to die, but at least this fish has a flash of her own. And now Knight is coming to pay the piper. Tarzan could be in trouble. Cannot sidestep the seismic shove. Was trying to sidestep it, but BLG just running away with the game and extending the lead to 2,000.
It's actually crazy. BLG do not have the semi-globals to follow up on a fight, but they're committing their bodies into the case, and they're just outnumbering AL in their own game. They're looking for the mid lane tower.
Flandre could be in trouble, has a flash if necessary, forced to flash over the W. That's a Shen down without a playmaking ability in case he wanted to look for the next Stand United flash taunt. BLG are doing it again, Trouble.
They're doing it again, and look over to your right side. 3-1-1. Beichuan has had a fantastic series into one of the best junglers in the entire league in the likes of Tarzan. He's doing so well that you could say Tarzan has been invisible so far in this entire series, which is something that you don't usually say about him unless he trips on stage like he did in the finals last year. But that is a whole different situation. Right here, AL, they do not have many avenues. They can dump Shanks on a side lane, wait for him to get 3 items, grab him back in. But again, both of these teams do not necessarily have a formation they like to play. I think AL majorly rely on Hope getting ahead. He's got another rapid fire cannon, which is very, very important in terms of trading and out pushing into that mid lane. Again, see champion, try to kill champion, try to force champion to press PC to reset. Therefore, more numbers for AL on the map. But like in terms of how they want to approach these fights, you see that all their champions have so much agency that if AL manage to find key targets in the backline, this could work for them. They just don't necessarily have the tools to knock them down.
It's just so limited, right? I mean, you're hoping that Tarzan is always going to connect with a Shen behind his back as Hope opens up the clip. Already Elk is forced down below 60% HP. Bin is the target now. Tarzan looking for a flashless Yorick. Stun sets up the kill for Shanks to be able to pick up the pieces with the Sand Soldier. It's actually Tarzan that gets him. Meanwhile, fight back in the 2v2. Hope able to sidestep the True Shot barrage as BLG continue to push the pressure. Beitwan now looming over to the bottom side of the map, knowing that Tarzan was here. He is 13, level 12 against Tarzan. Sand United is coming through. This time, the Shen arrives to the party, but can Shanks provide the damage necessary? He's too low to compete. Beitwan fighting to the very bitter end, but he finally gets cut off. BLG able to at least take one with them in Tarzan, but the fact that they lost on in the back half of it does not bode well.
What in the world? Pedal to the metal from BLG. You're one member down. Cannot be making these plays. Sure, they want to punish and trade a kill in return, but playing with numbers disadvantage is not going to do that. That Zinza that's got one extra kill is not going to amount for an extra whole champion. Bin goes down. They don't necessarily have to expend way too many things other than the Azir ult, right? And then Bex was like, screw this, I'm gonna 1 versus 2. That's not how it works. Shen still has ult, they see him over in the top lane, and this is the magic of global ultimates. And then Owen just blast-cross himself into this whole mess? This is craziness from BLG.
Unfortunately, On is not playing a tanky support. He is playing a squishy enchanter. Was ready to send it with the boys and maybe provide an inspired, if not a mantra-empowered one, but not going to be able to survive once a taunt comes your way. And everyone on the damage dealing side from anyone's legend is just able to get free damage into your side. Now, BLG, the gold lead is even. Hope still trading aggressively. Good sidestep on the bubble. Tarzan now looking for On. This time, Shanks was ready to bait out maybe some flashes. Does not commit his Emperor's Divide. Now that's On without a flash. No heal for a couple minutes either, but Elk still has full sums.
Yeah, surely they might actually give that one objective away, right? Unless Knight was able to get a huge chunk right here. They do not have that mid lane push. You see that Bane is actually starting to walk those up bot side river, but then he realized otherwise. These big chunks are what we're talking about when we're like, oh, this is what Lucia does really, truly well, and it's been displayed right there. The trade that you take, the fact that you've got an extra member on the map, but now that Atakan is the one under threat, this is where you see BLG like actually move to try and find it.
Could be tricky. I don't think Bin is moving quite yet. Is he going to commit? No, he's TPing now. They need to compete for this Otacon. Already below 4,000 HP. Tarzan's on the other side. They got to stop dealing damage and wait for Tarzan to get back around. The Weaver's Wall cuts him off. He can't get in. Beach one. Cast the Crescent Guard and punted him away, even though with the flash that Tarzan had, Thornbound Otacon just got gifted to BLG. They're going to run one down and look for more stragglers here. Then, can he slow the members down? Hope getting tagged by the ghouls. Another E does not connect. Flash from Knight, looks for the seismic shove, forces the flash out of KL. Anyone's legend is sent packing, and BLG dominate the map.
I want you all to know that Knight had 0 damage this entire fight, and yet he was the most impactful of them all. That wall to cut out Tarzan from not being able to smite Atakan was the biggest play, more than any damage he could have done in this particular fight. And BLG, that's what they do. They lure you into a false sense of security. The fact that AL were able to zone them out from the Dragon, they thought they were having a pretty free Atakan as well. BLG, again, coming through this one. I feel like they played this beautifully. Talia on one side, Ezreal just dashing, again, shifting through the wall straight into the tribals. Look at Elk here on the left side. Then you have Knight playing on the right side. Then you've got Bin coming straight through with Beitwan, and look at this wall, literally stopping Tarzan from entering. And the second he flashes, Beitwan chains it in with the ult to throw him back out. I mean, Beitwan has had a absolute banger of a series. He's played so damn well. I don't want to say this has been a jungle div, but he has definitely stepped up in this
I'm gonna
matchup.
say it. It's a jungle gap. And
Okay.
I'm saying it against Tarzan, one of the junglers that has continuously been at the top of the standings across this entire season. For many seasons of the LPL, we've always recognized Tarzan as one of the best junglers in the world that has had such a long career, not just in LCK, but Hope is under fire, forced to flash away from that true shot barrage. And now BLG being able to just leverage the power and the difference that Beichuan has had in this series. They're continuing to completely run the map.
And Zinza is one of the best champions to do that with. You get ahead in the early game, he's actually really good at snowballing. He's one of the more fist fighters. I mean, we were mocking it, right? On the 1 versus 1. He's the guy that's basically face rolls the keyboard and starts a fight because he's just strong in that early game with the black cleaver right there. That really benefits the Yorick and the Ezreal through that armor pen in the fights. It just makes it that much harder for AL to deal with. And right here, BLG, they've got that mid lane push. They'll have the top lane push once Yorick gets to it as well. And slowly but surely, they're going to start sipping their vision inside the top quadrant of Tarzan's jungle, which can then mean one pick could mean Baron. Hold up, talking about picks.
Beichuan's got to be careful, though. Here comes the Shen, looking for Knight as Shake scoops him right into the taunt. Beichuan also falls next, and anyone's legend surge back to life as they now have a 5-on-3. Baron is alive. No jungler from the side of BLG. They can try to rush this objective down.
What? That is a Beichuan giveth, Beichuan taketh from the side of BLG. That was a little bit too deep, and AL were so quick on the trigger. However, that is poke Ezreal and Karma versus 5, sure, and Binge on the top side, but let's see if they can poke enough to stop AL from taking down Baron. Oh, I think it's working. Oh, I think it's working.
He's now looking. He doesn't have Ember's Divide. He's just giving his life to try and force Elk out of the pit. He's already used Flash. He's already used Shift. They're charging. Oh! They lost Tarzan. Bin on the flank. He's going to give his life to make sure that there's no more smite for the side of anyone's legend. Baron is no longer a thing for AL, but now there's a chance with Beichuan spawning on the map. Shanks able to escape with the TP, but BLG, do they now rip the Baron?
Oh, this is going to be 20 seconds plus with no Tarzan on the map. But again, very low HP for Ezreal, very low mana. You can't necessarily really start that. You need a proper setup for BLG. And right there, that was a little bit of an overextension again from Beichuan. That forced the issue. And AL started the Baron, but huge, massive props to Elk and On for being able to just space them so well.
Oh,
and no way, he got done dirty from Baron. He got interrupted by Baron.
Oh, that's so tragic. I didn't even realize Tarzan was trying to join the fight and turn with the rest of his homies, but Baron, official 6th member of the BLG squad, as this dragon is getting burned down. Tarzan sending it, immediately punted back by Beichuan with the pressing guard. Tidal Wave rips the back line and just tries to stall them from now. Shanks trying to lock down the Xin Zhao with the rest of anyone's legend, peeling off to the left side. Looks like Dragon was already secured. Knight trying to flash forward, looking for a play. Will not find anything as the rest of anyone's legend just walk away.
That's just crazy. None of these teams have any sort of lockdown that can stick onto members of each other. So it's just a constant ping pong of who's gonna flash forward to try and 50-50 some sort of form of CC, like a flash bubble or a flash shove by Shanks. Or a flash taunt if Flandre is around. It's the same deal for BLG, you know, a tether or a knock-up from Talia could do the job right there, but it's just so difficult for both of these teams to pin anyone down.
Yeah, and then when you are one of the squishy carries that gives up their potential life, flashing to make that play, now you're a bigger target for the enemy team that has flashes to spare. So Knight is really trusting in Elk's Ezreal to carry the team fight forward, even if he is the priority target for anyone's legend's next engage.
Oh, they're looking here for BLG. They're trying to bait AL to scout for the Baron. But AL are playing very carefully right here. Trying to hover over the walls as close as possible to set down some vision to spot BLG and whether they're doing Baron or not. Shanks and Tarzan on that blue buff might get stolen away.
A lot of damage already
It
onto
is.
Elk
No.
there.
No, it's not.
Hope, 75% HP on the Lucian. Did not burn the culling. No summoner spells were burned on the side of Elk. Barrier still intact. Heal on the same for On. This is so tense, trouble. We're almost 30 minutes into the game. Neither team has a sizable
NiP,
advantage.
no flash, no
Knight,
flash, no flash!
Tidal Wave is going to interrupt him, but not enough damage comes through on the side of Hope's Lucian. It's enough to at least guarantee the tier 1 in the mid lane, and maybe anyone's legend could look to bleed this pressure into the top side.
Seraphs and Zonias right there from Knight kept him alive. On was around as well with potential heal or shield to save him. However, that was a great pick right there from Hope, forcing Knight off of that mid lane tier 1, starting to take a few more towers on the map. This is only the second tower that AL have been able to take. Hope. Nice dodge.
God. Oh! Hope is in trouble. Forced to flash. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Knight is going to send it downtown looking for that Lucian, knowing that he doesn't have summoner spells here. Barrier already popped. Knight for looking one more. Tarzan going to valiantly defend his AD carry from falling. Shanks is in trouble, but he flies over the left wall. Tarzan's now in trouble. He gets flubbed back. Seismic shove connects, and now they don't have their jungler BLG having open access to Baron.
What is going on in this game? We have Hope dodging, then he gets out, then Beijing dashes back in. They try to kill Hope, but he gets away, and then Knight sends it, but then he's not the one dying with no flash. What?
And this Baron is for free for BLG. There's no smite. No one can even get in range to see if they can try and yoink it away with a stray skill shot. Shanks, oh my goodness, I thought he was in no man's land there. Still had the shuffle. Knight boldly walks forward, catches Shanks with the seismic shove. Empress Divine only pushes him back momentarily. Hope tries to empty the clip. A little bit of damage to the backline, but BLG got what they came for. Tarzan still dead for another 2 seconds. BLG will get the tier 2 in the mid lane. They're gonna look for as much as possible. TP from Knight rejoining the fight.
Can they potentially look to end right here? 35 seconds onto Azir. If they get a second pick right there with a knockup from Knight, they could potentially choose to end the game. It's not gonna be the case. AL are overextended, but BLG are forcing this game.
They have Baron buff on their side. They have York Maiden. They have essentially a 7-man push with Cannon Minion
No
and
way.
Maiden. Tarzan goes into the backline. Elk forced the flash. Stand united. I think it got interrupted again. No Flandre comes through. But if you only kill the support, that's nothing. You've got to take out Elk. But it still lives. And now it's Hope. The shining hope. It's not going to be enough to take out BLG. Revitalized, rejuvenated with Bechuan, their 4th straight series win.
BLG are back. And I want to say something. Stay with me for that one, okay? Top Esports was the best team in the league. They got 2-0'd by AL, who got 2-0'd by BLG. Therefore, by the process of eliminating one of these teams one by one, BLG is the best team in the LPL. There you go. You don't look very impressed with my theory.
No. I am. I'm just. I think BLG are back. I know, like, that might not hold such weight because I was just like, last series, oh, NiP are back. No, guys, look how BLG are playing right now. Beach1 has clearly brought a second win to this roster, and Knight and Bin are playing like the players we expected them to play with what they showed in 2024. Elk and On are firing on all cylinders, and while, yes, anyone's legend definitely gave them a challenge, BLG still overcame it. They still dominated what should have been the definitive best team after sweeping Top Esports. So now, the race for the top is so damn exciting.
That was such a very hard game to execute from both sides because it needed so much skill expression. When you do not have a proper way to play the games, it comes up to skill expression and how much agency you have in the game. And both teams were dead even until the end. If Hope got a good trade, then AL would win that trade and then they'd go neutral objectives. If BLG managed to turn this around with an insane knockup from Knight or a great trade from Alkan On, then they were the ones winning that. So it all came down to skill expression. And honestly, if you were to tell me, hey, it's going to be a skill expression matchup, AL versus BLG, yes, I'd say, yeah, okay, AL win this. They've been on fire, right? But we criticized Bin and Knight for the laning phase. They've had stellar laning phases versus AL this entire series. we had a magnifying glass onto BH1. He's playing against one of the best junglers in the LPL.
Yes.
What can he do? Absolutely fantastic performance. The pathing, the decision making, the way he played as the carry in game number 2. And lastly, we're like, BLG used to be very selfish, not playing for their jungler. They played for BH1, both in game 1 and game 2 when it truly, really mattered. So I don't know if it was them being reinvigorated or BH1 shot calling or what it is, but this swap is truly, really working for them.
Yeah, whoever is shot calling for this team, I think at least there's much clearer and more open communication from everyone at BLG, because all the objective fights, for the most part, seemed very in sync. The grubs take, they all knew that we need to take the farthest grub away from Tarzan so that we do not give over 2 grubs and guarantee the majority for ourselves. Some of the dragon fights, they're playing as a unit. Now, you know, there's a couple times when it's like, hey, why are we forcing the objective here? We should be playing for poke. But then they corrected later. So, you know, BLG aren't at 100% yet, but this is so much better on average per series with BH1 in the lineup than what was happening with Wei earlier in the season.
Yeah, and I feel like you saw it from the damage graph there as well. The damage was pretty much dead even, because a lot of the damage that Ezreal does is a little bit placebo as well, through like poking lane and whatnot. But you saw how dead even it was, and we had moments like this that were really fun, where Knight sits in the bush, kills Shanks, and then Shanks takes the 1v1 straight to him. Like, straight to him, like, you see me, I see you, that's a proper 1v1, and takes him down. I will say I did not see Shanks today, and I did not see Tarzan today. I feel like everyone else was locked in from the side of AL, but their mid-jungle duo was lacking, especially in that early game. Tarzan was shut down over and over again, and that thing, it inherently ties to that mid lane and how much Shanks does for Tarzan, and just the synergy was not there for AL today, and it truly showed.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to Tarzan this series, man. I just, like, the first game tries to force the advantage with Lilia and goes even into Sejuani. That's a jungler's nightmare right there. And this game, when you're playing Pantheon, it's just so hard to force anything onto these lanes. You already saw that there was clearly, you know, a game plan to try and gank bot lane, full clearing red camps into level 3. Can't do it against Ezreal Karma, especially when they get the wave pushed exactly like that. And it just seemed like there's no other options that Tarzan felt comfortable with. And if you're just letting the game go by that quickly, and BH1 was clearly in the mindset, there's nothing that's going to happen from Tarzan's side. I'm going to power farm, and I'm going to get a slight advantage, and then I'm going to make more proactive plays than Tarzan in this game, which is just crazy to think. This is BH1 we were talking about. This was a guy that was on Thunder Talk. Obviously, he was the driving engine for that team, but that team, in terms of the players they have, are nowhere in comparison to BLG. And when BH1 comes onto this roster, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, maybe he looks better because he has better players on his team. I didn't expect him to look this good. Like, what the frick?
There are multiple examples with like Milky Way last year or Jeje last year, where you were looking at their skill expression versus their teams of where they were last year, and you're like, surely they deserve a team that plays a little bit more proactive around them because they're so damn good. BH1 was always okay and decent in his team, but he had never showed these really high highs. And right here, BLG saw something in him. They gave him the chance to show up. They actually given him pretty good support as well, I want to say. I feel like more support than Shona Wei ever got with the way that BLG was played, right?
Yeah.
So there's truly not just a shift in who the jungler is, but I think a shift in mindset on how BLG wants to act around the map. And I think this might be tied to BH1 maybe being a little bit more firm with his shot calling, requesting the assistance for BLG, and then BLG having to back him up.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe BH1 behind the scenes is vocally more, or advocating more vocally for the things that he needs or the things that he wants, and BLG are responding well to that. Obviously, I still would have liked to given it to BH1 at least one of the games this series. However,
Whoa. Hey, he ran it down one too many times in this game, okay? He had the lead, And then he gave the lead.
I know. And I'm just like, damn, what could have been? That would have been so cool. But you know what? At least Elk was a monster on this Ezreal. But man, what a freaking cool series to just watch unravel before our very eyes. Obviously,
the whole
we
day,
came
right?
Either the whole day, back to back, unexpected outcomes where NiP rise to the occasion with their new player coming in solo kill, and now BLG rising to the occasion with their new player coming in to sub in Beichuan. I mean, power of subs in the middle of the season, clearly working overtime for both of these teams tonight.
Absolutely, just a shift in mental, you know, like especially when you're losing a lot, especially like NiP. I cannot imagine what the tragic must have been behind the scenes, right? To just constantly lose and not have any clue how to win anymore, how you used to win. I think they definitely needed a shift somewhere around the map. They found it over in the top lane. Great that it worked for them, especially against Weibo Gaming. Again, a middle of the pack team that is really looking to get to that third place themselves.
Yeah, well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, our broadcast for today is over. But before we close out our show, we want to remind everyone that, and also say thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. This was a blast. Trouble, before I close out the show, any last words?
No, it was amazing. A day full of anything that could ever be expected. Actually, that could not be expected. And it was a pleasure working with you as well. And thank you to everyone who's tuning in to watch.
You know, this was our first cast together, and I could have not asked for a better outcome, a more exciting turn of events as we look at our group standings to remind everyone where everyone ends up at the end of the day. Sorry, my producer is yelling at me in text comms. That's my bad. I forgot we have to do the standings first. Producer, let me know if you want to run anything else, because I accidentally closed my run of show once I did the ad read. So just... That's my bad. I jumped the gun. All right. Okay. Producer very reluctantly going, no, you're good. All right. Well, our broadcast is over, y'all. Thanks again for tuning in. See you all next time tomorrow, same time. Stay healthy.